Blackstone Audio presents The Lazarus Curse, a Dr. Thomas Silkstone mystery, by Tessa Harris. This book is read by Simon Vance. To Katie, with thanks. Author's Notes and Acknowledgements. The story of black people in Britain did not, contrary to popular belief, begin with the docking of the Empire Windrush in 1948. The ship's arrival from Jamaica, bringing 492 passengers to settle in the country, is widely seen as a landmark in the history of modern Britain. Yet almost 200 years earlier there were an estimated 20,000 black people out of a population of 676,250 living in London alone. Most of these were living as free men and women. Their number was swelled in 1783 by black loyalists, those slaves who, in return for their freedom, had sided with the British in the American Revolutionary War and been given passage to British shores. Unsurprisingly, when I decided that the story of these displaced Africans should form the backdrop of my fourth Dr. Thomas Silkstone mystery, I found research material quite hard to come by. While there were a few prominent black people in 18th century England, the concert violinist George Bridgetower and Francis Williams, who studied at Cambridge University, for example, there were hundreds more who lived as servants or beggars. One of the most famous manservants of the day was Francis Barber, who was in the employ of none other than Dr. Samuel Johnson, the great lexicographer. The British attitude to those of colour has been far from exemplary. As far back as 1731, the Lord Mayor of London issued an edict forbidding Negroes to learn a trade, thus effectively sentencing them to servitude and poverty. Look hard enough and you will see these people everywhere, in the paintings of Hogarth and of Reynolds, in the caricatures of Rawlings and Gilray, and in poems and plays of the period. As Gretchen Gesiner put it in her excellent book, Black England, 18th century Africans occupied a parallel world, working and living alongside the English. My own foray into this parallel plane was prompted by the remarkable story of a young African slave by the name of Jonathan Strong. Cruelly beaten by his master and left for dead on the street, he was found by a kind surgeon, William Sharp, who nursed him back to health. 2 years later, however, Strong was recaptured by his master, who promptly sold him back into slavery. He was due to return to the slave plantations of Barbados when, in a last-ditch attempt to evade his terrible fate, he appealed to the surgeon's brother, the abolitionist Granville Sharp, for help, and was eventually freed. In 1772, Sharp was instrumental in securing the famous ruling by Lord Chief Justice William Mansfield that reluctantly concluded that slaves could not legally be forced to return to the colonies by their owners once they were in Britain. The judgment was widely seen as abolishing slavery in Britain, although the law was not necessarily practised by all citizens. Nevertheless, the case elevated Granville Sharp to his rightful place as one of the most influential men in the British abolition movement. Crossing the Atlantic to the West Indies, a number of fascinating but disturbing accounts of life in the colonies threw up more background material for this novel. A compelling collection of original documents was drawn together in an online project edited by Dr. Catherine Han called Slavery and the Natural World, and carried out at the Natural History Museum, London, between 2006 and 2008. The information is based on documents held in the museum's libraries and explores the links between nature, especially the knowledge and transfer of plants, people with an interest in natural history, mainly European writers from the 16th to 18th centuries, and the history and legacies of the transatlantic slave trade. First-hand accounts from slave owners and overseers, as well as botanists, naturalists, and physicians, painted pictures of life with devastating and often brutal clarity that shock and appall our 21st century sensibilities, and, indeed, went some way to helping the abolitionist cause at the time. William Blake's barbaric image of a woman being whipped, flagellation of a female Sambo slave, 1796, had a huge impact on public opinion in Britain. When calling African slaves Negroes, I'm using the terminology that was employed widely in contemporary accounts from the 18th century. While the backdrop to this novel is based on fact, All the characters are fictitious apart from Granville Sharp and Thomas Clarkson. In my research I am indebted to the Natural History Museum, London, the Old Operating Theatre, Southwark, and to the Museum of London, Docklands. For her medical expertise I must thank Dr. Kate Dyerson. As ever, I am also grateful to my agent, Melissa Jelinski, my editor, John Scognamilio, and to the rest of the team at Kensington, to John and Alicia Macon, and to Katie Eachus and Liz Fisher. Last but not least, my thanks go to my family, without whose love and support I could not write these novels. England, 2014. Chapter 1. The Elizabeth, somewhere in the English Channel. November in the year of our Lord, 1783. As he lay in his hammock, the young man dreamed he was back on the island. In the black of a jungle night, the drums began. Low and throbbing, they drowned out the sound of his heartbeat. The rhythm was slow and steady at first, like the relentless turn of a rack wheel. Each beat was a footstep in the darkness, each pause a breath held fast. In his mind's eye he saw himself and the rest of the party make their way toward the sound, slashing through the thick stems and waxy leaves as the beat grew louder and louder. Reaching the clearing, they saw them. A circle of negroes, and at their centre a man gyrating madly, his head ablaze with bird plumes, dancing around a fire. In his hand he grasped a long bone at its heft, shaking it as he pranced wildly in the ring. The victim, little more than a child, was brought to him struggling, flanked on either side by men. They held him in the centre of the circle, his cries for mercy drowned out by the sound of the drums. The onlookers were shouting, cheering on the priest, as he whirled round like a demented dog. From time to time he would take a pipe made from hollowed-out sugar-cane and blow a cloud of powder into the face of his victim. The drum beats gathered momentum, and the cries and caterwauls grew louder. Someone in the crowd handed the magic man a skull. It looked like a human's. It was lined and filled with some sort of potion. To a great roar he thrust it up to the victim's lips, forcing him to drink the contents. Seconds later the hapless boy was being whirled round rapidly like a spinning top, until he finally lost his senses and fell to the ground, clutching his belly in agony. As the victim writhed in the dirt, the sorcerer also began to judder violently. While the youth's body convulsed and shuddered, the magic man mirrored his actions as if the very ground beneath him were quaking. Then, when the boy's juddering lessened, so too did the priest's, until he stopped as suddenly as he had started. The crowd was hushed, and watched as he examined the motionless victim until, with a triumphant whoop, he raised his arms aloft and pronounced him dead. In his hammock, the young man, his dark brows knitted across his forehead, sat upright. His heart was pounding as violently as the jungle drums, and his hands were clammy with fear. He looked down at the skeletal frame he hardly recognized as his own. He was safe on board the ship. Glancing to his left, he made out a circle of inky sky that was visible through the porthole. Dark clouds scudded across the moon, making the stars blink. He shivered with cold, but sighed with relief. It was the finest cold that had ever pricked his skin. It was English cold, and after the steaming jungles of the West Indies it felt as sweet and as thrilling as the touch of a maiden. There had been 3 of them on the expedition. It had been their mission to gather specimens of flora and fauna of potential interest to the medical fraternity. Dr. Frederick Welton, his assistant, Dr. John Perrick, and himself, Matthew Bartlett, were accompanied by 10 porters and a guide. Battling through swamps and under endless attack from vicious mosquitoes, it had taken them 2 days to reach the Maroon encampment. Their reception was hostile at first. Indeed, they had feared for their lives, but after much negotiation, they had managed to convince the priest, or obeah man, and the rest of the elders that they meant no harm, that they were not spies. They were there to observe and learn. In return they gave them clothes and trinkets, beads and mirrors. Through smiles and slow gestures the initial suspicion turned to mutual respect. They were fed and watered, and in exchange the doctors were able to use iodine or sundry physic to treat some minor infections that native medicine had not been able to ease. Indeed, Dr. Welton managed to win the Negro's confidence to such an extent that the priest allowed his Mayol men to show them how they treated various ailments with bark and sap from the plants of the forest. Even though several days had passed since they set sail for England, the fear of what he had seen lingered. In his nightmares, Matthew Bartlett relived his experience during his time in Jamaica 1,000 times. The memories would stay with him forever. He dreaded closing his eyes for fear of seeing the horror replayed once more. This time he remembered seeing the child lifted into a nearby hut, an open-sided shelter made of cut palm leaves, and laid on a reed mat. The women, there were 4 of them as he recalled, sat by the dead boy. They murmured low chants throughout the night, calling upon the spirits of their ancestors to help him. At sunrise the following morning, the whole of the village was summoned by the blowing of a conch shell to watch once more. The boy's body was placed in the circle, and the men began dancing around it, their feet stamping in time to the drumbeat. The mad priest's throaty bawl began again, and so, too, did his dance, punctuated by obscene gestures and a frantic scrabbling around in the dirt. After what must have been an hour at least, someone handed him a bunch of herbs. The leaves were large and flat, and he called for the boy's lips to be opened. Standing over the corpse, he squeezed some juice into the child's open mouth and anointed his eyes and stained his fingertips. All the while the men sang and chanted around him in a circle. It did not happen quickly. Another hour, maybe 2, elapsed until it came to pass, and when it did, the crowd watched in stunned silence as, slowly, the boy's eyes opened. Another few moments and his fingers moved, then his toes, until finally the priest took his hand and he rose from his reed mat. The youth had been raised from the dead by the magic man. "Like Lazarus," muttered Dr. Perrick, his eyes wide in awe. "Fascinating," said Dr. Welton, looking up from his journal. He was recording everything he saw in detail, his pencil moving furiously across the page. Turning to the young man at his side, he asked, "Mr. Bartlett, you have a sketch of this remarkable plant?" Matthew Bartlett recalled, nodding. He was a botanical artist, and for the past 2 days had been making detailed sketches of all the various plants that the Obeah men used in their medicine that appeared particularly efficacious in the treatment of native disorders and ailments. But this plant, the plant used by the sorcerer to raise the youth from the dead, was special, unique. It was the real reason for their mission. Dr. Welton had been allowed to examine the victim the next time the ritual was performed, this occasion on a woman. He was able to confirm that there was no pulse, no breath, no heartbeat, that she was medically dead. And yet the following day she had been revived. She had stood up and walked, but there was something strange in the way she moved. He was allowed to check her vital signs once more, and in her eyes he saw a faraway look. When he had inquired of the Obeah man whether she could speak, the priest smiled and shook his head. Pointing to his own head, he told the doctor that the woman's mind had been altered so that she would now obey her husband. Apparently her sin had been that of idleness. From now on, the Obeah man assured Dr. Welton, she would do whatever her husband told her, without question. Now, easing himself up on his elbows, the young artist shook the memory from his head. He needed to reassure himself that the expedition was over, that he and Dr. Welton and Dr. Perrick and the others were safe once more. But then reality hit him like a round of shot, and he recalled that the doctors were not with him on the return voyage. Their legacy was on his shoulders. Everything they had seen and heard, learned and discovered in those few momentous weeks in Jamaica now rested with him. He surveyed the deck. They were still there, the precious treasures. More than 200 plants, insects, reptiles, and small mammals had been collected and stored in a variety of pots, jars, barrels, and crates. Of all of the plants, however, the branched callaloo bush, the Lazarus herb, as Dr. Welton dubbed it after Dr. Perrick's remark, was most prized. Hundreds of cuttings had been taken and bedded in pots that were regularly watered. The Elizabeth's captain, a Scotsman by the name of McCoy, had even vacated his cabin for the containers so that the tender shoots would receive the correct amount of sunlight. Yet just as the bloody flux had wreaked havoc among the sailors on the outward voyage, so too did pestilence and flies and salty sea spray cause the plants to wither and die. Finding himself in sole charge of the cuttings, the young man had tried his best to nurture them, protecting them from intense heat when the mercury rose, or fixing them down in the storms. Yet, despite his efforts, out of the scores of plant specimens, only a few survived. Yet, as important as the plants were, the real prize was Dr. Welton's journal, containing the formula for the extraordinary narcotic, and that was safe. Of that he could be sure. He patted the leather satchel, emblazoned with the crest of the Royal Society, that lay next to him in the hammock, containing his sketchbook and pencils. The Elizabeth must now be in the Channel, he reassured himself. A few more hours and she would dock in London. The thought of treading on dry land brought a smile to the face of a young man who had had very little to smile about for the past 3 months. He settled back in his hammock, the very hammock that could so easily have become his shroud. Too often on the voyage they had wrapped a seaman's corpse in his own rectangle of canvas, pierced his nose with a darning needle to make sure he was dead, then with a few glib words had lowered him over the side. Why he had been spared the ravages of disease he did not know. Mercifully, the flux had not returned with them. Yellow fever, too, had wrought havoc among the white men on the island, but had chosen to stay ashore. The seamen who died on the homeward journey had been taken by other ills or accidents. The drumbeats in his nightmare soon turned into the jangle of the spars as they flayed the ship's masts frantically in the prevailing westerly. They were rising and falling in the swell, cresting waves with ease in the lee of the land. The salt tang of the spray filled his mouth and nostrils, and up above he heard a lone gull cry. Closing his eyes, he felt the rhythm of the water rock him like a babe in his hammock, and he willed the wind to strengthen, the quicker to blow them ashore, the quicker to dispel his lingering terror and further his purpose. Chapter 2. The ninth men were assembled at the operating theatre at the Anatomy School in London's Brewer Street. Before the sheet was pulled back, they had gathered round the table. The soles of their shoes rasped across the sand scattered on the floor to soak up the blood and other bodily fluids. The large window in the roof allowed the light to flood in, bathing the covered corpse in a bright halo. The men set their features appropriately, nonchalant, yet sufficiently sombre, as befitted the occasion. All of them had seen more corpses than a plague pit in an epidemic. They were hardened, self-assured. Somewhere in the cavernous room a fly buzzed, its high-pitched drone a minor irritation that chaffed at the composure of the moment. The men were all there at the invitation of Mr. Hubert Izard, an eminent figure of the chirurgical establishment with a stature that matched his lofty ambition. Those minded to be cruel, and there were many, said he had the face of a prize-fighter. His nose had been broken when he was young, and it was flattened and skewed to the left. At Izard's sign, the beadle whipped away a cloth with all the flourish of a fairground conjurer, to reveal the face that lay beneath on the table. The spectacle solicited the desired effect. In an instant the men's expressions changed. Gone was the blasé air, the quiet cynicism, and in its place veneration. Like shepherds round the holy manger, they stared at the woman, full of amazement. Dr. Thomas Silkstone, a Philadelphian anatomist and surgeon, was among them. He had no particular regard for the men around him. He had even crossed swords, or rather scalpels, with some of them, and his dealings with others in the medical profession left a bitter taste in his mouth. Most of the practitioners were old enough to be his grandfather. Most were set in their ways, convinced that blood-letting was a cure-all, and that the possession of healthy bowels was the key to longevity. He, on the other hand, had different ideas, and found his respect for his fellow anatomists and surgeons regularly tested. This, he feared, would be another such occasion. After a moment's awe-filled silence, one of the surgeons standing next to Mr. Izard managed to express the thoughts of the others. "But how did you lay your hands on such a one?" he asked in wonderment. Izzard's large mouth widened into a smirk. "Apparently the blacks are more prone to chills. They come to our inclement clime from the plantations, take cold and fever and die," he informed them, adding cheerfully, "Their great misfortune is our gain, gentlemen." A ripple of polite amusement circulated around the room like a gentle breeze. The anatomist's eyes dwelt on the woman, and he touched her head lightly, almost reverentially. "Is she not magnificent?" he said, in a hushed tone, neither expecting nor receiving a reply. The woman's beauty was beyond question. There was a Madonna-like serenity in her attitude, thought Thomas. She was clearly of African origin, her skin black as ebony and her features fulsome yet angular. Her hair was cropped close against her skull, and her lips were slightly parted so that she gave the appearance of being merely asleep. Indeed, several of those gathered did secretly think that she might open her eyelids at any moment, so uncorrupted and perfect did she appear. "But wait! There is more!" Mr. Izzard raised up a long finger in the air, and again the beadle rushed forward. With even greater theatrical flair he pulled back the sheet that covered the woman's torso. A collective gasp arose. She had been pregnant, and her belly was as rounded as a whale. Glistening in the sunlight thanks to an application of teak oil, the sacred mound encasing an infant drew admiration from every quarter. "Full term, gentlemen," announced Izzard over the din. The anatomists quietened down to listen. "She was fully dilated." Walking over to a nearby table, he pointed to a large leather-bound atlas. "You will all be familiar with the late lamented Dr. William Hunter's epic work, The Gravid Uterus," he said in a reverential tone. A murmur of acknowledgment rippled around the theatre. "And I know that a few of our older brethren will have witnessed Monsieur Denouet's most extraordinary waxwork of a woman who died in labour with the child's head pushing through the cervix." One or two more senior members nodded. "But I aim to venture even further into the field of obstetrics, and I can guarantee that you have not seen anything of this quality, and this—" he fumbled for a word, "this freshness." Heads were shaken in agreement. "What I propose to do today, gentlemen, is to dissect the abdomen, but initially leave the uterus intact," he announced. There was a chorus of approval. Izzard, confident he had his audience enthralled, strolled back to the operating table with the air of a man on a Sunday promenade. The corpse now lay fully exposed. Thomas felt uncomfortable, not because of the public dissection that was about to take place, but because of the nature of the cadaver. Corpses were so rarely available these days that the motley specimens that made their way into the theatre were very often on the turn. It was usually obvious, too, how they had met their end, from some fatal injury or debilitating disease. It was also usually obvious that they had been interred for several days before being landed on the dissecting table, courtesy of unscrupulous grave robbers. Thomas had even been offered bodies where the sack-em-up men had not even bothered to clean the soil from their skin. The cadavers were either very young or very old. Pregnant women were a rarity, and, by the very nature of their circumstance, often very poor and always alone. Edging his way toward the corpse, and seeing his fellow anatomist's attention taken by Mr. Izzard, Thomas studied the body more closely. It was then that he saw it, a raised silver scar on the top of the left breast, in the shape of two letters, possibly a B and a C, although tissue had grown around it, making it harder to decipher. He put out a hand to touch the woman's skin. It was cold, but not as cold as one might expect. He pushed the flesh lightly with the tips of his fingers. There was still a telltale elasticity in it that deepened his concern. It was also clear from the way her arm rested on the table that rigor mortis had not yet set in. Quickly he felt her fingers for signs of stiffening. They were still malleable. He estimated she had not been dead 3 hours. "Ah, Dr. Silkstone," called Izzard. All eyes turned on Thomas. "I see you cannot wait to get your hands on my corpse," he said with a laugh. Thomas, Embarrassed that his surreptitious prodding had been uncovered, gave a polite bow. "It is indeed a magnificent specimen, sir," he replied. His heart was beating fast, but he knew he had to make his point. "You obviously have a new supplier, sir," he said with an assurance that belied his nervousness. The smile that had been hovering around Izzard's lips all morning suddenly disappeared. He pulled back his shoulders in shock. "A new and most discreet supplier, sir," he retorted, obviously insulted by Thomas's insinuation. "I expect they drive a hard bargain," he persisted. The colour rose in Izzard's cheeks. "I pay a good price, but," he said, looking around him at his peers for support, "I believe it is entirely worth it." Some of the others in the room shouted, "Hear, hear!" A few glared at Thomas, dismayed that anyone, especially a youngster from the colonies, would dare to question the great Hubert Izzard. The disapproving gathering parted as Izzard made his way toward the young anatomist, who remained near the dissecting table. On another small table at the side, an array of surgical instruments was laid out on an oiled cloth. Izzard gazed upon them and then picked out a scalpel. Walking up to Thomas, he presented him with a sharp blade. "In that case, Dr. Silkstone," he said with a smile, tight as a tourniquet, "I am sure you would be honoured to make the first cut." Thomas could not leave the stifling atmosphere of the operating theatre soon enough. Usually his eagerness to quit such a place was caused by the sickly sweet smell of corruption as the dead flesh started to putrefy. But the Negro woman's corpse he had just been compelled to dissect was far too new for that. Had the outside temperature not been so cold, he would have taken off his shoes and shaken the sand from them as he departed Hubert Izzard's anatomy school. Ridding himself of the company he could not abide, Thomas took a lungful of air. The late afternoon grew colder, breathing him in his own breath as he walked. He plunged his hands into his pockets and quickened his pace. Past a chestnut cellar he went, where 3 or 4 unfortunates huddled simply to keep warm, the brazier glowing red like a beacon in the street. Some shopkeepers were already locking up for the day. A peascod hawker cried forlornly, her breath catching on the icy chill. Thomas was just passing a coffee-house, its pungent aroma wafting from its open door, when a man appeared. In his hand he held a large poster, and he started hammering it onto a notice-board outside. Stopping a few feet away, the doctor registered that a reward was being offered for the return of a runaway slave. His thoughts flashed to the dead Negro woman and the brand on her breast. If, as he suspected, she was enslaved, then her baby would have been born the property of another. Little wonder that pregnant slave women so often resorted to drinking concoctions that forced their menstrua and aborted their unborns. Rather that than let their children enter the world bound to white masters. He paused for a moment, still gazing at the poster and trying to recall the words of Rousseau, the French philosopher, "Man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains." Even he, that very afternoon, had been forced by convention into carrying out a post-mortem that he found distasteful, and yet he had felt bound to do so. His profession demanded it. He turned away from the poster and shook his head before continuing on his way back home to Holland Street. So preoccupied had he been that he did not notice a young man slipping into the back entrance of the anatomy school. He was pushing a hand cart with a load covered in sacking. There was no reason to mark him out as being anything other than an ordinary lackey running an errand, save for one thing. Anyone who drew near could clearly have seen a black toe sticking out from beneath the hessian. Chapter 3. The Negro girl picked her way through the dank streets toward the river. It was the end of a day that had not seen light, and the lamps had been lit a while. With a shawl covering her head, she threaded in and out of alleys and under arches as easily as black silk through cotton. Her eyes were kept to the ground, not so much as to sidestep the slushy ruts or frozen pools of waste, but to avoid eye contact. She had no wish to be noticed, no desire to be singled out. A sudden squall blew up as she ventured down one of the side streets off the Strand. It sent the trade signs creaking on their hinges. The few citizens who were abroad hurried to shelter in shop doorways from the sudden icy rain. The street women on the corners feared they were in for a lean night, a night when the sleet would douse all but the most fervent ardour. Still the girl carried on, all the while clutching a small drawstring bag under her shawl. It was almost 9 o'clock when she reached the tavern near the waterside. The window panes were frosted over, but she could see the warm glow of lanterns from within. It was as cold a November as anyone could remember, and it was not yet the time Christian men called Advent. Even she, who'd only heard stories of English winters from the older household slaves, knew that this weather was out of the ordinary. She paused for a moment, nervously fingering the silver collar about her neck, while listening to the music coming from inside the tavern. There were voices raised in a sad song, an old lament from the plantations. A lone baritone made a sound as rich as hot chocolate. He was answered by a chorus of notes as sweet as sugar-cane itself. The girl smiled, not through happiness or nostalgia, but to reaffirm her resolve. She patted the bag, and as soon as the voices had died down and given way to applause, she entered the inn. The place was full of her own kind. Gold Coast Negroes, Coromantes, sold to the white traders by the Ashanti at the great slave market at Mansu. They were the best sort, the noblest, prized above others for their superior physique and courage. These were the men and women who had been wrenched away from their African homeland and doomed to a life in chains. Under their thick frock coats or their shifts, most of them still carried the scars of the lashes or the marks where the manacles cut their flesh. Some still walked with a stoop of slaves kept in a yoke so long that their spines bowed. On benches and pews they sat around tables drinking rum and ale and listening to the songs. Tobacco smoke curled in the air, tobacco from the very plants that profited their white masters. A parrot, its feathers red and gold and blue, perched on one man's shoulder as a girl fed it scraps, and there was a man sporting a hat modelled on a ship. These were the fortunate ones, the ones who had bought their own freedom or fought for King George against America in the war and been given passage to London to forge new lives for themselves. They could not learn a trade. A Lord Mayor's edict had put paid to that 50 years before, but at least those present had all broken their slave bonds. She could join them. She could run away. But not tonight. In this strange country that was colder than stone, slavery was not permitted. All Englishmen were free, and yet because she was only staying a short while, she still had to wear her collar. Her master regarded her as little more than a trinket, and certainly of less value than his thoroughbred horse. So for now she would content herself with slipping out of his mansion after dark, unseen. Amid the cheering that night as the singers returned to their seats, nobody noticed the girl. No one apart from the landlord at the pump, a mulatto, a large hoop piercing his earlobe and a gold front tooth in his mouth. She caught his eye, and, with a wordless greeting, he gestured her to a low door at the back of the bar. She felt a flutter in her stomach when it opened, as if a trapped bird was stirring inside her. The room was dimly lit, with a single lantern dangling from the ceiling. The shutters were closed, and the smell was earthy and damp. In the darkness she could make out bunches of dried herbs hanging from the beams. She narrowed her eyes and shivered, not with cold, but fear. There were other objects, too. What looked like a snake was draped around a rafter, and something round and white, a small skull, perhaps, sat next to it. On one wall there were shelves, crammed with an assortment of oddities, lumps of coral, twisted animal horns, and jars of teeth. From over in one corner came an odd cackling sound, then a sudden flurry. Startled, she let out a faint cry as her eyes followed the movement. In the darkness she could make out 2 white cockerels pecking among the rushes on the floor. An old man sat at a table in the centre of the room, his head bowed. Around his bony shoulders he wore a goatskin, and a necklace of sharp teeth hung from his neck. His hair was grizzled and grey as pumice stone, but when he lifted his gaze a faint yelp escaped from her lips. Even in the half-light she could make out his twisted features. She had heard this Obeah man was hideous, that his face looked as though it had been mauled by a lion, but still she could not hide her shock. One of his eyes was completely closed, and where his nose should have been there was a small hole, encrusted with pus. She had seen men like him before, blighted by the yaws. The disease had eaten into his flesh. He would have been banished from the plantation so that he could not infect the other slaves. He lifted his hand. She noticed it was crabbed, and gestured to the chair in front of him. A strange grunt issued from his mouth. Part of his lips had been eaten away too, so that the black stumps of his teeth showed. He seemed unable to form words properly, as if the disease had eaten into his soft palate, making his tongue flap loosely in his mouth. Taking a piece of flint and a spill, he lit a candle in front of him. It cast a sickly light across the table. The girl sat down, but kept her eyes away from his face. They darted up to the rafters, or along the shelves, anywhere, but on the old man's grotesque features. Sensing her unease, he sought to allay her fears. He knew he was a hideous sight. For many years now he had been reviled. In his makeshift hut on the edge of the cane fields he had managed as best he could, fending for himself, grubbing for worms in the red earth, living on plantains and coconuts. Even the fierce Maroons who dwelt in the mountains and raided the plantations, carrying off women and livestock, had left him alone. They feared he would bring misfortune on them. He would have died alone in the humid heat, his own flesh becoming food for the leeches and mosquitoes, had not the great snake god, Ob, looked kindly upon him. One day news came that he had been sold, along with all the other slaves on the estate, and he was eventually given his freedom. In London, just as in Jamaica, he was forced to hide himself away. But his power had not faded with the strength of the sun. It may be cold and grey and damp in the white man's land, but his special gifts had not deserted him. The expressions of horror that his disfigured face prompted were the same too, but he took no pleasure in frightening the young and vulnerable. "You want?" he asked her, lifting up the bottle of rum from the table. There were 2 cups next to it. He filled one and pushed it toward her, but she shook her head. "Have enough here," he said in a hoarse whisper. If he had been able to smile, he would have done so, but he could not, relying on his red-rimmed eye to reassure the girl. He guessed she was no more than 14 full suns old, and she was as nervous as a bride. They always were, those who sought him out. He downed his rum in one. "You come for Obia?" he asked, his eye resting on the collar around her neck that bore her slave name, Fibber. Still unable to bring herself to look at the man's face, the girl nodded. "Yes," she replied, twisting her shawl between her fingers. "Who has wronged you, child? Your mother?" "My mother," she hissed, a look of contempt tugging the corners of her mouth. She shifted on her chair and straightened her back. As she did so, a silver scar above her right breast glinted like a fish in the candlelight. He could make out the letters of a white man's brand, S.C. "What she do? She hurt you?" They always did, he thought to himself. In England most Africans were no longer slaves in name, but many were treated as if they were still in shackles. Slowly the girl turned, as if steeling herself to look at him, her eyes lifted to meet his. "She killed my child?" The Obia man nodded sagely, as if he already knew what pained her. "She beat it out your womb?" The girl's gaze was steady now, and he saw her eyes were weeping like juice from fresh-cut cane. "She was mad at me, and threw a jug, and I fell down the stairs." Her breath jutted into a sob. "That night I was taken bad, and the baby came away." The Obia man paused a moment. It was a story he had heard before. "It was your master's child?" She nodded, feeling the blood rushing to her face. The Obia man understood. Not a month went by without he had a visit from a girl with a similar sad tale to tell. They all overcame their revulsion of him as their stories unfolded. He tapped the table with his wizened hand. "You got money?" His tone seemed to bring her back from her dark place. "Yes, yes," she replied. Delving into her apron pocket, she brought out 2 sixpences she had stolen, together with the drawstring bag. The Obia man swooped on the coins like an eagle and scooped them across the table and into a drawer. Satisfied he could do business with the girl, he poured rum into the other glass. This time she did not refuse it, but drank it in one gulp. Leaning back in his chair, he watched her cough and splutter for a moment before eyeing the bag. It was made of sacking and was the width of a man's foot. He lifted a gnarled finger and pointed at it.
"You're Ovia?"
She stretched the neck of the bag and put her hand inside. First she brought out a small square of paper and unfolded it to reveal 3 or 4 fingernail clippings. The Obeah man inspected them, lightly touching the half-moon fragments with his own grubby stumps.
"Good,"
he said, but it was the next object that seemed to lift his wizened face. From the bag the girl pulled out a length of kersey, a coarse woolen band of cloth stained dark brown with blood. Slowly she pushed it across the table, and the Obeah man gave her a knowing look as he opened out the folds.
"You have done well,"
he nodded. The girl turned her head away, unable to look at the bloodied rag. The man folded the linen but laid his hand upon it.
"So you want it quick or slow?"
he asked. His words were rasping, as if his mouth were full of ashes, but he spoke with all the confidence of a priest. She, however, was unable to answer. Her voice had deserted her, choked by her tears. Her hands flew up to her face, and her shoulders heaved in sobs. The Obeah man drew the cloth closer and nodded.
"Either way," he told her, "your missa, be dead for winter, is out."
Chapter 4. Thomas felt a mounting sense of excitement as his carriage swept into the great courtyard at Somerset House. It was an emotion that he rarely experienced. By nature he was a calm and reasoned man, not prone to mood swings. He liked to think that he handled the blows that life dealt him in a logical and ordered way, and that if fortune smiled on him, he would be equally sanguine. Indeed, it seemed that after several months of hardship, Providence might be a little more inclined to favour him. The great fog that had covered the eastern half of the country over the summer had loosened its grip. The foul air had, however, been replaced by icy blasts that could prove almost as deadly to the poor and those of a weak constitution. His mentor, Dr. William Carruthers, had returned to rude health after a nasty bout of bronchitis brought on by the noxious haze, and then there was Lydia. Despite their enforced separation, they remained in touch. Lady Lydia Farrell wrote to him twice a week, detailing her routine with her new-found young son. The child had been rescued from a terrible fate and found to have a crippled arm, yet under Thomas's supervision his muscles had strengthened and now seemed fully restored. At Boughton Hall, the Cricks' country seat in Oxfordshire, each day brought a new discovery or achievement. "Richard tied a bow today," or "Richard went riding," Lydia would write. Her mother's pride was evident in every phrase. There were words for him, of course. She told him she loved him and missed him, and her sweetness buoyed his spirits, but they were poor compensation for her absence. By making Lydia's son a ward of court, the law had forbidden their longed-for marriage on the grounds that Thomas, as an American citizen, was a foreign enemy. His countrymen had triumphed in the Revolutionary War, and hostilities had long ceased, but until the Treaty of Paris was ratified, he would technically remain so. Never one to wallow in his own misfortune, however, Thomas Silkstone had thrown himself into his work, teaching anatomy to eager students and operating on patients for whom surgery was the very last resort. All the while, however, he had been anticipating a call, a summons that would give his career a new impetus and his intellect a new challenge. That call had come the day before yesterday from the lips of one of the most revered living scientists and adventurers, Sir Joseph Banks. The great man who had accompanied Captain Cook on his famous voyages to the Pacific Ocean was now president of the Royal Society. The aim of the august body was to push the limits of scientific knowledge, and last year they had funded an expedition to the West Indies. Its aim was to collect flora and fauna and to catalogue it. There would undoubtedly be some specimens that would have medicinal uses. Tragically, the expedition's leader, Dr. Frederick Welton, had been struck down by yellow fever, and died 2 days before his ship, the Elizabeth, set sail for England. The expedition's second-in-command, Dr. John Perrick, had succumbed the following day. Of the original scientific team of 3, only the botanical artist, Matthew Bartlett, remained alive. In the absence of any senior scientists to continue the team's important work, The Royal Society needed to enlist the expertise of someone knowledgeable and reliable, someone who would work diligently and without conceit, someone committed and well-respected. There were many who put their names forward. After all, the work carried with it a generous fee, not to mention the prestige and a possible membership, subject to the usual terms, of the Royal Society itself. It was Sir Joseph himself who put forward Thomas's name, and that is how the young American anatomist, surgeon, physician, and pioneer in the field of science came to be alighting from a rather grand carriage, helped down by a liveried footman and escorted by a clerk, into the inner sanctum of the Royal Society. The room, vast and wood-panelled, smelled of linseed oil. On its walls hung portraits of the great and the good, members of the Royal Society both alive and dead. Newton, Herschel, Pepys, and Sloane glared down at the young American from their gilded frames. Thomas noted there was no likeness of Benjamin Franklin, who had demonstrated the electrical nature of lightning using a kite and key some 30 years before. Perhaps, he considered, the Society felt it impolitic at this delicate time before the ratification of the Treaty of Paris to include a portrait of a former enemy. Sir Joseph sat alone behind a large desk. He rose when Thomas was ushered in. Tall, trim, and wigless, he exuded an air of calm authority. He held out a hand. Thomas shook it. The two men looked each other in the eye. The handshake was firm.
"I have heard good reports about you, Silkstone," said Sir Thomas, motioning Thomas to a chair. "Sir Tobias Charlesworth and Sir Peregrine Crisp both spoke highly of you. God rest their souls."
There was a brief pause as both men acknowledged that Thomas's supporters had been taken in untimely ways. "I am most grateful for their confidence in me, sir," replied the young doctor. He was feeling slightly less anxious, but nonetheless he remained on edge. As Thomas sat down, Sir Joseph walked over to a window where a large globe stood on a stand. He spun it playfully.
"The world is a vast place, Silkstone," he mused, "and it is growing with every expedition on which we embark."
"Thanks to men such as yourself, sir," replied Thomas quickly, only to cringe immediately at his own sycophancy. Sir Joseph brushed his remark aside with a smile.
"I have been fortunate,"
he said, gazing out of the window and onto the River Thames.
"There are many who have sacrificed their lives in the pursuit of knowledge, good men of great intellect and determination," he said.
He switched his gaze to Thomas.
"Men such as yourself, Silkstone."
The young doctor shifted in his chair, uncomfortable with such praise, but before he could reply, Sir Joseph continued.
"I'll be plain with you. There were those in the Society who were a little reluctant to employ an American in the light of recent,
he searched for an appropriate word,
circumstances. However, I don't hold with such stuff and nonsense. Knowledge needs to be shared. It has no borders or boundaries, no politics or prejudice. And we need the best men. That is why I have decided—"
He paused briefly to correct himself.
"The Royal Society has decided to ask you, Dr. Silkstone, to take charge of cataloguing the manifest of the West Indies expedition."
Thomas had unconsciously been holding his breath as he listened to Sir Joseph. Now he breathed deeply with relief, and his face broke into a smile. "You honour me, sir."
"It was not easy, mind," Sir Joseph wagged his finger. "The applicants were falling over themselves for the post, but I believe you show such promise."
He nodded his head as if to reassure himself as much as Thomas that he had made the right decision, before he went on.
"There are many great discoveries to be made," he said. "The expedition's collections will no doubt contain treasures beyond compare. New flora, new fauna, new cures, new treatments."
Thomas pictured the array of exotic specimens in his mind's eye, as the Elizabeth breasted the waves on her homeward voyage, a sort of Noah's Ark of all the weird and wonderful creations that the Lord had bestowed upon the islands of the Caribbean Sea. It would be his task to classify them all, from the tiniest seed to the tallest tree fern, from the humblest insect to the most magnificent reptile. He was well aware that Sir Joseph and the late botanist Daniel Solander had invented a new method of plant classification while on the Endeavour expedition with Captain Cook. The learning curve would not merely be steep, but strewn with many unexpected hazards. There would be unavoidable errors, misidentifications, and false dawns. His face betrayed his anxiety at the enormity of the venture.
"I see you have doubts, Dr. Silkstone,"
remarked Sir Joseph, settling back behind his desk.
Thomas found himself fumbling awkwardly. "I am sure your trust in me will not be misplaced, sir."
Sir Joseph's dark brows dipped slightly.
"Your humility is a good thing. I cannot abide arrogance in a man, but you are right to feel burdened by the weight we are placing on your shoulders."
Thomas frowned. He anticipated there was more. Sir Joseph's lips curled into a smile.
"Have no fear, Silkstone. I have arranged assistance."
A look of puzzlement slid across Thomas's face.
"Mr. Bartlett will be helping you," continued the great man. "He is the excellent botanical artist who accompanied the expedition. I trained him personally in the new method of classification. He will be invaluable to you."
Thomas nodded. "I am most grateful to you, sir."
"It is Mr. Bartlett who is deserving of your gratitude," came the reply. "He has endured great torments in the name of science. In the last dispatch I had from Dr. Welton before he died, he informed me they spent an uncomfortable few days in the company of the Maroons."
Thomas was unfamiliar with the term. He frowned.
"Runaway slaves," explained Sir Joseph. "At one point the expedition members feared for their lives. However, by some means they managed to befriend the natives and, I believe, became privy to some of their cures. The Maroons even assisted them in their collection. As a result, almost 200 specimens were gathered."
He was nodding enthusiastically as he spoke.
"Welton instructed Bartlett in how they should be drawn, and which parts were to be depicted. He knew it was imperative to capture the plants' forms while they were still fresh, so Bartlett made brief outline drawings, colouring specific areas so they could be finished later."
Sir Joseph's long fingers held an imaginary paintbrush which he flourished in the air. Thomas recalled the botanical drawings of Sidney Parkinson from the Endeavour. He had fallen prey to the bloody flux on the return voyage, but his superbly detailed sketches were as brilliant in their execution as Leonardo's anatomical images. He managed a nervous smile across the desk.
"Then, sir, I accept your gracious commission,"
Thomas replied. Sir Joseph leaned forward, slapping the palms of both his hands on the desk.
"I know you will not disappoint, Silkstone."
Thomas gave an elegant nod. "And when does the Elizabeth arrive?"
"She was spotted 5 days ago off the Lizard, so by the latest accounts she shall be here on tomorrow's afternoon tide."
The young doctor had not expected such an early arrival. There was so much to do to prepare to take delivery of the hundreds of specimens, but as if Sir Joseph had read his mind, he interjected,
"I have arranged for the storage of the items at Kew, so that you can work on them in batches in your own premises."
Thomas felt immense relief. "I am most grateful, sir," he replied as Sir Joseph rose.
"I know you are the man for the job, Silkstone," he said,
extending his hand.
"I have great faith in you. Play your cards right and you will go far."
Thomas smiled, broadly this time, as he shook the great man's hand. "I will not disappoint, Sir Joseph." Chapter 5. Mistress Cordelia Carfax shivered and gathered her silk shawl about her shoulders. The fire was lit, but the heat that emanated did little to warm the air of her fashionable London drawing-room. She could not decide which she loathed more, the languid Jamaican humidity or the insidious English cold. A small, short-haired dog lay sprawled in front of the hearth, toasting its back. As soon as she reached for the bell, the animal sprang up and leapt onto her knee in a single bound, looking into her face with large brown eyes. She smiled. It was not something she did often. Whereas most women of her age bore the marks of expression at the corner of their lids, her temples were perfectly smooth. It was the space between her eyes that was furrowed with 2 parallel frown lines so deep that they were clearly planted by hatred and contempt. These lines creased a skin that was almost unnaturally pale. It was certainly very white for a woman who had spent the last 30 years of her life on a sugar plantation 10 miles inland from Kingston. It was not that she painted her face with lead, as was the fashion, but that she steadfastly refused to allow the sun to touch her face, a slave shading her with a parasol every time she ventured outdoors. Any shows of affection Mistress Carfax did display were usually reserved for her pedigree pug. In the absence of children, the dog was a substitute. She patted the creature's head lovingly.
"Hello, Fino, my dear, sweet Fino."
Fibber, who came rushing to answer the bell, received no such welcome. Her sullen-faced mistress pointed to the fire as it blazed brightly.
"More coal, more logs, anything," she ordered. "I shall freeze to death before this winter's out."
Fibber bobbed a curtsy and, looking slightly bemused, hurried over to the grate. Picking up the poker, she prodded the embers. They flared for a moment, then settled back into their steady blaze.
"More coal!"
cried Mistress Carfax, only this time louder. The dog, sensing its mistress's anger, jumped off her lap and sat at her feet. The slave reached for the fire tongs and, opening them wide, grasped a large lump of coal from the scuttle. Quickly she dropped it onto the flames, followed by another black nugget and another. All the time she was being watched by her mistress, who was drumming her fingers impatiently on the arm of her chair. The flames were now leaping higher, and the room grew brighter with the intense white light. But still Mistress Carfax was not content.
"More!"
This time she screamed, and in her frustration she reached out and grabbed the poker, bringing it down with a crack on the slave's back. Taken by surprise, the girl was knocked off balance. Stumbling, she let out a yelp. Mistress Carfax jumped up from her seat, still clutching the poker, and hurried over to where she lay crumpled in a heap by the hearth. As she did so, there was a loud hiss from the grate and a starburst of sparks. A shard of coal whizzed through the air like a bullet and pierced her voluminous skirts. In an instant the smell of scorched silk filled the room, and looking down, Mistress Carfax saw that her hem was on fire. She screamed and flung the poker to the floor. The pug began to bark.
"Fire! Fire!"
she cried, rushing away from the hearth, but the flames pursued her. She flapped her shawl in the air like a crazed bird and whirled round as if she was dancing, knocking a china vase to the ground as she did so. Hearing the commotion, another slave arrived on the scene and, thinking hastily, decanted an arrangement of evergreens and threw the remaining water over her mistress's skirt. The silk made a noise like retreating snakes, and the flames disappeared in a puff of acrid smoke.
"You all right, missa?"
inquired the slave who had put out the fire. Mistress Carfax, leaning against a high-backed chair, composed herself. She wiped her forehead with the back of her hand.
Yes, patience," she replied breathlessly.
Then, looking down to inspect her damaged skirts, she added,
"Although I will need to change my gown."
She eyed the brown circle of scorched silk, then lifted her gaze across the room to where Fibber remained crouching, terrified by the hearth.
"This is your doing,"
she snarled, spittle flecking her lips. The girl shook her head, her eyes wide with fear.
"I could have been killed, and 'tis your fault. I shall see to it that you are punished soundly. Now get up."
The girl began to whimper softly.
"Get up, I say,"
shouted Mistress Carfax. This time the slave did as she was told. Her back still burned from the crack of the poker, and she rose slowly, wiping the tears away from her cheeks. As she did so, her own features loosened so that her pained expression disappeared. Her mistress must not see her anguish, nor delight in her humiliation. It was time for her obeah to give her a secret strength. As she drew herself to her full, yet still diminutive height, the light from the fire that now burned more brightly than ever caught the scar on her right breast and flashed silver. Chapter 6. Lady Lydia Farrell sat in her study at Boughton Hall, next to her son Richard, Lord Crick. His name had been changed from Farrell by order of the Court of Chancery. He was drawing 2 long lines and several short ones, splaying from the top of the paper. His hand was shaky and awkward, and his tongue protruded from his lips as he drew, concentrating wholeheartedly on his artistic efforts. When he had finished what he proposed to do, he leaned back and looked up at his mother, awaiting her reaction. Lydia beamed with pride.
"A tree! Richard, you have drawn a tree!" she squealed excitedly, as if he were the first child in the world to do such a thing. "Look, Nurse Spring."
She seized the paper and held it up in front of the demure woman of middling years, who sat opposite her sewing.
"Yes, your ladyship,"
she replied. Laying down her needle, she leaned forward, smiling with a more measured enthusiasm. Lydia drew the child close and kissed his forehead.
"My clever son," she told him.
She then reached out her hand and stroked his brown curls.
"How did I live without you?"
she murmured under her breath. 6 years of enforced separation, during most of which she thought him dead, had left her wanting to cherish every moment with him. Each minute was to be savoured, lived to the full. But the child pulled away, objecting to her fussing fingers. He was more used to angry blows than loving caresses. Any physical contact he still regarded as a potential threat, rather than a gesture of affection. Lydia checked herself. She looked at Nurse Pring, wise, caring Nurse Pring, who had seen her through her darkest days when she lay in a coma after attempting to take her own life. Practical, sensible Nurse Pring, who had proved so invaluable at the caves in West Wickham when so many were being struck down by the great fog. A slight expression of reproof crossed the matron's face, and it was enough for Lydia to know that she must not rush to re-establish maternal bonds. They must grow naturally, organically, not be forced like greenhouse flowers, but nurtured slowly and lovingly. "I am sure you must be hungry after your efforts, my sweet," she told Richard. Then to Nurse Pring she said, "Perhaps you could see what Mistress Claddingbowl has in the pantry. I am sure there will be jam tarts." The nurse nodded and was about to open the study door when there came a knock. Howard, the butler, stood on the threshold and sidestepped to allow Nurse Pring and her charge to leave the room. "Yes, Howard?" said Lydia. The butler, a heavy man with a gravelly voice, bowed.
Mr. Lupton is here to see you, my lady."
Momentarily forgetting herself, Lydia rolled her eyes. She had completely forgotten her appointment with a candidate for the position of estate manager. Richard took up so much of her time these days that all other demands seemed trifling. Yet a replacement for the late Gabriel Lawson was vital to the future prosperity of Bourton. She rose from her desk and, smoothing her skirts unthinkingly, she told Howard she would receive her visitor in the drawing-room. It was especially at times like these that she wished Thomas could be at her side. After her husband's death, she had been handed a mantle of responsibility that did not sit easily on her slight shoulders. For a few blissful days that summer, Dr. Silkstone had helped her bear her burden, talking through problems that presented themselves, suggesting solutions. They had shared the running of the estate, but now she had been robbed of that comfort by an act of chancery, and so had lost his reassuring presence and unquestioning devotion. Lydia's first glimpse of Mr. Nicholas Lupton was of his rear, as he stood, his feet planted squarely and his hands behind his back. His hair was sun-bleached so that darker roots showed beneath the blonde. He appeared quite stocky of build, and his neck seemed to sink into his broad shoulders. Wearing a riding coat and boots, he was gazing out of the window and onto the lawns. He turned swiftly when he heard Howard announce her ladyship. "Mr. Lupton," greeted Lydia courteously, walking toward him, her hand outstretched. Had she not assumed that, as an estate manager, he was of middling rank, she would say from his bearing that he was a man of good breeding. When he drew nearer, his aquiline nose and his high cheekbones made her think he would be more at home dispensing orders rather than ensuring they were carried out. Lupton ducked a bow and kissed Lydia's proffered hand. His smile was easy and ready, and after the usual formalities, they both sat down to tea. "I see you rode here, Mr. Lupton," remarked Lydia, glancing at her guest's attire. She warmed the silver teapot with water from the kettle of boiling water that Howard had left. Lupton shifted in his chair and smiled. "Yes, your ladyship. I stayed the night at the 3 Tuns in Brandwick." Lydia nodded as she spooned tea leaves into the pot and let it brew. "So you have seen a little of the area. That is good. Bourton Estate runs on either side of the road from the village." Lupton smiled. "So I believe." Lydia arched a brow. "You have been making inquiries?" She was partly intrigued, partly piqued by his answer. She poured the tea and handed him a dish. As he reached for it, Lydia noticed his hands were those of a gentleman, and his nails were manicured. "I would be failing in my duty to both myself and to you, my lady, if I did not familiarize myself with some rudimentary knowledge of Bourton's affairs," he replied disarmingly. Lydia nodded. She would have preferred it had he come directly to her with his questions, rather than gathering up any rumours and insinuations that were blowing like chaff on the wind, but she forbore. "So, do tell me what you have discovered, Mr. Lupton." He took a deep breath and tilted his head slightly. "I heard that your ladyship is a widow, but that you manage your affairs most diligently, and your care for your tenants is unparalleled." Lydia did not feel comforted by the remarks, even though she knew they were designed to flatter. She was all too accustomed to being told what idle tongues were saying about her. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to listen. "Go on," she said. Lupton resumed. "I heard that you have a good herd of Cotswolds, although their numbers have been much depleted by the recent fog, and that your barley and wheat yields were reasonable before, but could be improved." Lydia's back stiffened. She was not certain that it was seemly to listen to her father's life's work summed up in a couple of perfunctory sentences, even though she privately acknowledged their accuracy. "Interesting," was all she would say before parrying his cutting remarks with a flourish of her own. "And what of yourself, Mr. Lupton? As I recall, it is you who are applying for the position of estate manager. Perhaps you might like to summarize yourself." Lupton jolted slightly the upbraid before his face broke into a smile. "Forgive me, your ladyship. You must think me forward. It is my habit." "And how might you have come by that?" interjected Lydia, suspecting that there was more to Mr. Lupton than he had told her. He acknowledged her comment with a nod. "I fear that you have seen through me, your ladyship," he said. "I come from a family whose interests lay in Virginia." "In America?" Intrigued, Lydia leaned forward. "Yes, your ladyship. Now that we have lost the war, so have we lost our fortune. Our English home and lands all need to be sold to pay our debts, and so it is time for me to seek gainful employment." Lydia reached for the letter she had received the previous week from a gentleman of means who vouched for him. A business associate of his father, he spoke of Lupton in glowing terms, calling him resourceful and of the utmost integrity. Integrity was a quality that Lydia had come to prize most in a man. In all her dealings with the opposite sex, she had found it the attribute most lacking. She thought of her cheating husband, the duplicitous lawyer Lavington, her treacherous cousin Francis. Integrity was a foreign word to them, something that was not in their vocabulary. And as for principles, they were merely trifles, targets to be shot down at will. Only Thomas remained true to his ideals, never wavering from his purpose to help those in need and uncovering the truth in all things. "I admire a man of principle," she said finally, looking up from the letter. "I think we should take a ride around the estate." With Lydia at the reins, they toured round Bourton in a dog-cart, first taking the track that led up to the pavilion. Lydia drove past her husband's grave without remarking upon it. She had no wish for pity, or to draw more attention to her widowed status. At the pavilion they paused to take in the view. The sky was grey and the fields were sombre in their winter garb, all checkered shades of brown, punctuated now and again by clumps of evergreen bushes or hedges that were black against the dormant landscape. The spire of the chapel, so long obscured by the great fog, was now clearly visible, and, beyond that, the tower of St. Swithin's on the edge of Brandwick. "The estate stretches as far as you can see," said Lydia, with a gentle sweep of her hand. 5,000 acres of arable and pasture land, commons and woodlands too. Lupton surveyed the view in silence at first, as if drinking in every detail, then nodded his head. "A fine estate, Lady Farrell," he acknowledged with a smile. Lydia felt a kernel of pride within. His appreciation seemed genuine, unembellished, and although there was no need, she felt grateful for it. "Thank you," she replied unthinkingly. They returned to the dog-cart and drove back down the hill. Passing through the woods, they joined the track that led to Plover's Lake and the cottage that had been home to Gabriel Lawson. The noise of the horses' hoofs sent 3 or 4 geese squawking across the water. 2 mallards took flight. "This is where the new estate manager would live," said Lydia, pointing to the house and its compact grounds. Lupton smiled. "A handsome abode," he remarked diplomatically. "I am afraid it is probably much more humble than that to which you are accustomed," replied Lydia. "But you would have a housekeeper." She suddenly checked herself. "The estate manager, whoever fills the position, is given a housekeeper." The truth was that apart from a clearly unsuitable applicant, who wrote a 10-page diatribe on the virtues of the feudal system, there were no other candidates for the post. Out of feigned guile or politeness, Lupton should have let the faux pas pass unremarked, but he felt confident enough to draw attention to it. "I am sure the arrangement will be most satisfactory," he replied. "Whoever takes the position." He gave Lydia a sideways glance, and she allowed a smile to flit across her face. She found his manner affable, if a little forthright, but she liked his approach. There were several similarities between his father's small estate in Yorkshire and Bourton, he told her. He had worked with his own estate manager to turn round falling yields and made the tenants more productive by fostering a community spirit. Raising rents was always a risky move when times were hard, he'd found. Yes, he was a man of principle and integrity. She liked that. She liked him. She would offer him the job. By the time they arrived back at the hall, it was growing dark. The November light was fading fast. "I must away before dark, or I might lose my way back to the inn," said Lupton, stepping down from the dog-cart. Will Lovelock, the groom, had been sent to fetch his horse. "But you must be hungry, Mr. Lupton," said Lydia suddenly, remaining seated in the cart. "Why do you not eat here? The cottage is not aired, but you are most welcome to stay in the house tonight." Lupton paused. If he had expected an impromptu invitation, he did not show it. "I could not prevail upon your ladyship's hospitality so," he replied, shaking his blonde head. "Nonsense," replied Lydia. "You are part of Bourton now, part of the estate. We can talk of the fine details over dinner, and there will be no need to rush." She surprised herself with her own enthusiasm. She hoped it was not too obvious that she craved adult company. The prospect of an agreeable companion at dinner greatly appealed. "You are most kind," said Lupton, suddenly acquiescing. Lydia smiled triumphantly. "Then it is settled. I shall have the servants prepare a room." Chapter 7. The large, round fish floated serenely in the jar with unseeing eyes, its spikes a warning that it was not to be trifled with. Next to it on the shelf sat a large chunk of red coral, which according to its label was said to be efficacious in the treatment of the bloody flux. Thomas recognized Dr. Carruthers's handwriting. Next to that was a case containing an array of small birds with bright plumages. Clouds of dust billowed as soon as Thomas began to remove them. The shells had been their home since Dr. Carruthers brought them back from his own trip to Jamaica almost 50 years ago. Now they needed to be moved to make way for new and potentially even more curious Caribbean residents. Thomas was expecting scores of them, not just small mammals and insects, but shellfish and other sea creatures, as well as dozens of plants. He was about to take delivery of a treasure chest of exotica. It would be his mission to order them, label them, and subsequently work on them. It would be his job to help unlock the mysteries that these treasures held. He had heard of corals that stemmed hemorrhages, of plants whose sap soothed burns. Just what other miracles might be waiting to be uncovered was almost unimaginable. Unable to sleep, he had entered the laboratory early that morning. Such was his excitement and apprehension at being entrusted with the important task that he had worked by candlelight. He had cleared the shelves of their old inhabitants and had placed them carefully, according to their classification, into sturdy crates, ready for transportation to the cellar. Despite so many distractions, the words of Sir Joseph Banks kept ringing in Thomas's ears. "I have great faith in you, Silkstone. Play your cards right and you will go far." He had winked as he said the last sentence, as if he were delivering an understanding between gentlemen. Play your cards right. What could he mean, Thomas asked himself, as he wiped the shelves with a damp cloth. Sir Thomas had been most helpful, answering his many and varied questions. How many specimens were there? Of what nature? Where would they be stored before they were catalogued? And afterward, how much time did he have for study? Would there be regular meetings to discuss his progress? All these pressing questions were answered to his satisfaction. It was just this peculiar phrase that niggled him. He understood there was a protocol for such research, certain scientific rules and procedures that must be followed strictly, and yet he was under the impression that Sir Joseph's words were almost a warning. It was as if the President of the Royal Society was taking a personal risk on this young American, as if he were an untried and untested maverick on whom Sir Joseph was staking his own very considerable reputation. It was as if Thomas were being told that he had to conform to establishment thinking or suffer the consequences, Ironically, he mused, as if he were in chains. He thought of the poster advertising a reward for the return of the runaway slave and felt the bile rise in his throat. He had heard talk in the coffee-houses about the treatment of slaves in the Caribbean colonies, but he had dismissed them as businessmen's bravado, tales told by merchants wanting to impress their fellows. Sugar was a necessary luxury. The foundations of all of London's fine new buildings were bedded in the white gold of the West Indies. But someone needed to plant the cane, someone needed to cut it in the scorching sun, someone needed to drag it to the cane sheds and boil it in the great vats that bubbled and spat like the infernos of hell itself. It was the devil's work, too hard for white men. Make the Negroes do it under threat of the lash, and when they buckled and died under such a treacherous yoke, there would be more, plundered from Africa. Like wax softened in the heat, it seemed white men melted easily into barbarous practices and customs, thought Thomas. Perhaps he should have paid more attention to such stories, but he chose to dismiss them. A profound feeling of shame seeped through his veins, and he had almost surrendered himself to melancholy when he heard the familiar tap of Dr. Carruthers's stick on the flagstones. "Good morning, sir," he greeted the elderly gentleman as he entered the room. The first shards of daylight were cutting through the window high up in the wall.
"I thought I would find you here already," replied William Carruthers.
The anatomist was Thomas's mentor and friend. The young doctor had spent the last 10 years with him since his arrival in England as a student from his native Philadelphia. 4 years ago the old man had been dealt a cruel blow when he lost his sight. Thomas had become his eyes, and the bond between them had grown even stronger. Carruthers was his professional rock, not a mere sounding board for new ideas and hypotheses, but a fount of knowledge and expertise upon which Thomas frequently drew. His health may have been failing and his joints stiffening, but his brain was most certainly as sharp as a surgeon's knife. Thomas greatly valued his knowledge and his judgment, and sought his advice on many weighty matters. The old anatomist sniffed at the dusty air.
"So you have been clearing the shells?"
Thomas smiled. Nothing managed to get past his mentor, whose other senses seemed to have sharpened since he had been deprived of his sight. "Indeed, sir," he replied, clamping the lid on yet another crate. "Most of the specimens are to be stored at the Royal Society, but Sir Joseph says that I may work on the ones of particular interest to me here, so I have made room for them." Carruthers nodded his head.
"Oh, that I could see them,"
he murmured forlornly. Thomas sensed his sadness and frustration. "But we shall work on them together, sir." There had been several occasions when his mentor's sense of smell had proved vital in solving scientific quandaries, and his eagerness to engage him in the important work was genuine.
"I would like that very much,"
he replied, smiling and easing himself onto a high stool at the workbench. Lifting a jar full of a dark-coloured bark, Thomas nodded. "Your knowledge of Jamaica will be invaluable," he said. The old anatomist looked thoughtful. His filmy eyes were fixed into the distance.
"'Tis many years ago now, and 'twas a time I would rather forget."
Thomas knew that his mentor's experience of the island had been a harrowing one. He had assisted a physician who advised on the purchase of slaves at the dockside. It was clear from his manner that he cared not to talk of it, and Thomas knew he still bore the mental scars of it. He had seen men separated from their women, mothers from their children, floggings and unspeakable tortures. Even so, he anticipated Dr. Carruthers's understanding of the climate, culture, and diseases of the godless colony would be indispensable during his work. No sooner had the old anatomist settled himself down, however, than more footsteps could be heard on the flagstones. Mistress Finesilver, the pinched-faced housekeeper, appeared at the open door. It usually took a dose of laudanum to solicit a smile from her, and this morning was no exception. She handed Thomas a message as if it were a soiled bandage.
"This just came for you, Dr. Silkstone."
Thomas thanked her and read the letter. He glanced up. "The Elizabeth has been sighted in the Thames and will dock on the morrow. I am to meet her," he said, his voice rising in his excitement. Dr. Carruthers tapped the floor with his stick and nodded.
"This is indeed the start of a great adventure, young fellow," he declared.
Chapter 8. Lydia found dinner agreeable enough. Nicholas Lupton's trunk had been fetched from the 3 tons in the village, and he had quickly settled into his room at Bourton. He had presented himself sporting a grey wig and wearing a green frock coat. A faint whiff of sandalwood swathed him. Seated at the opposite end of the long table, he and Lydia had dined on pork from the estate's finest Gloucester old spots, and a good blackberry tart. Conversation had centred on Bourton and the problems that it faced. It emerged that Mr. Lupton had been in Yorkshire during the time of the Great Fog and had not been badly affected. So Lydia had informed him of the havoc it had wrought to man, beast, and vegetation. She told him how there was much work to do to remedy the devastation it had left in its wake. Lupton had listened attentively, asking pertinent questions when deemed necessary. He seemed sensitive to the welfare of tenants, asking about their conditions and terms of tenure. "I hope you won't think me impolite if I say it was clear from the way they regarded you this afternoon that your workers have much affection for you, your ladyship," he said, pushing his empty dessert plate away from him. Lydia hoped that in the candle glow her guest could not see her blush. She glanced at Howard, who was hovering attentively by the sideboard. "My father instilled in me the fact that we are mere custodians of this land. We are looking after it for future generations, and must treat those who assist in that task with due respect," she replied. Lupton nodded his approval of the sentiment. "So you will be joined by Mistress Lupton in the cottage?" she asked, as Howard and another manservant cleared their plates. At this question, however, the new steward looked grave. "I am afraid my wife is deceased," he replied. Lydia felt awkward. "I am sorry, I did not mean—" The colour rose in her cheeks once more. Lupton shook his head. "'Tis my fault, your ladyship. I should have made my state plain. My wife died in childbirth less than a year ago." "My condolences," said Lydia solemnly. Lupton gave a tight smile as if remembering his late wife. "She was giving birth to our first child, a boy." He paused, then added, "I lost them both." In the candlelight, Lydia thought she saw Mr. Lupton's eyes moisten. She averted her gaze for a moment to allow him to compose himself. "It is hard, being on one's own," she said gently. Her tone sounded knowledgeable, and he recognized she spoke from experience. Lupton took a deep, shuddering breath. "That it is, your ladyship." His large shoulders heaved, as if he was trying to shrug off a great sadness. "But you have your son, I believe." His mood lightened. Lydia nodded and played with the stem of her wineglass. Howard filled it without being asked. "Indeed I do, and a great comfort he is to me." Lupton smiled as Howard filled his glass. "I am looking forward to meeting him. Perhaps he would come for a ride, with your permission, your ladyship." His bewigged head gave a slight reverential bow. "I am sure Richard would like that very much," she replied, smiling. An hour later they had both retired to their separate chambers. Lydia lingered a little longer than normal, and did not call for Eliza, her maid, until after 11 o'clock. The girl unlaced Lydia's stays, helped her off with her gown, then brushed her long chestnut hair. She noted her mistress was smiling at her reflection in the mirror. "'Tis good to see you looking cheery, your ladyship," she said, speaking out of turn, then realizing her mistake to her own embarrassment. Lydia nodded. "I spent a pleasant evening," she replied, adding, "I have engaged Mr. Lupton as the new steward." Eliza continued brushing her mistress's hair unthinkingly. "'Twill be good to have a man around again." Lydia arched a brow and shot back at her maid. "Mr. Lupton is a steward, not a suitor, Eliza." The girl curtsied awkwardly. "Begging your pardon, my lady, I did not mean—" The hairbrush flapped in her hand. A smile crossed Lydia's lips. "You are right, Eliza. It will be good to have the support of a man who knows what he is about and understands business." There was an awkward silence as both women's thoughts turned to the man who they knew should be rightfully heading the household by now. It was Lydia who spoke her mind. "I'm sure Dr. Silkstone will agree with my choice," she said, as if seeking approval for making the engagement. Eliza looked slightly taken aback, as if her mistress deemed it necessary to emphasize her unwritten commitment to Thomas. Nevertheless, she nodded. "I am sure, your ladyship," she replied. Chapter 9. Fibber slipped out of the house as night fell, her heart pounding in her chest, The cook, Mistress Bradshaw, was more kindly than the usual Englishwoman. She had heard her talk with some of the other white servants in the household, saying it was not right for the blacks to be enslaved, and that every man and woman in England should be free to come and go as they pleased. But the others had laughed at her and told her it was none of her business, and that as long as the negroes were around they wouldn't have to do as many dirty jobs like take out the slops, so they would not complain. She had shrugged her shoulders and tutted, but she had still shown a little kindness, although if she guessed the reason for her excursion, Fibber knew Mistress Bradshaw would not be so forgiving. The slave girl had still not fully recovered from yesterday's punishment. 20 lashes the mistress had ordered, and Mr. Roberts, the footman, had relished delivering every stroke. Each crack of the whip was music to his ears. Each yelp, each sob, each cry of pain was a symphony to him. Patience had rubbed ointment on the wounds last night, but the cuts still wept, and her back would remain raw as butcher's meat for the next few days. In Jamaica, in the sun, the welts attracted the flies. Here in London, she was forced to cover them with coarse cloths that chafed at her skin, just like the manacles round her ankles on board the ship all those years ago. She steadied herself by the back gate. Her head was light, and sometimes her sight blurred. Ghosts would appear from nowhere, swimming across her vision, shrieking in her ears. They were the spirits of her ancestors, the ones who had not been buried according to tradition, the ones who had lived and died under the white man's rules and not been accorded the right and proper ritual. They would roam this earth forever. She unlatched the gate and slid through it, then slipped down the lane. High brick walls rose on either side, overhung by leafless trees. She did not like English trees in winter. Their black branches were arms, their spindly twigs fingers. A carriage passed. She kept her head down and quickened her pace. Not far now. At the end of the lane she turned left. A church bell tolled nearby. Almost there. She rounded the corner and came to the lich gate. Passing through it, she found herself in the graveyard, an Englishman's churchyard, with its cold mossy stones and its fine statues of women with wings. How strange, she thought, to honour the dead in this way. She had heard they were buried without their cooking pots and their jewellery. How would they eat? Did they not want to look their best when they rejoined their ancestors? Worse still, their graves were often sealed so that robbers could not take their corpses. She had heard that the churchmen might sometimes set spring guns to ward off the sack-em-up men. Sometimes they put cages over the graves and locked them with padlocks as big as coconuts. So how would the dead eat? How would they find their way home? It was all a puzzle to her. These places were strange and baffling and frightening. She would not loiter. A lone woman stood praying by a new grave. She wore a black veil that covered her face. Hurrying over to the wall of the churchyard, where thick thorn bushes grew, their berries red as blood, Fibber crouched low to watch her. The shadows were melding into the blackness as the first stars appeared in the sky. The widow would be gone soon. Only the evil ones would stay in a place like this after dark, she told herself. Sure enough, after 1 or 2 minutes Fibber saw the woman's head bow reverentially, and she retreated through the lich gate and into the encroaching darkness. Now she was alone, apart from the hundreds of spirits that surrounded her. Scurrying forward, she reached the grave where the earth had been newly smoothed and saw worms writhing blindly in the soil. A garland of holly and ivy had been placed on the mound. Quickly she took out her bag, knelt down, and began to scoop up handfuls of the damp dirt. It came up easily in sticky clumps, clawing round her fingernails. She was doing well. A few more handfuls and she would have enough. Just then a bird swooped overhead. It was huge and called to her with a voice that was shrill and trembling. She looked up. An ancestor, she thought. But then something caught her eye in the far corner of the churchyard. A man in a long black robe was approaching her. He was waving a stick. Now he was shouting. She must go. What was it the obeah man said? Enough to fill a goat's horn. She looked at her bag, whose sides now bulged. What she had was sufficient. Scrambling to her feet, she headed for the lich gate. The man was coming closer. She broke into a run. She winced with pain as the cuts on her back reopened.
"You! Stop!" cried the man.
But from his gait she could tell he was old, and from his robes a priest, perhaps. He thought she was disturbing the dead. He did not understand that they were all around, that they never stayed in the ground, unless their burial chambers were locked or sealed. She ran on until she joined the path leading to the lich gate, but just as she slowed down at the entrance, her foot caught a jagged stone and she tripped, dropping her bag and spilling some soil. A gasp escaped her lips as the man approached. She turned her back to him. He must not see the colour of her skin. Grabbing at the bag, she made off once more, down the path, through the gate and out onto the lane. Running as fast as if Mr. Roberts himself were in pursuit with his whip, she soon reached the end of the lane and turned left to the road that would take her back to the big house. It was only then that she stopped momentarily to look inside her bag. Almost half its contents had spilled out when she fell, but there should still be enough for her obeah bag. Still enough grave dirt for the curse to work. Chapter 10. Sir Theodosius Pettigrew had embraced the game of golf with great enthusiasm, if not skill. The Oxfordshire coroner had found that since taking to the sport only a few months ago, he might even have shed a few pounds from his not inconsiderable midriff. Of course, he could not play a whole round without recourse to his hamper, carried alongside his clubs by his caddy, but suitably sustained by the frequent consumption of chicken legs, sausage rolls, and the occasional plover's egg, he found the new pastime an excellent way to spend his leisure hours. After the frightful weeks spent in the grip of the great fog, he had promised his dear wife Harriet that he would take her to London so that she could shop in Oxford Street. While there, he could combine her pleasure with his own business. He had a few small interests that required his attention, and had been delighted when an invitation had come from Hubert Izzard, an acquaintance of many years' standing, to join a party to play golf at Blackheath Club. It was a crisp, clear morning when the four gentlemen set off for the first hole on the Heath course. The purple heather carpeted the rough, and the views of the Thames below were quite breathtaking. Hundreds of ships, large and small, could be seen plying up and down the river, or stationary in dock, forming a forest of masts in the water. "A sight for sore eyes, eh, Sir Theodosius?" declared the ruddy-faced gentleman who strode out toward the first tee, taking in the view. The coroner and Mr. Izzard had been joined by Mr. Samuel Carfax and his associate Mr. Josiah Dalrymple, accompanied by his negro slave Jeremiah Taylor. Both merchants were vaguely known to Sir Theodosius as being involved in shipping, and more particularly slaving and the sugar trade, although how Izzard knew them was beyond his ken. Dalrymple was handsome enough, but clearly not a real gentleman. There was something slightly studied in his mannerism, thought Sir Theodosius. Each one of his gestures appeared to be a flourish, rather than a mere practicality. The way he brandished his club, or waved his kerchief, rankled, as if he had learned the affectations rather than being born to them. His manner with his slave was also overbearing and harsh. The Oxfordshire coroner took an instant dislike to him. "London's great wealth is built on those ships," butted in Dalrymple. "Or more particularly on their cargo," corrected Mr. Carfax, raising a stubby finger in the air. He was squat and pigeon-chested, and his short neck caused his large head to disappear between the humps of his broad shoulders. Word had it that he had his eye on a rotten borough in next year's elections, and was in town to garner support. His manner was bluff, but jolly, no doubt helped by the regular swigs of rum he took from a hip-flask. "Yes, those slaves are black gold to London," he said, letting out a hearty laugh. Dalrymple shot a sideways glance to Izzard. "How true," he agreed. Izzard snorted. "Be careful, sir. Your slave has a club in his hand." He nodded at Jeremiah, who was supplying his master with the appropriate irons for the shot. "I certainly would not trust one. Bludgeon you to death as soon as look at you," he quipped. The round was enjoyable enough. None of the players produced great shots, and Sir Theodosius, coming the latest to the game, was not made to feel woefully inept. His willingness to share his sausage rolls seemed to more than compensate for his awkward swing and slow gait in his companion's eyes. The casual talk centred on the price of sugar and tobacco, and the recent slave revolts in Jamaica, where the men owned plantations. "Dreadful business over at Melrose's estate," commented Carfax, shaking his head. He paused thoughtfully before adding, "What those savages did to the overseer." Sir Theodosius was aware of the incident, one of a growing number, where slaves were rising up against their masters on the island. Dalrymple smirked. "Trouble is, Melrose was too soft. He started treating them too well.
Regular floggings, that's what they understand. What, Jeremiah?" He let out a contemptuous laugh as the slave remained impassive at his master's side, then swung at the ball and hit it hard into the distance. "No mercy," he said, smiling, as he watched the ball drop just a few feet away from the intended hole. Sir Theodosius raised a brow, and Carfax caught his look of approbation. "We must not bore our guests with merchants' small talk," he upbraided his friend. He took another swig of rum from his hip flask, but Dalrymple would not be put off. "The next thing you know, the do-gooders will be calling for abolition, and then where would we be, gentlemen?" he asked, shaking his head. His conjecture was met with laughter from both Carfax and Izzard. "Just wait until I get my seat in Parliament, old chap," chuckled Carfax. "I'll see their sort, get no quarter." The banter continued, although Sir Theodosius began to tire a little of the men's talk, and thought instead of the mutton pie Cook would have waiting for him on his return home. At last they reached the 15th and final tee. Just after he had taken his shot, however, the coroner noticed that Samuel Carfax seemed to be experiencing pain of some sort. He had lately spied him wincing as he took aim. Could his resort to the rum be designed to ease his discomfort, he wondered. He waited until the other fellows were occupied before broaching the subject. "My dear sir, forgive me for the intrusion, but I've noticed you seem to be having difficulty with your arm." He pointed at Carfax's coat. Nothing escapes the coroner's notice," he replied with a smile. Then, easing back his sleeve, he revealed a bandage of gauze with a large yellow stain at its centre just above his wrist. "Some sort of bite, I believe. Getting worse, too." He groaned a little as he pulled down his cuff. Sir Theodosius sucked in his flaccid cheeks and clicked his tongue. "You have seen a physician?" Carfax shook his head. He'd been back in England less than a week, and the demands of business had taken priority over his own health. "Can you recommend one? 'Tis too trifling a matter for Izzard, yet I fear a quack who thinks a good bleeding is a cure-all." The coroner's jowls wobbled as he nodded and thought of Thomas Silkstone, a physician and surgeon whose dislike of vivisection was as well known as his distaste for pomposity and show. "Indeed, I can recommend a most excellent chap," he said, before helping himself to another sausage roll. Chapter 11. The foreshore leading to the legal quays was so packed with people and hand-carts that the carriage was obliged to drop Thomas a quarter of a mile away in Thames Street. Clutching his case tightly to his side, he battled through the melee. He knew he was headed in the right direction. Up above him in the distance he could see the masts of the ships, rising skyward like the great giant pine trees of his homeland. On either side were workshops and warehouses. Men hammered rims on barrels or forged iron chains, the clatter of their heavy hammers barely audible above the din of the street. Others barged past him, crates or sacks on their shoulders, their heads angled with the weight of their burdens. Sir Joseph had impressed upon Thomas the need to oversee the unloading of the cargo. The quays in the Pool of London were a notorious hunting ground for gangs of thieves who roamed the shore looking for opportunities to steal. He'd heard of the scuffle hunters and the river pirates and did not want to trifle with them. Just what they would make of the Elizabeth's cargo was open to conjecture, but he did not want to give them the chance to lay their grubby hands on the priceless consignment that could be worth more to Medicine than any amount of French brandy and fine cheese. Finally he reached the quayside. Rarely had he beheld such a scene of mayhem. It was as if the Thames had brought in on its tide the flotsam and jetsam of humanity and deposited it on the shore. Merchants mingled with fishwives and costermongers, and sun-beaten sailors rubbed shoulders with porters, their eyes wild from months away at sea. A hapless preacher, perched on an upturned crate, struggled to be heard above the curses and oaths below. Whores hawked for business alongside gingerbread sellers, while in among them cut-purses and pickpockets plied their trade largely unchallenged. Beyond the chaos, Thomas's eyes were drawn to the vast masts that rose from the river. Flags flapped like leaves in the gathering gusts, and the ropes that hung from them reminded him of giant vines. Somewhere in that tangle of wood and rope and spars and ladders lay the Elizabeth. He craned his neck above the crowd and spied the customs house a few yards up ahead. Sir Joseph Banks had already sent a letter to take to the chief customs officer, explaining the nature of the Elizabeth's cargo. There should be no duty to pay.
The tide waiter, taken on board at Gravesend, would be able to confirm that. The imposing building itself was also teeming with people, mainly merchants and captains, anxious to register their cargo. There seemed to be no orderly queue, and Thomas found himself being buffeted by elbows and his toes trodden upon by eager feet. At the far end of a large hall, 4 men sat behind desks on a raised dais. He guessed they were the officials, and he, too, joined the fracas, edging his way slowly and not without considerable discomfort to the front. The officer to whom he eventually delivered the letter deliberated for a moment, then frowned. He rose, consulted with a colleague, and returned to deliver the news. Looking down his nose through spectacles, the official told Thomas that the Elizabeth had been directed to a sufferance wharf.
"Your ship is not here, sir," he informed Thomas, "but downriver. You'll need to take a ferry."
He clamped a piece of paper into his hand. On it was written the name of the wharf. The young doctor could not hide his frustration and groaned at the news. This new world of customs and excise was completely foreign to him. Even the language that was spoken on the quayside, with its strange vocabulary, may as well have been ancient Greek. He would have to re-enter the fray and take to the water in search of the Elizabeth. Steeling himself for the onward journey, Thomas left the customs house and ventured once more onto the wharf. A lighter had just berthed at the quayside, and the gangplank had been lowered. 2 seamen were the first to disembark, but instead of walking away from the ship, they stationed themselves on the quay as if waiting for something. Thomas did not have to watch for long to find out what cargo they had been carrying. From the deck below, a Negro man emerged, followed by another and another. He counted about 24 in all, and 3 women. The men wore the red coats of the British Army. Some were limping and were supported by their fellows. Others were clearly wounded, their arms in slings or their heads bandaged. The women bundled themselves in thin shawls and looked anxious. Most of them kept their eyes to the ground, as if they were still wearing the slave yokes from the auctions. They were blooded and they were bowed. But there was one man who stood prouder than the rest. He was looking about him, taking in the detail of this cold and drab place where he now found himself, and as he looked about him, his eyes latched onto Thomas. Their gazes met, fleetingly, and it was as if their 2 worlds came together for a split second, and each understood the other before they were lost in the melee once more. A crowd had gathered to watch the arrival of these strange visitors. A horse-drawn tumbrel pulled up, and the seamen began shepherding them on board. One woman spat at a Negro man as he passed her. Fists were raised, insults hurled. "Monkey men!" shouted a sailor, who proceeded to jabber and swing his arms, much to the amusement of the mob. Thomas felt his blood course through his veins at the sight. He knew these people to be black loyalists. They had fought for King George against his fellow Americans, and in return they had been granted their freedom. He felt no animosity toward them. Any man would have done the same. Yet it was clear that although they were no longer in chains, the taunts and jeers of the white men and women who stood on the quayside with their fists raised were as cruel as any plantation overseer with a bullwhip. Thomas suddenly felt a great sorrow wash over his anger. Despite their newfound freedom, he knew their colour would enslave these people in England. In the attic room of the Carfax's villa, the houseboy's head rolled on the bare ticking. His forehead was dotted with beads of sweat, and his skin was as hot as a branding iron, yet his teeth chattered with the cold. It was Fibber who found Ibele collapsed on the floor in the hallway. His slave name was Sambo, but she refused to call him that. His mother was an Igbo. His name meant mercy, and that is what she prayed her weakling son would be shown when she had handed him over at the plantation to be seasoned. Fibber dragged him out of sight before the mistress saw him, and Cato carried him upstairs to the attic room where the male slaves slept. There they had removed the ridiculous silk turban he was forced to wear on his head. If anything, he should have worn a fine headdress of carved wood and antelope horn, the mark of a brave warrior people, not the costume of the very Arab traders who had sold his mother into slavery in the first place. Not content to rob him of his freedom, they had stolen his identity, too. Fibber tucked a coarse blanket under his chin, but it was so cold in the room that her own breath whirled around her head every time she spoke. Taking out a rag from her pocket, she began to dab his wet forehead. He was much younger than she, but she did not know how old. What she did know was that he had been a sickly child, and it was a wonder that he had survived infancy. After he had been seasoned and bled for the cane fields, he had grown even weaker and was often unfit for work. That was why they had set him to domestic duties rather than on the plantations. He had a pretty face and a beguiling smile that seemed to endear him to white ladies. They cooed over him in his bright red turban and his baggy silk pants. "How charming!" they would say when he offered them their dish of tea. They spoke of him as they spoke of the mistress's pug dog. He was a plaything, a pet. And now he lay fighting for his life. "You told Venus?" Fibber asked Cato as she knelt by the boy's side. The great bear of a man nodded. He was a Coromantee too, fierce and proud. Tilting his head toward the landing, he replied, "She come now." Seconds later, Venus, the housekeeper, appeared in the room and glided over to where the child lay. She was a mulatto woman, her skin the colour of milky coffee, and she wore her black hair piled on top of her head the white woman's way. From a belt around her small waist hung a bunch of keys, the keys that locked the doors at night so that the slaves could not run away. In effect, she was their jailer, even though she, too, was denied her freedom, but she was kind enough. Rumour was that she had been born into the Carfax household, the result of a union between one of the master's nephews and an Ashanti woman. There was a poise in her manner, and an elegance in her gait that set her apart. She did not carry herself like a slave, always looking low, afraid to let her eyes roam freely. Her gaze was always steady, and now it settled on the boy. "How long has he been like this?" she asked, leaning over the palliasse. "I found him downstairs. He had fainted away," replied Fibber. "He very bad." "I can see that," Venus replied, calmly looking down her long, thin nose at the child, whose breathing had become laboured. She thought for a moment. "He needs medicine." Cato nodded.
"I fetch white doctor."
"No," the housekeeper replied firmly. Her reproving gaze slid sideways. "You know the mistress will not let you call one. They cost too much." Cato looked crestfallen, but a smirk crept over Venus's lips. "I have something much better than white man's medicine," she said. Delving into the pocket in her skirt, she pulled out a small glass bottle and held it up to the square of light from the window. Inside was a pale liquid. "This was given to me by a Mayo man before we left Jamaica. He say, if you are troubled by any white man's disease, this will make it better." She nodded her head as her eyes flitted between Fibber and Cato. They both seemed heartened by her words. They knew the Mayol medicine to work. "Hold his head," Venus instructed as she uncorked the bottle. Kneeling down, Fibber slid one arm under Ibele's neck so that his body was forced up. His head tilted back limply, but Cato held it steady as the girl opened his lips with her free hand. Venus edged forward and poured the bottle's contents into the boy's mouth. He spluttered and jerked his body, but the housekeeper clamped his lips shut until she was sure he had swallowed the liquid. Taking a step back, she watched as the boy's breathing relaxed almost immediately. "There," she said triumphantly. "By tomorrow he will be back to work." Fibber and Cato glanced at each other and smiled. They both knew the Mayol men on Mr. Carfax's estate had great powers. They could ward off the duppers with their dances and drumming. They possessed healing magic. Their potions did good. Ibele's ancestors would watch over him as he slept, and he would soon be restored. "Now you must leave him and get back to your work too," Venus told them, clapping her hands quickly to hurry them along. "Do not trouble yourselves about Sambo." Chapter 12. It was after midday when Thomas finally arrived at the quay where the Elizabeth was berthed. She had docked with the afternoon tide. The ferry had dropped him at the King's Stairs a few hundred yards away, and he had cut his path through the throng to the berth where he had been directed. The wharf was still busy, but not too busy. There was room to turn about and peer, even though one still had to weave around the handcarts and trolleys that plied up and down. The tang of smoke from the braziers mingled with the smell of salt fish and rotting vegetables. There were no French perfumes or other luxury goods here, or if there were, they were packed under cod or sacks of coal to escape the customs officer's eagle eyes. Ships that berthed at this wharf were there under sufferance. They did not have to pay a high duty, if any at all, on their cargoes. The Elizabeth was exempt, and the papers to prove it were already lodged with His Majesty's Customs. Thomas could see she was indeed a fine ship, dainty and well preserved. He spotted a gentleman he assumed to be an officer standing on the quarterdeck. He appeared to be supervising the ticket porters who were unloading barrels and crates from the vessel. He seemed to be checking boxes against a long manifest in his hand. Up above, the great jib was in full swing. Seamen were fixing a devilish-looking hook to the roped crates. At a signal, they rose from the deck and swung through the air to be deposited on the quayside. Below, men were stacking the crates onto waiting wagons. Thomas scanned the crowd looking for someone in authority, someone who was supervising the whole operation. Of the artist, Matthew Bartlett, there seemed no sign. He paused for a moment as the large box swung over the deck and onto a waiting wagon with a loud thud. The horses that were hitched to the cart shifted a little, nodding their heads violently as if in protest. Watching to see if anyone might chastise the dockers or inspect any damage that might have been done, Thomas found himself unable to discover who might be in charge. Disappointed, he decided to intervene himself. "Gently, men," he cried, striding forward to the cart to check on the crate. His protests met with surly grunts from the men, who carried on regardless, seemingly unsupervised. Cupping his hand around his mouth, Thomas hollered to a sailor on deck. "I wish to speak with your captain," he shouted. The mariner looked at him suspiciously, then climbed up to alert the officer on the quarterdeck. A moment later, Thomas found himself on board, the Elizabeth being shown below deck into the captain's cabin. Bobbing low through the doorway, he could see the captain's table covered with maps and charts. Most of the remaining floor space was, however, set aside for a large number of pots that contained plants.
"Dr. Silkstone, welcome aboard," greeted the florid-faced man who rose behind the table. He wore the sea-weary expression of a sailor newly returned from a punishing voyage. His leathery skin was pulled taut across his cheekbones, his brows were unruly, and his lips were flaking.
"At your service, sir," replied Thomas. "I am sent by Sir Joseph Banks."
The captain's face broke into a smile. "Then you are even more welcome aboard the Elizabeth, sir," he said, in an affable Scottish brogue. He gestured to a seat. "I see you have returned with a large cargo," said Thomas. He surveyed the smaller crates and barrels piled up in every available space. The captain shrugged. "Oh, our children, we call them, Dr. Silkstone," he said with a grin. "These are the delicate things, small mammals, insects, that sort of creature."
"You have clearly done an excellent job in very tragic circumstances," said Thomas, thinking of the dead doctors Welton and Perrick. He himself had seen many a man die of the yellow fever on his own voyage from Philadelphia to London all those years ago, and the memory of it would never leave him. A forlorn look scudded across the captain's well-worn face.
"They were good men,"
he replied thoughtfully. "And only one remains, I am told." The captain looked Thomas in the eye. "The artist, a Mr. Bartlett, I believe."
"You are correct, sir."
"I am to liaise with him regarding the specimens. Is he not on board?" The captain sat back in his chair and shook his head.
"I am afraid you have just missed him, Dr. Silkstone."
Thomas looked puzzled and waited to be enlightened. The captain's expression hardened.
"There was an issue with some of the cargo, I believe, and an officer asked if Mr. Bartlett would accompany him to the customs house. He'll be back presently."
"But papers were sent by Sir Joseph Banks himself," said Thomas. A note of anxiety crept into his tone. Seeing his concerned reaction, the Scotsman's face split into a smile again, and he shook his head. He was clearly unfazed by the artist's absence.
"Dinna worry yourself, Dr. Silkstone. He'll turn up soon enough, and in the meantime your precious specimens of flora and fauna will be unloaded safely."
The plan was to store most of the cargo in the Royal Society's own warehouses, and the plants at Kew Gardens. Thomas nodded in reply. This Mr. Bartlett was, by all accounts, as Sir Joseph had indicated, someone who took his duties most seriously. If there was a problem with His Majesty's customs, then he would know to contact the great man directly. "Thank you, Captain," he said. "I am sure you are right." McCoy slapped the desk as he rose, as if trying to draw a line under the slight hitch.
"I expect you would like to inspect the cargo, Dr. Silkstone," he said as he began fastening the buttons on his jacket.
It seemed rather too big for him after his voyage. Thomas nodded. "Naturally, I must take receipt of Dr. Welton's papers, too. I need them before I can start to catalogue the specimens." The captain stopped by the low cabin door.
"I have possession of most of them. They're in my chest."
"Most of them?" queried Thomas. Still hovering on the threshold, the captain nodded.
"All except for Dr. Wilton's private journal. That is in the safekeeping of Mr. Bartlett. He was most insistent that he should take charge of it. He told me he swore on his own life as the doctor lay dying that he would see it was delivered into Sir Joseph's hands himself. So you've no need to worry on that score either," added McCoy.
Thomas's concern was aroused. He wished he could have as much confidence in this Mr. Bartlett as his superiors seemed to. "So the journal is on his person?" Thomas tried to hide the disquiet he was feeling.
"Aye, in his satchel. Carries it with him everywhere," came the captain's reassurance.
Thomas remained concerned, although he tried to mask his feelings with a smile and allowed the captain the last word.
"He'll be here soon, or with Sir Joseph. Either way, Dr. Silkstone, Mr. Bartlett is a most dependable young man."
Chapter 13. Cordelia Carfax's small eyes followed her husband as he flopped into a chair by the fire. His normally ruddy face was rendered even ruddier by a day spent in the biting wind on the golf course. She could tell by his expression that all was not well, and she suspected it was not his game that had put him in a sour humour.
"Your arm is worse?"
she inquired tersely, as Cato, looking resplendent in a fine lace ruff and scarlet waistcoat, removed his master's boots. Her husband nodded.
"The devil it is!"
His reply was unequivocal, but he turned his face away from her, signifying he did not wish to dwell on his discomfort. She clicked her tongue and sat down opposite him, smoothing her skirts as she did so, ready to receive the dog that waited eagerly at her feet.
"You will call a physician?"
Carfax propped his right arm on a cushion.
"I will have to,"
he replied with a resigned sigh. His wife rolled her eyes.
"We all need a physician in this English winter," she countered peevishly.
She held out her thin hands toward the fire.
"It escapes me why this visit could not have waited until spring," she added, her thin lips curling in a sneer.
Carfax, who normally parried such jibes with avuncular ease, was in no mood for an argument.
"You did not have to come with me, my dear,"
he countered, knowing that the prospect of new gowns was too much for her to resist.
"You were aware my business was pressing."
Cato, meanwhile, had poured his master a glass of rum, and now presented it to him on a tray. Despite the fact that the slave bent down low, the effort of reaching for it clearly pained Carfax, and he was forced to take it in his left hand. Ignoring her husband's obvious distress, Cordelia Carfax continued.
"The slaves are falling like flies in this cold."
The dog was now on her lap, and she was stroking him. Carfax shrugged his broad shoulders.
"Still fewer than those lost on the estates in as many days, I'll wager,"
he smirked, knowing the number insignificant compared with that on the sugar plantations, where slaves died daily, due to illness or brutality, or both. His wife's back stiffened.
"You know as well as I do, Samuel, that domestics live longer as a rule."
Her husband sipped his rum thoughtfully.
"Perhaps we should give them warmer clothing while they are here," he ventured.
Cordelia Carfax blinked and looked askance.
"You would waste our money on such trifles?"
The very thought of kitting out her slaves in warmer clothing to suit the English climate was clearly an anathema to her. Carfax gulped down the rest of his rum.
"'Tis up to you, my dear. But can we afford to let them die of cold? A trained one can fetch upward of £25, but you won't find many for sale in London."
His wife nodded, as if acknowledging the notion that it was better to return to Jamaica with slaves that were already accustomed to the tropical climate and a planter's strict regimens.
"And we can always rely on the servants here,"
added her husband, leaning his head against the back of his chair. The Carfax's London household employed a skeleton staff of white servants to maintain the property in their master's absence. There was Mason, the butler, Mistress Bradshaw, the cook, 3 housemaids, 2 footmen, and a gardener and general factotum, Mr. Roberts. Their housekeeper, Venus, always travelled with them, on the master's insistence, together with 6 slaves from the Jamaican estate. Just then, one of the white maids by the name of Bateson entered, carrying a kettle of hot water. She set it down on the table nearest her mistress, next to the open tea-caddy. Mistress Carfax, however, seemed slightly agitated and craned her neck toward the door.
"But where is Sambo?" she asked indignantly. She liked the boy to bring her the hot water for her afternoon tea.
The maid bobbed a curtsy.
"Begging your pardon, madam, but he is very ill."
Her mistress sucked in her cheeks and took a deep breath.
"What did I tell you, Samuel?" she said sharply. "The blacks are falling like flies. It is most inconvenient."
Carfax shot her an exasperated look and shifted in his chair, but the movement obviously pained him. He winced and bit his lip.
"Most inconvenient," he replied unenthusiastically, as he reached into his waistcoat pocket. "What are you doing, Samuel?" she chided, as she watched him produce a small card and begin waving it in the air. "Bateson!" he called to the maid. His forehead shone with sweat in the fire's glow.
"Sir?"
Handing her the card, he said,
"Tell Mason to send for this gentleman, will you?"
The girl took the card and curtsied.
"Yes, sir."
Clutching his arm, he tried unsuccessfully to stifle a cry.
"'Tis time I saw a physician," he muttered.
A number of small crates and barrels had been left piled high in the middle of the laboratory floor. Thomas was standing by them, a copy of the ship's manifest in his hand, trying to make sense of their contents. Dr. Carruthers sat on a stool nearby. He tapped the floor with his stick impatiently.
"Well?"
he chanted. Thomas knew the old anatomist was anxious that he open the crates. He, too, was keen to see what treasures they held, although he knew that without Dr. Welton's papers they would mean little. Picking up a hammer, he prized the lattice off the lid of the first crate. There were no surprises. Inside it was fitted with shelves, and the top layer held 6 plants in pots.
"And?"
pressed the old anatomist.
Thomas sighed. "It is as I thought, sir," he replied, obviously frustrated. "Pots containing green-leaved plants with red flowers. But what they are I cannot say."
One by one he began unloading them, and ranging them on a shelf opposite the high window that caught the direct sunlight. Dr. Carruthers sniffed the air.
"Will you give me a leaf, young fellow?" he asked.
Thomas handed him a pot. "Is it familiar to you, sir?" he asked, watching the old anatomist inhale the scent. He tilted his bewigged head in thought, as if trying to recall a place or a landscape where the plant might have grown. After a moment he nodded.
"Hibiscus elatus, I think you'll find," he said, adding cheerfully, "also known as blue maho. But the journal will tell us all."
Thomas smiled in admiration at his mentor's knowledge, but had to agree. "The sooner Mr. Bartlett chooses to present himself with Dr. Welton's journal, the better," he muttered. A note of uncharacteristic annoyance had crept into his tone. He had returned to the crate and was just about to embark upon unloading the second tier of plants when he noticed that Helen, the housemaid, was standing at the threshold of the laboratory.
"Dr. Silkstone, sir, a carriage has been sent for you to take you to the house of Mr. Samuel Carfax. He is unwell and requests that you attend him, sir," she related without pausing for breath.
Carruthers arched a brow.
"Samuel Carfax?" he repeated. "Does he not own estates in Jamaica?"
Thomas thought for a moment. He recalled having read in the Gazetteer and New Daily Advertiser the previous evening that the plantation owner and his entourage had recently arrived in London for a short sojourn.
"I do believe you're right, sir."
The old anatomist delivered an odd sort of snort from his nostrils that signified dislike, or disapproval, or both.
"He'll either have caught a good old English cold, or brought some tropical ague with him from Jamaica. Mark my words," said Carruthers, raising an arthritic finger.
Thomas nodded.
"Either way, I had best attend him without delay," he replied.
Chapter 14. The Carfax mansion was a fine brick-built villa with a grand portico in Chelsea. It was a fashionable area where the houses overlooked the river. Yet it was not this aspect that caught Thomas's attention, but the crest on the gates as they swung open for his carriage. The image of a Negro man in chains was emblazoned at its centre. This Mr. Carfax was obviously very proud that his fortune was built on the suffering of others, mused Thomas. As the carriage pulled up outside, a liveried footman let down the steps, and the doctor soon found himself standing in a grand hallway. Mason, the butler, greeted him formally.
"The master is in his study, Dr. Silkstone," he informed him, bowing. "Please follow me."
Thomas was slightly bemused. Carfax was obviously not so ill as to take to his bed. He began to follow the butler, but as he did so he heard the rustle of silk. A lady, Mistress Carfax, he presumed, was making her way down the stairs. Dressed for dinner in a blue gown, her beady eyes latched on to him. "You are the physician?" she asked haughtily, negotiating the final steps. She was closely followed by her dog, which descended behind her in a sort of controlled fall. Thomas bowed his head. "Dr. Thomas Silkstone at your service, milady." She looked at him squarely, although her eyes narrowed slightly. "My husband claims he is in great pain," she sneered, emphasizing the word claims. Turning round, she picked up her dog from one of the steps and tucked him under her arm. "Personally, I do not think men know the meaning of the word." Thomas hoped she did not see his wry smile as he proceeded toward the study behind the butler. Samuel Carfax was sitting at an awkward angle in a high-backed chair behind a desk. Despite the coolness of the room, he wore no jacket, but a thick blanket had been wrapped around his torso, leaving his shirt's sleeves exposed. He was clutching his right arm and grimacing. "Ah, Silkstone!" he cried, even before Mason had time to announce him. Thomas bowed and moved toward his patient. "Mr. Carfax, sir, I see you are in pain." Carfax nodded, and as Thomas approached, rolled up his sleeve to reveal the soiled bandage. "An insect bite of some sort, I think," he ventured. Carefully, Thomas began unwinding the dressing to reveal a clean hole the size of a farthing. He called for more light, and Mason, who had been hovering in the background, obliged with an oil lamp, enabling a closer inspection. Taking out his magnifying glass from his bag, Thomas peered at the wound and noted it was surrounded by swollen and taut tissue. A yellow-coloured fluid spilled over the rim of the crater, oozing like a lava flow down the arm. "Perhaps this is not a bite, but an abscess," thought Thomas. He was about to reach for a scalpel from his bag so he could enlarge the opening and drain off some of the pus, when he thought he saw something move in the crater. He peered into the hole once more, and there it was again. A movement. No, more than a movement. A creature. To his horror, Thomas saw two pincers emerge from the hole, followed by a stubby grey head. Carfax, who had been watching Thomas's investigations, let out a cry. "God's wounds!" he exclaimed. "What the deuce is that?" Armed with the knowledge that his patient had recently arrived from the West Indies, the doctor's reaction was not as dramatic. "I think you may have inadvertently carried a passenger with you from Jamaica, sir," said Thomas. Both men now looked at the hole, Carfax gawping open-mouthed as more of the grey tube emerged, flexing black claws on the top of its head. "Get that devil out of me!" cried the patient as the creature retreated from view. Thomas steadied his arm and eyed the decanter on the desk. "A rum for Mr. Carfax, if you please," he instructed Mason. Taking a pair of forceps from his case, Thomas's hand hovered over the beast's lair. He did not have to wait long before it re-emerged, and this time the young doctor was prepared. He lunged at it with his forceps and pinched its head. Wriggling and writhing, it surfaced from the hole, a grub, covered in tiny hooks that scrambled to keep hold of their moist den. As his patient wisely gulped down his rum, Thomas fought the vile creature and won. After a few seconds he held its slain carcass up to the candlelight to inspect it. "Sir, allow me to introduce to you Dermatobia hominis," he said triumphantly. Carfax's eyes opened wide. "What the—" "Also known as the larva of the botfly," continued Thomas, dropping the offending grub into a glass tube for posterity. Dr. Carruthers already had one in his collection. "The fly must have bitten you and laid its eggs in the wound," he explained, adding, "They usually bite cattle, I believe." Carfax let out a muted laugh. "In my line of business it pays to be thick-skinned, Dr. Silkstone," he joked. Thomas secured the dressing. "You deal in sugar, sir, if I am not mistaken," he said. His patient eyed him and arched a brow. "You are well informed, sir." Thomas nodded. "In my line of business it pays to know the background of my patients," he countered. Mistress Carfax entered the room just as Thomas was closing his medical case. Looking up, her husband beckoned her over with his healthy arm. "My dear, you'll never believe it. Dr. Silkstone has found the problem. A most disgusting larva had taken up residence in my arm." He spoke almost gleefully. It was clear to Thomas that he would be asked to show the sour-faced woman the offending grub, but before Carfax could make the request, there came a terrible sound like a banshee wail that rent through the house and reverberated down the stairs. It hung in the air, quavering for a few more seconds before it gave way to a lower wail.
"Good God!"
exclaimed Carfax. He seemed agitated. Then, turning to his wife, he scolded,
"Can you not keep them under control, wife?"
Mistress Carfax's normally pale skin had reddened at the noise. Thomas could tell from her furious expression that she knew instantly its source. This was clearly not the first time she had heard the blood-curdling scream or the cries that followed. He watched the woman ball her fists.
"Those wretches!"
she hissed through clenched teeth.
"Best get Roberts on them,"
suggested Carfax, flexing his injured arm.
"He'll deal with them."
His wife shook her head.
"I will take care of this myself,"
she cried, by now incandescent with rage. She barged into the hallway and turned down along a back passage before taking to the service stairs, her dog in hot pursuit. Such was her fury that she almost ran up the 2 flights to the male's attic room, from whence the cries were emanating. There she found Fibber, her hands outstretched toward Ibele. Venus was struggling to pull her away from the boy, who lay perfectly still on the mattress. The girl was sobbing uncontrollably, flailing her arms, dragging herself toward him. Mistress Carfax swept into the room like a tropical storm. Even Fibber's sobs were drowned for a moment. Venus had let go her grip, and the young girl was kneeling over the child once more, rocking backward and forward, touching his head, pulling at his hands. He remained still as stone. Mistress Carfax took a deep breath.
"What is the meaning of this?"
she barked. Her hot breath billowed into the cold air. Venus's full lips trembled as she curtsied.
"Sambo is dead, missa,"
she told her. She pointed to the boy lying below, his eyes closed as if he were asleep. Her mistress darted a cursory glance in the boy's direction.
"I can see that," she replied coldly. "But this noise, this screaming, I will not have it, you hear?"
She had turned to Fibber and cuffed the side of her head.
"Get Roberts to deal with her,"
she instructed Venus. The housekeeper's body tensed as if braced against the storm of harsh words that came from her mistress's mouth.
"Tell him to put her in the bridle. That'll quiet her crying."
At these words, Fibber's eyes widened with terror.
"No, missa, no, please,"
she pleaded, shuffling on her knees toward Mistress Carfax. She pawed at the hem of her gown, just like the small dog that sniffed at the corpse as his mistress ranted. This time a heavier blow was dealt to the top of her head, as if the girl were a troublesome fly to be swatted.
"And another 20 lashes," she snarled,
as Fibber collapsed sobbing at her feet. Venus remained expressionless and nodded slowly.
"Yes, ma'am,"
she replied without enthusiasm. Her voice was carefully neutral.
"And see he is," she pointed at the
child,
"disposed of."
With these words she turned and called Fino, who by now was licking the child's face. She tucked the dog under her arm and headed out of the room. Before she could reach the narrow stairs, however, Thomas appeared, blocking her exit. Fearing his professional skills might be needed, he had followed the woman up the service stairs. "Do you need my assistance, madam?" he asked her. Mistress Carfax, her anger still not fully abated, shook her head and tried to make light of the situation.
"'Tis nothing."
She let out a self-conscious laugh and patted the dog in her arms.
"A negro boy is dead. He took a chill, 'tis all."
Thomas edged forward on the small landing. "Then I shall certify the death," he said, looking toward the open door of the attic room. Mistress Carfax's back stiffened.
"Is that really necessary, Dr. Silkstone? He was only
She broke off as she read Thomas's disapproving expression. "A slave, ma'am?" He finished her sentence for her. There was little room to maneuver on the cramped landing, and only a few inches separated them. The woman's breaths came in short, sharp pants. She nodded and stuck out her chin defiantly, stiff-faced, as if her cheeks and lips had been starched.
"Yes," she said finally, "a slave."
Thomas leaned closer to her and lowered his gaze to meet hers. Her eyes were as cold and unseeing as those of the fish in his laboratory. Flattening his lips in a smile, he began to shake his head. "The law may be ambiguous as to whether a slave is an animal or a human, but I would be failing in my duty as a physician if I did not examine the child. He let his words linger on the air until the woman blinked and agreed with a sullen nod.
"Very well, Dr. Silkstone," she muttered, letting Thomas pass into the room.
He walked in to find Venus comforting Fibber, trying to still her sobs. Her long, thin arms were wrapped round the girl whose head was nestled on her shoulder. "I am a physician," he told her, walking toward the boy. As Venus nodded, Fibber pulled away. She eyed Thomas suspiciously as he knelt down, took the child's emaciated wrist, and felt for his pulse. There was none. Lifting his lids, Thomas looked at the boy's pupils. They were fully dilated. He was satisfied that his short life had ebbed away. "The fever?" he asked, lifting his gaze and looking at Venus. She simply nodded. Pulling back the coarse sheet, he looked at the boy's torso. His ribs showed through his brown skin like the veins of a leaf. He was evidently malnourished, thought Thomas, so that his guard was already down before the fever struck. Mistress Carfax returned to the room without the dog and walked over to Thomas, fixing cold eyes on the corpse. "I shall write out a certificate," Thomas told her, even though he knew the death would probably not be registered. The child's body would, in all honesty, be dumped in an unmarked grave.
"Thank you, Doctor,"
she replied, not bothering to lift her gaze from the boy's face. It was the first time she had displayed a modicum of civility. Standing upright, Thomas waited until it was obvious Mistress Carfax was ready to return downstairs. On the landing he paused and faced her squarely as she lifted her skirts to descend. "Mistress Carfax," he began. Surprised, she turned.
"Yes?"
"Perhaps next time one of your slaves is seriously ill, you might think to call me," he told her, adding, "I will not charge to see them." She digested his words as if they were bitter pills, and nodded slowly before heading downstairs to join her husband. Left alone in the attic room, the housekeeper and the slave stood motionless, staring at the dead child. The cruel taunts of the fever were nowhere to be seen on his face. In its place was a peace and a contentment that neither of them had seen while he was alive. Perhaps he had been reunited with his mother. Perhaps he was running wild and free in his homeland, thought Fibber. It was Venus who broke the silence.
"Sleep well, child," she whispered.
She straightened her long neck and switched her gaze to the girl, slight and hunched at her side. The look Venus gave Fibber dragged her from her mourning, and she shivered as if suddenly recalling the fate that awaited her downstairs. Both of them knew what had to happen next. Chapter 15. Thomas returned to the quay the following day to meet with Mr. Bartlett. As soon as Captain McCoy appeared, however, he did not need to be told that the young artist had not returned from the customs house. He could read the captain's sober expression as he met him on deck. The nonchalance he had shown before had all but disappeared to be replaced with apprehension.
"'Tis most out of character," said McCoy, shaking his head.
"And you have checked with the customs house?" pressed Thomas, clutching for any grain of information. The captain, a man whose skin was chapped by the wind and burned by the sun, hesitated, then said,
"They denied sending any official to board us, Dr. Silkstone."
Thomas balked.
"Then who—" "I fear I have no idea," replied McCoy, shaking his head.
The doctor thought for a moment. "And you say he had Dr. Welton's journal about his person?"
"Aye, I believe so. In a large satchel."
Thomas's insinuation suddenly seemed to register, and the captain's brows lifted.
"Surely it could not be that anyone would wish to steal the doctor's diary?" he asked.
Thomas felt a mounting sense of frustration. If, as it seems, this customs official was an impostor, can you think of any other reason for Mr. Bartlett's disappearance? The captain faltered, and he shook his head, as if recalling a conversation.
"I remember Mr. Bartlett said that the information was of great value, and for Sir Joseph's eyes only," he said.
Thomas could not hide his surprise. As the man charged with cataloguing the expedition's specimens, he felt entitled to be privy to all its findings. Sir Joseph had made no mention of any momentous discoveries, or indeed anything of material value. Unlike Captain Cook's expedition, where the primary goal was to discover the transit of Venus, Sir Joseph had not spoken of any specific goal. As far as he had been briefed, the expedition was purely to gather specimens of potential medicinal interest. Thomas felt slightly aggrieved. Why should that be? he asked curtly.
"I cannot say," shrugged the captain. "'Tis all I know."
"I will inquire if Mr. Bartlett has been in touch with Sir Joseph," said Thomas finally.
"A good idea, Dr. Silkstone," acknowledged McCoy. "In the meantime, you had better take these."
He handed Thomas a sheaf of Matthew Bartlett's sketches and several folios of Dr. Welton's notes. Thomas glanced through them. "These will be of great help," he said. And with that the two men bade each other a good day. Neither, it seemed, any the wiser as to the whereabouts of the one man upon whose shoulders the success or failure of the Jamaican expedition now rested. As soon as he climbed into the carriage that was to return him to Holland Street, Thomas began to read Dr. Welton's notes. Scrawled in a haphazard manner across several sheets of paper, they were secured by a thin ribbon. A cursory look told him they appeared quite perfunctory. They were notes and observations, rather than the detailed scientific reports that he was anticipating. He supposed the doctor had reserved his most important findings for his journal, and that, of course, he had yet to see. This collection seemed to be arranged in no particular order, as if the pages had been thrown together without great care and in haste. Nevertheless, from the very first line of the text, Thomas was drawn in.
"Kingston, May 6th, 1783. Some Negroes fervently believe they will return to the country of their origin when they die in Jamaica. They therefore have little regard for their own deaths, so convinced are they that they shall be free from the white man's shackles once more. To enable this to pass, I have heard many cut their own throats. Whether they die by their own hand or naturally, their kindred people make a great show of lamentations, mournings, and howlings."
Thomas looked up from the page and felt his own breath judder. He thought of the Carfax's dead child slave, thousands of miles away from his native land. No one would be attending his grave. Chapter 16. Boughton Hall, Brandwick, Oxfordshire, November 1st, 1783. My dearest Thomas, as I write to you, the first snows of winter have fallen early. We have endured frosts for many days, but we awoke this morning to find the hills and vales covered in a thick carpet of white. From my study window the chapel spire looks like a needle piercing through a crisp linen sheet, and the twigs on the trees are draped in lace. I wish you could be here to share the view with me, my love. Lydia looked up from the piece of paper on her desk and glanced toward the fire blazing in the grate. Richard was lying on his stomach on the hearth-rug, his legs bent upward, waving restlessly in the air. He was playing with some tin soldiers Howard had found in the attic. They had once belonged to her late brother Edward, but she knew their novelty would wear off in a few minutes, and her son would seek some new adventure. She took up her pen once more. Richard continues to prosper. His arm grows stronger by the day, thanks to the exercises you showed him. I am teaching him to read and write, and to count, although he is not a very willing pupil. He would much rather be outside, on the estate. She was about to write, riding with Mr. Lupton, but checked herself. When Richard had woken that morning and looked out onto the snow-covered landscape, his first reaction was one of wonder and delight. This was not the first snow he had ever seen, but such was his joy that it took all of Nurse Pring's strength to stop him from rushing downstairs and out of doors in his nightshirt. Over breakfast, Lydia had promised to venture out with him herself, although she was worried that the icy air would harm his already delicate lungs. So now, almost every 10 minutes or so, he asked her the same question. When could they go out into the snow? And when she replied, as she always did, that she would take him out after she had finished writing her letter to Dr. Silkstone, he sulked and moaned and knocked down the soldiers in a display of temper that she found understandable but unseemly. And here it came again. Her son shifted himself up onto one elbow, only this time his question was more strategic in its phrasing. It showed the military tactics worthy of a good general. "Can Mr. Lupton take me out in the snow?" Her pen hovered over the paper. Lupton. For some reason she had not thought to mention the new estate manager in her last letter to Thomas. She felt he was settling in well. He had been in post for just over a week and was getting to grips with the day-to-day management of Boughton. Richard also seemed to have taken to him. Ever since they had ridden out together, her son had continually asked if he could accompany Lupton in his duties. Not a day had gone by when Richard had not stood by the front door in his riding boots, waiting to saddle up with his new friend, only to be told he could not.
"Mr. Lupton is a very busy man, my sweet," Lydia would say, adding, "Besides, you have your letters to learn."
That riposte was never well received, and the child would whine and trail his feet into the study to sit sullenly while his mother taught him his alphabet. She knew full well that Richard needed male company, a man he could look up to, someone dependable who would always be there for him, and the worm of doubt that had crept into her brain ever since Thomas had returned to London almost 2 months ago began to re-emerge. Now she found herself beginning to lose her patience, but she bit her tongue.
"No, Richard, he cannot take you out," was her curt response.
Taking a deep breath, she poised her nib once more, but before she could resume her letter, Howard appeared at the door.
"Mr. Lupton is here to see you, my lady."
Lydia arched a brow. Their daily meeting was not scheduled until the afternoon. She put down her pen.
"Very well," she replied.
Nicholas Lupton marched in, wearing a thick coat and a muffler about his neck that obscured his chin but not his mouth. His face was wreathed in a broad smile. "Good morning, your ladyship," he greeted her jovially. He made a shallow bow, but his movement was severely restricted by the fact that he carried something large and wooden under his arm.
"Good morning, Mr. Lupton,"
replied Lydia, somewhat bemused by the object that her estate manager was holding. By this time Richard, on seeing Lupton, had scrambled to his feet and was dancing around him, tugging eagerly at his coat.
"Richard, please," scolded his mother, "leave Mr. Lupton alone, or I shall have to send you upstairs."
She found herself raising her voice to the child, something she was doing with increasing regularity, and she disliked herself for it. She looked at the object of her son's excitement.
"I do apologize, Mr. Lupton," she said.
The estate manager merely laughed. Waving dismissively with his free hand, he bent low to greet the young Earl, who immediately began inspecting the strange object tucked under his new friend's arm.
"What is it?"
inquired the boy. Lupton beamed again. "Why, this," he announced with all the flair of a showman, "is a sledge." Lydia was shocked. Her son looked puzzled. The estate manager was holding what appeared to be a small wooden table with curved runners attached to its legs.
"A sledge? What is a sledge?"
asked Richard, forming the unfamiliar word carefully. Lupton eyed Lydia, trying to gauge her reaction. Had he overstepped the mark? She returned his gaze for a moment before she, too, began to smile.
"A sledge is like a carriage for the snow," she told her son.
The estate manager crouched down and planted the sleigh on the floor. "You sit on it, see?" he said, pointing at the planks. "And then I whirl you round and round on the ice till you're dizzy as a gadfly." There was an infectious enthusiasm in his tone. The boy laughed and plonked himself on the seat, then brought both his short legs up at right angles and tried to shuffle, as if to make the strange contraption move. "You have taken to it naturally, sir," Lupton told him, patting the child on the back.
"Can we go now, Mamma? Please, can we go on the ice?"
Richard looked at his mother with large, pleading eyes and melted her resolve.
"Very well," she relented, "but we must wrap up warm."
And so the small party, Lydia, Richard, and Nicholas Lupton, boarded the dog-cart and headed off on the track toward Plover's Lake. The brilliant blue sky was cloudless and the sun was bright, but the air was freezing and their breath billowed about them like steam as the horses trotted along. Lydia was swathed in a fur stole and hat, and her hands were tucked into a muff. She had made sure that Richard was equally protected with woolen stockings, a worsted coat, and stout boots. A thick scarf hugged his neck. The snow lay 3 or 4 inches deep on the road, but on the verges and against the hedges the overnight wind had blown it in drifts. In some places it was as if a giant had spread a bedsheet over the fields and hedgerows and forgotten to smooth it down. Lydia found herself smiling, despite the fact that her cheeks were tingling with cold. After 20 minutes or so they arrived at the lake. Its surface was frosted white, like a huge mirror, and the reeds that fringed it were rigid as spears. A few ducks skidded comically on its icy surface as they drew up close by. Lupton offered Lydia his hand, and she descended from the cart, her feet crunching into the snow below.
"How do you know the ice is thick enough to walk on?" she asked warily.
"I have measured it, your ladyship. 'Tis 4 inches thick, safe as stone," he replied. The estate manager seemed sure of himself. But he held her gaze until she gave a nod of approval, then clapped his gloved hands gleefully. "Come then, sir," he chirped. Richard, already standing up, jumped down into Lupton's arms, then, taking him by the hand, pulled the estate manager with the sledge in tow toward the lake. Together they set foot on the ice, edging very slowly at first, keeping close to the bank. Lydia watched anxiously from the shore, but every few seconds Lupton gave her a reassuring smile. "You're sure the ice will not crack?" called Lydia, nervous as an ill-sitting hen. "I give you my word, your ladyship," came the unequivocal reply. Both man and boy had stepped out onto the lake's surface now, the ice taking the full weight of both their bodies. In one hand Lupton carried a stout log, and without warning he hurled it out into the middle of the frozen plain. It hit the surface hard and skidded a few feet before finally coming to rest near the centre, the hollow echo that it made reverberating loudly in the still air. "You see, your ladyship," he called, "frozen solid." Lydia silently acknowledged this reassuring gesture and tucked her hands back into her fur muff. At least that way, she told herself, no one could see that she was wringing them. "Now sit yourself down, sir," ordered Lupton, positioning the sledge. Richard eagerly obliged, drawing his legs and elbows inward and clutching the sides. "Ready?" asked Lupton. His charge nodded nervously. First, threading a long length of rope through a hole in the seat, Lupton walked a few feet away from the sledge. "Here we go." Extending his right arm, he began moving it in a wide arc. The sledge started to slide as if following the sweeping line of an unseen circle. It moved slowly at first, but soon gathered speed, and Richard squealed with delight as he slid round and round Lupton, pulled by the rope. Letting out the length so that the circles made by the sledge grew bigger and bigger, Lupton too found himself whirling round and round. All the while he was laughing along with Richard. Watching the pair, Lydia, although still fearful, permitted herself to smile. It was wonderful to see her son, who, only a few weeks ago, was so close to death, enjoying himself as a child should. Faster and faster Richard went, as Lupton pirouetted on the ice like a ballet dancer. Keeping the rope taut, he let it out even farther until there was at least 20 feet between himself and the sledge, but still he continued to steer it round like a boat caught in a whirlpool. It eddied for a few more seconds until, seemingly exhausted, the estate manager jerked on the tether to slow it down. Lydia could tell from the way he lurched drunkenly on the ice that he had made himself giddy. The rope in his hand slackened. Richard called out. "More!" he yelled. "More!" Lupton's head was bowed, and his body began to pitch and sway like a sea-weary sailor before dropping to his knees on the ice. "Mr. Lupton!" exclaimed Lydia. Richard stood up on the sledge and stepped gingerly onto the ice. "Are you ill, sir?" he asked, skidding toward the estate manager. "No, Richard!" yelled Lydia. "Get back onto the sledge!" The little boy jerked his head toward his mother. As he did so, he lost his footing and went crashing onto the ice. Lydia screamed, but Lupton shook his head quickly as if dispelling sleep, and heaving his frame up from the frozen surface, reached out for the boy. "Here, Richard. Give me your hand." His voice was calm and reassuring, and in no time the child was back, seated on the sledge, and calling for another ride. Lupton looked over to Lydia and saw her gesturing for them to make for the shore. They obeyed. "You've had quite enough excitement for one day," she told her son as soon as he came within earshot. Richard's face was flushed. The cold and the excitement had combined to turn his complexion bright red. Mr. Lupton's face was also ruddy with his exertions. The child reluctantly disembarked from the sledge and scrambled onto the shore once more, followed by his playmate. Lydia breathed a deep sigh of relief. "Can we do that again, Mamma? Can we, please?" Richard pleaded, his large eyes looking up at his mother's face. Lydia and Lupton exchanged glances. "We'll see," she said, "but now we must return to the warm. You must both be frozen." Chapter 17. Thomas found himself once more in the grand, wood-panelled room at Somerset House, where only a few days ago he accepted his most prestigious assignment. His ebullient mood had now ebbed and was turning to frustration and anxiety. Sir Joseph clearly shared his concern. "I have heard nothing, Silkstone," he said, rising from his desk and walking over to his globe. He spun it wistfully. "It is most unlike Mr. Bartlett," he mused.
So there is no news on this so-called official?
Extensive inquiries have been made, sir, replied Thomas, relaying information he had received from Captain McCoy. It seems the man was an impostor. Silence filled the cavernous space as the young doctor waited for a reply to an unasked question that hung precariously in their midst. Thomas was hoping that Sir Joseph would lift the veil on a situation that seemed to be beyond his own limited briefing. It was not forthcoming, so he pressed on. "Were you aware, sir, that Dr. Welton's journal was on Mr. Bartlett's person?" Sir Joseph looked up from the globe. He did not seem shocked.
"I feared as much."
"Presumably he took it for safekeeping, sir," replied Thomas. He had come to the nub of the matter. He could tell as much from Sir Joseph's expression as mounting concern gathered on his features. It was obvious to Thomas that he was aware of the significance of the notebook, above and beyond what he had thus far revealed. "The journal was in a leather satchel that he kept about him at all times," added Thomas, watching for a reaction. It came swiftly and decisively. With a face that had paled by the minute, Sir Joseph Banks paced over to his desk and tugged at the top drawer.
"A leather satchel like this?"
he asked, shunting a package wrapped in brown paper across the desk. The reek of river water rose from it. Thomas felt his hands begin to tremble as he gingerly opened the folds of the sodden parcel. Inside there was a kid leather satchel. The crest of the Royal Society was emblazoned on the front. He felt his stomach lurch. Sir Joseph knuckled the desk.
"A waterman handed it in this morning, hoping for a reward," he said.
He sat down, his elbows on the desk, and tented his long fingers, brushing his lips as he thought. Finally he said,
"This journal, do you have any idea of its contents?"
Thomas shook his head. "I only know that it was to act as my guide, sir," he replied. "Surely it would be of no consequence to anyone else." Sir Joseph shot back.
"That is where you are mistaken, Silkstone."
Questions flooded into Thomas's mind, but he held his tongue. He could tell from Sir Joseph's expression that he was struggling to keep a secret from him, weighing up in his own mind whether he should divulge the truth. Doubt hovered in the air until, after an agonizing moment, the great man brought down his hands on the desk without revealing anything.
"This is a worrying development, Dr. Silkstone," he admitted.
His tone was measured, as if he were trying to deny the gravity of the discovery in the Thames.
"The cut purses at the docks would not think twice about robbing a man for a few coins," he concluded. "But a journal would be worthless to them. 'Tis probably bobbing on the Thames tide as we speak."
Thomas did not follow his master's logic. He knew that a common thief would not have tossed the satchel into the river, but would have tried to sell it. He held Sir Joseph's gaze for a moment, as if willing him to act, but he merely stared down at the floor, leaving Thomas with the impression that he was not prepared to divulge any more information. Then, without warning, the great man looked up and slapped the desk.
"I thank you for your help, Silkstone, but now you must leave the matter of Mr. Bartlett with me."
He rose and changed his tone.
"Instead, you must concentrate your considerable expertise on cataloguing all those specimens, eh?"
Walking from behind his desk, he offered Thomas his hand and patted him on the arm. There was a finality in his tone. Their conversation was at an end. "Of course, sir," replied Thomas, with an uneasy bow. Sir Joseph's abruptness troubled him, and he left the meeting, at which he had sought reassurance, deeply disturbed. Not only was he now more fearful for Matthew Bartlett's safety, he was left wondering what knowledge contained in Dr. Welton's journal was so momentous that a man may have been kidnapped, or even killed, for it. The pale sun was low in the sky when they arrived back at Boughton Hall. Lupton had taught Richard the chorus of God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen on the return journey, and the boy was in high spirits, giving a hearty solo rendition before they reached the steps at the front of the house. Helping Lydia and her son down from the cart, the estate manager was in an equally buoyant mood. "Thank you for your company today, my lady," he told her, taking her hand and kissing it. Lydia smiled.
"No, it is I who must thank you, Mr. Lupton. My son has obviously enjoyed himself enormously."
"And you?" he shot back. Somewhat impertinently, Lydia thought. She paused for a moment, unsure as to how to react.
"Yes,"
she said, nodding finally.
"Very much."
The estate manager beamed once more. "I am glad," he replied, before turning to the young Earl and lifting him down from the cart. "And I'll wager you've had a fine time, sir," he cried. Richard nodded his tousled head.
"Can we do it again tomorrow, Mamma? Can we?" he exclaimed. Lydia glanced quickly at Lupton. "We shall see, my sweet," she replied. "We shall see." And with that she put her hand on Richard's shoulder and turned to see Howard waiting to greet them at the top of the house steps. Later that day, when Nurse Pring took Richard to his bed, Lydia found herself at her writing desk once more. She had resumed her letter to Thomas, but still the words did not flow easily. Buoyed by the morning's outing in the snow, she had felt light-hearted and cheerful, and yet she did not want her letter to give the impression that she was experiencing happiness without him, less still that the source of her mirth was the new estate manager about whom he knew nothing. A grain of guilt planted itself into her conscience. Just why, she did not know. Perhaps it had something to do with the fact that Richard, just before he turned to climb the stairs with Nurse Pring, had told her, "This has been the best day of my life." His words washed over her in a great wave of joy, and she had rushed forward and hugged him. Now, on reflection, as the candles cast a soft glow over her own script, she realized that her son's happiness had been brought about by a man barely known to either of them. A virtual stranger had burst into their lives like a jester into a king's court, and brought with him fun and laughter. There was an infectious vigour and cheerfulness in Lupton's manner that clearly endeared him to Richard. He was a clown, a playfellow, and, dare she even think of it, he was fast becoming like a father. It was the role she had reserved for Thomas. He was the man who should take her son sledging, or riding, or fishing. He was the one who should make him laugh, or comfort him if he grazed his knees or burned his fingers. But he was not there, nor would he be in the foreseeable future. Dipping her nib into the inkpot, she sighed deeply before starting another paragraph of her letter to Thomas. "We have enjoyed a pleasant enough day," she wrote. Fibber sat huddled in the attic room, her legs drawn up to her chest. Tears were flowing freely down her cheeks, but the bridle around her head meant that if she cried out, the spike would pierce her tongue. The iron collar weighed heavily around her neck, and the chain was so short that she could barely move away from the wall. Mr. Roberts had clamped the cage over her head last night, just after the beating. She had tried to bite him as he forced open her mouth to slip the plate between her teeth, but he only pushed it in harder, cutting her lips. Now the taste of blood and iron melded into one, seasoned with the salt of her tears. Unable to sleep for the pain and the cold, she had been plotting her revenge. She'd once heard Mr. Roberts tell Cook he always ate well after he'd given a good whipping. He said all that exercise whetted his appetite, and the sight of the blood put him in mind of a thick, juicy sirloin. As it was, he was usually happy to settle for a large bowl of Mistress Bradshaw's mutton stew with dumplings. Well, she hoped that he had supped heartily, because soon he would be eating his last meal. Her blurry gaze slid along the cold floorboards to the far corner of the room, beyond her reach. There, hidden from view, pressed into a dark, dank crevice, was her obeah bag, a bag so powerful that not even Mr. Roberts with his calloused hands and foul breath, or Miss Carfax, with her small eyes and tongue as sharp as a bullwhip, could resist its magic. The nail clippings, the pig's tail, the grave dirt, and the blood from her unborn child, all the special ingredients were there, new charmed by the obeah man. Together they were stronger than any chain or manacle. Soon she would put a curse on this house, and so terrible would be its power that every white man and woman who entered it would fall on their knees and beg for death. She was thinking about the bag when the wedge of light that sliced under the door was suddenly darkened by a shadow. She heard footsteps. Patience, perhaps, bringing her some illicit scraps from the kitchen, or Venus come to check on her. Yes, it was Venus. She recognized the slow glide of her footsteps. But there was another footfall, heavy, masculine, and a voice she did not know. In the landing's glow she saw the two shadows meet.
"You have the boy?" said he.
"Yes," replied Venus.
"They will come at midnight. See that he is ready."
They parted, and the footsteps retreated once more, leaving Fibber alone and confused in the dark. Chapter 18. 5 days had passed since Matthew Bartlett was last seen disembarking from the Elizabeth in the company of a customs officer. Unable to wait for more news of him, Thomas had begun the laborious work of single-handedly unpacking and listing the scores of specimens from the expedition.
He had left the smaller crates containing the more delicate creatures, the insects and reptiles and small mammals, unopened, concentrating instead on the remaining plants. His progress was such that he had catalogued almost half of those herbs to be included in Sir Joseph's famous herbarium. The great man had donated it to the British Museum after the Endeavour's return from Australia, and new additions were always made with each expedition. Thomas had commissioned a carpenter to make him a large wooden cabinet that held drawers divided into 64 small compartments to hold preserved leaf specimens. He had been working his way methodically through the ship's manifest and had succeeded in ticking off all of the plants listed, apart, that is, from the final herb on the list, the branched callaloo. He searched for a sketch of it among Bartlett's papers. It was there, all right, with its smooth-margined leaves and pinkish-white flowers, but among the samples he could find no corresponding herb. He recalled Captain McCoy's words, how difficult it had been to keep plants alive on board ship, given the terrible conditions. The specimen must have died and been discarded. It was lost, and there was an end to it. In the absence of Dr. Welton's journal, Mr. Bartlett's excellent drawings were proving invaluable. Thomas was also deeply indebted to Dr. Carruthers. His knowledge of the Caribbean islands and their flora was most useful.
"Aloe vera, if I'm not mistaken," he had said, sniffing one of the plants on which Thomas was working. He had sliced its stem, and the smell had wafted into the air. "Very useful, with most excellent healing properties," added the old anatomist.
For his own part, Thomas had never ventured into tropical climes before. His experience of humidity and tropical rainfall, of deadly insects and poisonous frogs, was confined to his reading of Captain Cook's journals from the Endeavour and of Dr. Granger's tracts on diseases of the West Indies. His own encounters with spiders as big as dinner plates and snakes as long as a large intestine were limited to those in the jars that surrounded him. His understanding of the very creatures and samples of flora that he had been tasked to catalogue was necessarily narrow because he had not seen them in their natural environment. Bereft of Dr. Welton's journal, organising and contextualising these exotic treasures was indeed a tall order. Mr. Bartlett's sketches, with their detailed captions, were most helpful, but they were no substitute for his presence. Try as he might, however, Thomas was unable to put the artist's disappearance behind him. On that 5th morning in the laboratory, Dr. Carruthers could stand the tension no longer. He sat on his usual stool, alert and ready to give his opinion to Thomas, irrespective of whether or not it was requested. The young doctor was preparing to examine a leaf under his microscope and had laid his specimen flat on a glass slide. In the corner of the room, Franklin, the white rat, named in honour of the great American polymath and kept as the young anatomist's companion, pawed at his cage.
"He wants to be let out,"
remarked the old anatomist, tilting his head to one side toward the scratching.
"He is anxious."
Thomas looked up and walked over to the rat's cage, opened the latch and allowed Franklin to roam free.
"That is what you should be doing, young fellow," said
Carruthers. Thomas returned to his workbench. "Sir?" The old anatomist let out a short laugh.
"I do not need eyes to see that you are not happy in your work. I can sense it. You should be out and about, sniffing around like that rat of yours, making a nuisance of yourself."
Thomas sighed. "But, Sir Joseph," he protested.
"Tish-tosh!" exclaimed Carruthers. "When has the voice of authority ever stopped you from seeking out the truth?"
He waved his stick in the air.
"You know as well as I do, Thomas. There is something fishy behind this young man's disappearance, and you'll not rest until you find out what it is."
Putting down the slide, Thomas nodded. "You are right as usual, sir," he acknowledged. "I cannot work efficiently while Mr. Bartlett remains missing. I shall pay a visit to the customs house myself." It was late afternoon by the time Thomas's carriage arrived in Thames Street, outside the customs house. Inside, the long room was still hectic, but not as crowded as it had been on the morning of his first visit. It did not take long for him to find an official who would listen to his inquiry. A bespectacled clerk sat surrounded by scrolls of paper. His manner was brusque.
"Yes,"
he drawled over his lenses. "I wish to speak to someone regarding the cargo of the Elizabeth," Thomas began. "She is berthed in a sufferance wharf." At his words, however, The clerk raised his hand.
"I know exactly where she is berthed, Hope Wharf,"
he snapped, and his stubby fingers hovered over the scrolls which, to the untrained eye, seemed to be arranged in no particular order. Yet within a second or two he was unrolling the appropriate document and scanning it.
"The Elizabeth. She—"
he began, but then stopped abruptly.
"Ah."
"There is a problem?" asked Thomas anxiously. The clerk looked up, pulling his spectacles down the bridge of his nose.
"I'm not at liberty to say, sir."
"What do you mean?" Thomas felt himself tense. He craned his neck to look at the document and saw, written in red across the Elizabeth's entry, the Latin words, Graviora manent. Thomas eyed the official, who returned his gaze apprehensively. "Heavier things remain?" he mouthed.
"What heavier things?"
As the clerk pushed his glasses back up his nose, Thomas noticed it was suddenly shiny with perspiration.
"It is obviously a matter for a higher authority,"
he said, his tone hardening.
"Then I would speak to a higher authority," said Thomas, trying to suppress his rising anger.
The clerk raised his voice.
"That is not possible, sir,"
he said, snapping his fingers. Two uniformed officers were quickly at his side.
"I would ask you to leave now, sir,"
he barked. The doctor shifted his look to the two officers standing nearby. He did not wish to cause a scene. At least he had uncovered some information about Mr. Bartlett's disappearance. At least now he knew that someone very influential wanted no further investigation to be undertaken by unauthorized persons, and that included himself. "Very well," he said, outwardly conceding defeat. "I thank you for your time. Good day to you, sirs." Raising his hat to the clerk and the officers, he walked out of the customs office. Now he was even more determined to find out what had really happened to Matthew Bartlett and the precious journal. The wherry fought against an icy wind that blew up the river. The waterman tied up the boat at the King's Stairs, and Thomas alighted within sight of the Elizabeth, her prow looming over all the other smaller craft at the wharf. The quayside was busy, but with the encroaching darkness, stalls were closing, warehouse doors were being pulled to, and shutters were coming down, just as they would have done 5 days ago. Deciding to retrace Matthew Bartlett's reported journey with the customs official, Thomas began with a cheerful old waterman who was stationed at the pier by the Elizabeth. Pushing back his hat, the old man scratched his forehead with his thumb in thought.
"I say them, as I recall," he croaked at the sight of Thomas's sixpence. "He was with a customs man, carrying a box."
"A box, you say?" It was the first time Thomas had heard mention of any box.
"Aye, a small crate."
But that was all he could say.
"I ain't seed where they went, sir,"
he replied meekly when pressed. Thomas walked on. The shadows were already so long and his mind so agitated that he did not see a woman standing at the corner until she shouted at him.
"Evening, my dear,"
she called as she rearranged her bodice. A sailor moved away, still lacing his breeches. Normally he would have ignored her, and she may have either cursed him or blown him a kiss, but on this occasion he stopped in his tracks and doubled back. She was a pretty enough wench, somewhere twixt a girl and a fully grown woman.
"You up for it?"
she said with a giggle, giving a provocative shimmy as she spoke. Thomas smiled benignly at her and walked a few steps closer.
"My, but you're a handsome one,"
she remarked with a wink as the street lamp lighted his features.
"Just sixpence to you, my pretty."
Drawing up beside her, he smelled the strong liquor on her breath. "Are you here at the same time every day, miss?" he asked. No one ever called her miss these days. Baggage, bunter, slag, whore, or jade, but never miss. Her world-weary eyes opened wide with glee.
"That I am, dearie, regular as clockwork. That's why the Cullys have named me Constance."
She winked at him.
"If you come regular, you can call me Connie."
She nudged him, but despite his smile he knew he was about to dash her hopes of frequent custom. "On Monday last, about this time of day, did you see a young man carrying a box walk this way with a customs officer?" The girl's red lips drooped at the realization he was not a punter. Then, after a moment, she said,
"Come to think of it, I did. But they seem to have other things on their minds."
"Were they arguing? Did there seem to be a problem?" persisted Thomas. The woman shook her head.
"No, didn't say a word," she reflected, adjusting her corset.
"Did you see where they went?" She threw him a saucy smile.
"Off that way."
With her right hand she pointed toward the lanterns of the main thoroughfare, beyond a line of dilapidated warehouses. She upturned the palm of the same hand and winked at Thomas once more. "Worth a sixpence?" she asked. He gave her a shilling. Returning to Holland Street later that afternoon, Thomas found Dr. Carruthers dozing by a sickly fire in the study, a spool of saliva dribbling from the corner of his open mouth. He woke with a start.
"Thomas, is that you?"
he rasped. "Have no fear, sir," calmed the doctor, laying a hand on his mentor's shoulder. Seeing the state of the fire, Thomas took charge of the poker and began jabbing the dying embers.
"Shall you read me today's newspaper?" Carruthers asked him.
"I most certainly will," replied Thomas, settling himself by the fire opposite. It had been his custom ever since the old anatomist had lost his sight.
"I'll wager you'll be looking for a report on the Jamaica expedition," ventured Carruthers, as Thomas perused the news sheet. William Carruthers may have been well into his 8th decade, but he was still as sharp as the scalpel he used to wield with such precision. "It made the front page," Thomas replied, scanning the report. "The deaths have been announced of Dr. Frederick Welton and Dr. John Perrick, who were engaged by the Royal Society on a scientific expedition to Jamaica. Both succumbed to the yellow fever and died before returning home." "No mention of Mr. Bartlett!"
barked Dr. Carruthers, almost indignantly. Thomas looked up. The tone of the article sounded very official. He could imagine Sir Joseph Banks dictating the statement to an official reporter in his lofty office. He was wise to make no mention of the missing artist. A whiff of scandal would damage the Royal Society.
"Poor old Welton. He was a good man,"
mumbled Carruthers. "What about Perrick? Do you know anything of him, sir?" asked Thomas reflectively. The old anatomist thought for a moment.
"Welton's son-in-law, I believe," he declared. "Rather after my time. Why do you ask?"
Thomas, who had only just sat down, rose once more. "Because I am going to pay my respects to their widows," he said emphatically. "Perhaps they can help me shed light on Mr. Bartlett's whereabouts." Carruthers shrugged and nodded as he contemplated the proposition.
"Good luck,"
he shouted, as he heard the study door shut. Chapter 19. The Welton household was in mourning not just for its head, but also for a second member, Dr. John Perrick. Both he and Dr. Welton had lived under the same roof, Perrick having married Welton's only child, Henrietta, 2 years previously. The townhouse was a short walk away, and Thomas was greeted courteously enough. Shown upstairs into the drawing-room, he was asked to wait until the maid had inquired whether her mistress would receive him. Left alone, Thomas marvelled at a collection of fabulous exotic birds in glass cases. Perched on branches, some had their beaks open, as in mid-song, others posed with their heads cocked. They were so lifelike he could imagine them taking flight at the slightest sound. There were several paintings, too. A particularly striking portrait, Thomas assumed, of Dr. Welton, took pride of place over the mantel-shelf. In it the late doctor stood tall and regal, and his hands rested on a globe. His eyes were a striking blue that lent him an intensity of gaze, and his expression was sage yet benign. Nearby another painting caught Thomas's eye. The familiar golden dome of the church at West Wickham leapt out at him from a small gilded frame. Memories of the fateful day in the caves and up St. Lawrence's Tower that looked over the village came flooding back, and he wondered what significance, if any, the landmark held for the family. He was musing on the picture when he heard the door creak open. Turning round, he saw 2 women enter, one in her later years, the other much younger. Both were dressed soberly in black.
"Dr. Silkstone?"
the older one addressed him. "Mistress Welton," he replied, bowing low.
"This is my daughter, Mistress Perrick," she said, gesturing to the younger woman at her side.
Thomas gave another bow. "Madam, I am come to offer my condolences," said Thomas, as Mistress Welton pointed at the sofa. She and her daughter sat opposite.
"We thank you, sir,"
said the older woman, her face bleached of all colour by her intense grief.
"My husband would be most heartened to know that his work is now in your hands."
Thomas felt a little awkward. "Although I only knew your husband by reputation, Sir Joseph Banks spoke most highly of him." Looking at the young widow, he corrected himself. "Of both of them." he said reverentially. "They will both be sorely missed," he added. The women nodded their heads simultaneously. A respectful pause followed before Thomas resumed his mission. "As you know, I have been tasked by the Royal Society to record and catalogue all the expedition's collections," he told them. "A great honour," interjected Mistress Perrick. Her voice was refined but self-assured in tone. She was probably of a similar age to himself, Thomas estimated. "Indeed, yes," replied Thomas, "but a challenging one, made all the more difficult by the fact that Dr. Welton's journal seems to have been mislaid." He did not wish to alarm the ladies with the truth. As it was, Mistress Welton seemed sufficiently perturbed. "Mislaid? But my husband was always most meticulous with his writings. He will have entrusted them to someone when he knew—" She broke off, biting her lip. "When he knew he was dying." Mistress Perrick put a comforting hand on her mother's lap. "I am sure they will be recovered soon, Mamma," she soothed. Then, switching her gaze to Thomas, she adopted a sterner tone. "We thank you for your visit, Dr. Silkstone, and wish you well with your work, but as you can see, we are in mourning." She pulled the servant's bell. "We shall see you at the memorial service, perhaps?" Thomas recalled the invitation had arrived the day before. "Indeed you shall," he said, rising. He understood that he was being dismissed, albeit in a courteous way. "I am most grateful for your good wishes, ladies. My sympathies, once more," he said, as the maid appeared to show him to the door. He left, feeling none the wiser. Chapter 20. The sound of the key scraping in the lock left Fibber a prisoner once more. As she sat in the corner of the attic room, a single candle, her only comfort, the wind whistled in through the rotting casement. She hugged herself tight, rubbing her own arms to stop her blood from freezing. Again she found herself isolated from the rest of the slaves for a minor misdemeanour. She had been tardy to take out the slops, and this was her punishment, yet another evening alone with the cockroaches and her own brooding thoughts. Now and again a gale of laughter would tear through the house and rise up the narrow stairway. The Carfaxes were entertaining some of their slaver friends, feasting and quaffing while her own belly was sunken and empty. There would be suckling pig, and roast goose, and fancy sweetmeats, and tarts filled with frangipane. There would be French wine and brandy and rum, while all she had eaten all day was a crust of bread and some dripping. She crossed her arms over her chest in an embrace, letting her fingers feel the strange landscape of her back. The shafts of her ribs and the scabs made by the lash rose like long ridges beneath her scarred skin. She could not wait any longer. She must not. Now was the right time. Sliding over to the far end of the room, she prized up a loose floorboard and delved deep. Groping around in the space below for a few seconds, she smiled to herself as she retrieved the small bag, her obeah bag. The rest of the slaves were downstairs in the scullery, but Mr. Roberts had ordered her to stay in the freezing attic. Although he had locked her in, Patience had slipped the key under the door. Slowly and carefully she opened it, and, with the candle in one hand and the bag in the other, she began her silent descent down the service stairs to Mistress Carfax's bedchamber. Samuel Carfax was in fine fettle. His face was reddened by rum, and his tongue loosened by it. Although his arm was still bandaged, the discomfort he had experienced had almost completely disappeared. Besides, any pain that he had suffered was more than compensated for by the regaling of his extraordinary tale. The telling of it made excellent dinner-party conversation, although some of the ladies present found it a little vulgar. Mistress Cotter, wife of the slaver Benjamin Cotter, pulled a disapproving face as Carfax described how Dr. Silkstone had grabbed the head of the grub with his pincers. Mistress Dalrymple had also tut-tutted when he related how the pus had seeped from a crater in his arm. His wife noticed her guest push away her dish of figs in disgust. "Perhaps, Mr. Carfax, you should leave this conversation for your port and cigars," she upbraided her husband, in an effort to save her own face as much as his. She turned to her female guests. "The weather is so inclement at the moment 'twill kill more than insects, I fear." Hearing her hostess's comment, Mistress Cotter chimed in. "'Tis killing our slaves, more's the pity. We lost one last week, and another the week before to distemper, not to mention one in childbirth." Carfax nodded.
We had a boy die of fever only a couple of days ago, too. 'Tis a costly business. I'll leave them in Jamaica next time I come to London."
He fingered his tumbler, then emptied his glass of rum. Dalrymple let out a snort.
"'Tis strange how they die in their dozens in Jamaica, and yet here, when they drop, we notice them,"
he observed wryly, wiping the corners of his mouth with his napkin. Cotter took up from where his host left off.
"Could it be that life is cheaper in the colonies?" he asked. "A slave's life is cheap anywhere," Dalrymple cut in. "It is we planters who pay the price for their laziness and incompetence."
Carfax sat back in his chair.
"I've always found that if you treat your slaves well, you will earn their loyalty," he said, thoughtfully fingering a spoon. "You beat a dog and it may turn on you one day and bite you, but treat it well, feed it regularly, and it will learn to respect you."
His wife darted him a scornful look, then, turning to her female guests, she fixed her face in a wide grin.
"My husband is far too soft at heart," she told them.
Upstairs, Fibber had entered Cordelia Carfax's chamber. The embers of the fire cast a warm glow about the room as she padded over to the dressing-table. The scent of musk and roses hung in the air, but did little to diffuse the smell of damp. Searching among the cologne bottles and the combs, she spied an ivory-backed hairbrush. Seizing it gleefully, she clawed her fingers through the bristles so that a ball of loose copper hairs came away. They felt fine in her hand, like spun silk. She sniffed at the hair, apple and cloves, Mistress Carfax's pomade. It was a smell that filled her with fear and dread and loathing, and she stuffed the clump in her bag. Now it was complete. Her obeah bag held all that was required, the grave dirt, the pig's tail, the blood of her unborn child, nail clippings, and the hair of the victim. She began to make her way over to the door, but froze halfway. What was that noise? Ragged breathing? A snort? Panic rose in her chest, and she held her breath. There it was again, that strange noise. She turned, and the light of her candle fell onto the counterpane of the bed. There, asleep on a pile of cushions, was Fino. Her fear juddered out of her with a sigh of relief, but she had to remain quiet. She must not wake the dog, else he would bark and alert his mistress. Continuing on her way to the door, she stopped and picked up a footstool from the hearthrug. She set it down in the doorway and stood on it. Reaching full stretch, she placed the obeah bag on top of the lintel. Then, stepping down from the stool, she walked a few paces back. The sack was not visible. It would remain hidden. It would begin to work its magic as soon as her vile and wicked mistress, her tormentor, and the murderer of her child walked into the room. There would be no escaping its spell. She would be cursed, doomed to die an agonizing death, and as she closed the door behind her, the words of the obeah man rang in Fibber's ears. "Your missa be dead afore winter is out." Chapter 21. The following morning dawned dull as lime-wash over London, and the chill on the air grew even sharper. The old waterman stood by the quay, licked his finger and held it aloft. The wind had changed direction. It was a northerly, and that could mean snow. As long as the river did not freeze over as it had done 2 or 3 years back, he would manage. If it did, he would be done for. Why take a ferry when you can walk across the frozen ice from bank to bank? There would be no custom. He would starve. He was contemplating the dire prospect, chuntering to himself as he negotiated the weed-slimed stairs down to his boat. The familiar stench assailed his nostrils as he plunged down toward the water. There had been a spring tide much higher than usual. Risk of flooding, they said. But the risk had passed. Now the tide was well into its turn and was leaving a foul stink in its wake. It would go out much farther, exposing larger expanses of the shoreline than usual, so the mudlarks were making ready. Stationing themselves on the quayside, they would swoop down just as soon as it was safe to do so, in search of filthy carrion. Scrabbling through the stinking river silt, they would look for discarded treasures, clay pipes, bottles, or lumps of coal. They were young ones, mainly, all ragged and dirt-coated themselves. Most mornings at least one of them would make a grisly find, a body washed up on the stony beach. Wapping was the worst, or best, place to find a hapless whore who'd thrown herself off Westminster Bridge, or a down-on-his-luck gambler who'd lost everything. The currents often carried them there, depositing them near Execution Dock. Then the mudlarks would rifle through the corpse's pockets, rob it of any trinkets, sometimes steel boots. Shoes usually floated off. The carrion picked over, the scavengers would then leave it once more to the mercy of the river. On this particular morning, however, it was the old waterman's misfortune, for he never did like it when he came across one, to find a cadaver. This one, however, had not been washed up on the shore, but had been tied most securely to the wooden pier at which his boat was moored. What was more, it was without a head. At first glance, the old man thought it was a dead animal, a sheep, perhaps. Then, as he drew closer, he realized the dirty white he could see was not wool, but a shirt. As he realized what his eyes were beholding, he turned and retched. Then sheer panic took hold. Clambering back up the steps as fast as his old legs could carry him, he began waving his arms in the air and hollering. When he had attracted the attention of a fellow waterman, he pointed down to the river, where the receding tide was revealing more of the gruesome flotsam by the minute. The other waterman fetched the watchman, who called the customs man. The customs man, unsure of himself, called an officer who informed the Admiralty, who said it was a civilian matter. So the Justice of the Peace was informed, and he in turn told the Westminster coroner, Sir Stephen Gandy. Although new in post, following in the illustrious footsteps of Sir Peregrine Crisp, who had died suddenly a few weeks ago, Sir Stephen knew exactly what to do.
"There has been a body found over at Hope Wharf," he told his clerk, handing him a letter. "Please see to it that Dr. Thomas Silkstone receives this," he said. "The deceased will be dispatched to him shortly."
From his upstairs room, Thomas surveyed the scene as he dressed. The window frame rattled as a gust of wind blew down the street. He looked up at the sky. It was tinged with a pink glow. There would be snow soon, he knew it. Walking over to his desk, he decided to take advantage of the first rays of winter light to write a letter. 34 Holland Street, Westminster, London, December 4th. My dearest Lydia, it brought me such happiness to read your letter, and to hear that you and Richard are doing well. It is almost 3 months since I was at Bourton, and I can imagine the young Earl has grown in both stature and health. I'm only sorry that I cannot be there to see him and share with you the joy that he brings. My love, I write in testing times. As you know, I have been tasked by Sir Joseph Banks to catalogue the specimens brought back from an ill-fated expedition to Jamaica that left its leaders dead from disease. My work has, however, been severely disrupted. The journal of the expedition's leader, Dr. Welton, was to be my primary guide in the cataloguing of almost 200 specimens of flora and fauna. It was in the care of the last remaining expedition member. He went ashore as soon as his ship arrived in port at London, but has not been seen or heard of since. His satchel was subsequently found empty in the Thames. Just what lies behind these mysterious events can only be left to conjecture at the moment. I worry, however, that there is a link between the artist's disappearance and the contents of the expedition leader's journal. My fear is that this volume could contain knowledge so powerful that unscrupulous men would kill for it. He reread his words, hardly believing himself the gravity of what he had just written. He had no intention of sending the letter to Lydia. She would go out of her mind with worry if she thought he was involved in anything so sinister. He grabbed the letter and screwed it up into a tight ball, venting his own anger on the piece of paper before tossing it onto his desk. His dressing complete, he headed downstairs, where, as usual, breakfast awaited him in the dining room. Dr. Carruthers was already enjoying a plate of bacon and coddled eggs, a napkin tucked under his chin to catch any spills.
"So, what did you glean from your visit to the docks yesterday, young fellow?" quizzed the old anatomist as soon as Thomas sat down.
"Very little, I fear," replied Thomas, sipping from a dish of tea. "And that is exactly what someone intended." The old anatomist chuckled.
Come, you're saying this is all part of some conspiracy?"
Thomas put down his tea and gazed into the dish. "I can think of no other explanation," he replied. "Even Sir Joseph seems reluctant to act, and is keen that I should not interfere. I have even seen words to that effect on the customs documents." Carruthers's head jerked up.
"That is most troubling," he agreed.
Just as the doctor was about to reach for a slice of comforting toast, Helen entered the room with a letter on a silver salver. It bore the familiar seal of the Westminster coroner. "This just came for you, sir," she said, bobbing a curtsy.
"What news, young fellow?" asked Carruthers eagerly.
Thomas broke the seal and studied the contents of the letter. A strange tingling sensation prickled his spine. He looked up. "I am to conduct a post-mortem for the new coroner, sir," he replied. The old doctor raised a brow. "Anyone interesting?" Thomas had often been called upon to conduct autopsies for Sir Peregrine Crisp when he was the Westminster coroner, so Stephen Gandy, although he had never met Thomas, obviously wished to continue the professional relationship. "It seems the dead man was murdered," answered Thomas, in a voice that was flat with shock. "A murder, eh?" replied Carruthers enthusiastically, dabbing the bacon grease from his chin with his napkin before recovering his sensibilities. He suddenly realized why Thomas's reaction was so muted. "Not—" The doctor took a deep breath. "I do not know the victim's identity, sir," he began, "only that his body was recovered bound to appear in the Thames," adding, "without its head." Dr. Carruthers groaned at the thought. "Someone did not mean their victim to be identified," he said. Scanning the letter once more, Thomas could only agree. Equally disturbing was the fact that the body was found near the very steps where he had disembarked only yesterday in his search for Matthew Bartlett. He never relished the prospect of conducting a post-mortem on a murder victim. He could only pray that this macabre discovery would prove totally unrelated to his quest for the missing artist. Chapter 22. Lydia went to meet with Nicholas Lupton at the stables as agreed. The morning was crisp, and a sharp frost had laced the fields and hedges. There had been a sudden thaw, and much of the snow had melted, although the temperature had plummeted again overnight. Nevertheless, Lydia was eager to ride. The estate manager had come to her with an idea to drain 20 acres of bogland near Plover's Lake, and she had jumped at the chance of fresh air and exercise. Jacob Lovelock, the head groom, saddled up Lydia's favourite mare Sheba and helped her mount. It felt odd being back in the saddle. 3 years had passed since she had last ridden, and she was as nervous as she had been on her first hunt. But Sheba was a good, placid horse that could be trusted to deliver her safely back. All would be well, she told herself. "Set fair, my lady?" asked Lovelock as he finished adjusting Lydia's stirrups. Lydia nodded. "Thank you, yes," she replied, taking the reins. The groom patted the horse's neck as the mare nodded her head and clattered her hooves on the cobbles, waiting for the off. "She'll give you no trouble, my lady," he reassured her. As the clock struck 10, Lupton rode into the stable courtyard. "Good morning, your ladyship," he greeted her. "What a fine mount you have." Lovelock shot him a disapproving look as he let go of the mare's reins. He did not like this new estate manager. "Far too cocky for his own good," he had told his wife Hannah. Lydia merely smiled. "So, to Plover's Lake," she said awkwardly. She could feel the groom's glower as he silently censured the outing. She nudged her horse and tugged gently on the rein, heading it toward the track that skirted the lake. Lupton drew alongside, and together they rode out of the courtyard and into the lane. The talk was of the bog and how it could be drained. Digging ditches at strategic points would lead off surface water into the lake, and within a year, Lupton told her, the area could be tilled and turnips sown. Lydia listened as they rode, asking questions at what she thought were appropriate points. Yet, in truth, she had little interest in dikes and gullies or any other form of engineering that seemed to so enthuse her estate manager. She was simply enjoying being outside, and the sense of freedom that came with it. It was wonderful to see the beech woods and the hedgerows dotted with red berries, and hear the crows caw, to see nature in its winter rawness and feel the wind on her face. Suddenly she flicked her crop on Sheba's flank. "Come on, girl," she urged. The mare quickly responded, breaking into a canter. The lane ahead was clear and the ground wet. "Your ladyship!" exclaimed Lupton, taken by surprise. He followed suit, making up the distance between them and cantering alongside her. They rode at a fast pace for at least 3 minutes, until the lane dipped between trees and a gate loomed before them a few yards ahead. Lydia tugged at Sheba's reins, and the horse slowed to a trot, as did Lupton's mount. She was a little breathless, but smiling. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and her normally pale skin was flushed pink by the cold. "Forgive me," she panted, patting her horse. "I could not help myself." Lupton smiled as he drew beside her. "Clearly you are an excellent horsewoman, your ladyship," he told her. "I had not realized how much I missed riding," she replied, lifting her gaze. "Then you must do it more often," came the quick riposte. Once again she felt he was crossing over the dividing line between mistress and servant, yet something told her that it was of no consequence. She nodded. "You are right, Mr. Lupton." Leaning down from his mount, he opened the gate and Lydia urged her horse through, waiting for the estate manager on the other side. Beyond lay a wide expanse of open countryside that was folded into gentle hills. A flock of sheep grazed in a nearby hollow. She surveyed the scene and breathed deeply. Behind her, she heard the latch of the gate click shut and turned to see Lupton nudging his horse toward her. Drawing alongside her, he smiled. "Is it not magnificent, Mr. Lupton?" she asked. She felt glad that she was not alone. Sharing the view gave her even more pleasure. "It is indeed most beautiful," he replied. As he did so, she turned to see that his eyes were not on the vista, but on her. Feeling the colour rise in her neck, she urged her horse on, but it suddenly seemed to take fright. Rearing up, it gave out a loud whinny and shot off at a gallop, its ears flat to the wind. Lydia tugged at the reins, trying to pull up the mare, but she could not control her. Behind her she could hear Lupton's shouts, then the thunder of hooves as he caught up with her. He had just drawn alongside when suddenly the horse's head jerked, and it came to an abrupt halt, bucking its hind legs as it did so. Lydia could no longer hold on. She was thrown and sent hurtling to the ground. "My lady!" cried Lupton, leaping off his horse and rushing to where Lydia lay, dazed and shaken. She had been flung onto a mossy hillock that was springy to the touch. It broke her fall as she landed on her left side. It took her only a few seconds to regain her composure. Propping herself up on her elbow, she shook her head. The mare stood close by, wreathed in the smoke of its own breath. "Are you hurt, my lady?" asked Lupton, anxiously dropping to his knees beside her on the grass. Lydia looked down at her own body, held out her arms, and felt her legs as if her limbs belonged to someone else. Her riding habit was caked in mud on her left side, but otherwise she seemed unharmed. "No, I am perhaps a little bruised, but mercifully nothing is broken," she replied a moment later. "We'd best get you back to the hall," he told her, giving her his hand so that she could stand upright. "You have had a terrible shock." Straightening herself, she smoothed her habit and brushed off the wayward flecks of moss. Lupton retrieved her hat that had flown off as the horse galloped wildly. "Yes," she replied, "a shock." "You must ride my mount. I will lead yours. The mare cannot be trusted," he said, taking control. It took a few moments to switch the saddles so that Lydia could be comfortable on the journey back to the hall. Lupton helped her mount. She felt self-conscious as he cupped his hands for her to ease herself up onto his horse. His face was so close to hers that she smelled his sandalwood cologne. The return ride took little under an hour, with Lupton leading both horses. The journey was undertaken in almost complete silence, save for Lupton's interjections about how worried he had been and how he hoped she was not in pain. Lydia herself just willed to be back home, seated in front of a roaring fire. She thanked him for his concern and expressed her gratitude for his solicitousness. The sun was already beginning to set by the time they eventually turned into the stable yard. Jacob Lovelock and his son Will were there to greet him. Both rushed forward when they saw that Lupton was on foot, leading their mistress's mount as well as his own. "What happened, my lady?" asked Jacob, as Lydia pulled up the horse. "I cannot be sure," she replied. "The horse bolted," interrupted Lupton. "It threw her ladyship." "Are you hurt, my lady?" Jacob was most concerned. Lydia shook her head. "Thankfully not," she replied, as he eased her out of the saddle and down to the ground. "Mr. Lupton has been most diligent in his care of me." Will was standing nearby, his face a meld of anxiety and cynicism. Seeing the stable lad's expression, Lupton's smile vanished. "Take the mare, will you?" he ordered, thrusting the reins into the boy's hands. He fixed him with a scowl. "She's a wild one," he added. Lydia's muscles had stiffened during the return journey, and she found herself limping slightly. Her left leg caused her pain when she put pressure on her foot. Nevertheless, she managed to walk inside, accompanied by Lupton, who fussed around her dramatically. Meanwhile, Jacob and Will were left to unsaddle the horses. Flecks of foam dotted Sheba's forelocks and withers. She had galloped hard, there was no mistake. As the groom unbridled her, Will unbuckled the saddle and pulled it off. She winced and jerked her head as a strap caught her spine. As he patted the mare to steady her, Will noticed a dark patch on her back. Standing on the mounting block, he inspected the area where the saddle had lain, and was shocked to see an open sore on her ridge. "Look at this!" he called to his father. Lovelock stood on tiptoe. Squinting at the circular wound, he saw it was raw, the blood still congealing round a large crater. Stepping back, he patted the mare's forelock. "You're no bucker," he told her softly. Then turning to Will, he said, "A burr, that's what did that. Someone put it there, and I've a mind just who." Chapter 23. Overnight, the snow was blown south to London. It whirled around like feathers and fell 2 or 3 inches thick in some places. It made it more difficult for the coroner's cart, laden with its grim cargo, to struggle through the streets. Nevertheless, it pulled up outside 34 Holland Street as planned. A plain wooden box was deposited unceremoniously onto the flagstones in Thomas's laboratory, and its contents, wrapped in sackcloth, were dumped carelessly onto the dissecting table. Another parcel containing the victim's clothes was flung nearby. Thomas had already lit the fire and scattered sweet-smelling herbs onto it, but nothing could mask the familiar smell. Only this time it was mixed with river filth. The coffin-bearers gagged and exited as soon as they could, leaving the young doctor and Dr. Carruthers to breathe the unsanitary air alone. Anticipating the sickening stench, the instruments were already prepared. The saw, the scalpel, and an assortment of knives were all laid out, and, as the natural light from the window was so dim, the lamps were lit. On a stand nearby sat 2 filled clay pipes.
"God's wounds, it stinks,"
declared the old anatomist, as soon as Thomas unwrapped the corpse.
"But we are prepared, sir,"
retorted the doctor, lighting a spill and holding the flame over the bowl of a pipe. Sucking it hard, he soon had smoke curling from it. "You have taught me all I know," he smiled, handing over the pipe to his mentor, as the smell of tobacco began to mask the stench of rotting corpse. Carruthers sucked hard on the stem.
"So what have we?"
he said finally, pointing toward the reeking body with his pipe. Thomas took a moment to examine the cadaver by eye. Even to one as experienced as he, it was a most unsavoury sight, discoloured and bloated. "A man," he began, "without a head."
Yes, I know that,"
came the impatient response.
"Young, old, middle-aged?"
"In his early 20s, I'd say," replied Thomas, assessing the muscle development. "But malnourished," he added.
"After a long voyage?"
asked Carruthers. "It could be," replied Thomas, knowing that men had been known to lose several stone in weight during a lengthy sea trip. Noting the overall condition of the body, one of the first things that struck him was the fact that the blood had pooled in certain areas. The skin was blackened where this had occurred, and it seemed from the dark areas on the buttocks and calves that he had died lying down. "I am beginning to think that our victim was killed quite a few hours prior to his body being tied to the pier."
"Livor mortis?"
asked Carruthers.
"Yes. And how long had our friend been in the water?"
Thomas looked at the headless torso, blanched, swollen, and wrinkled. But he knew the answer to his mentor's question probably lay in the skin of the finger pads. He examined them first, then the palms, before inspecting the soles of the feet. "The water in the Thames is near freezing at the moment," he said, prodding the victim's hands once more. "Putrefaction has begun, but is not very advanced." Again he peered at the fingertips. "The epidermis is still intact, and so are the nails." Thomas knew that if the body had been in the water some considerable time, the outer layer of skin would have peeled off like a glove.
"So we are talking hours, not days,"
surmised the old doctor. "Correct." The torso, Thomas knew, was bloated, but not to any great extent, which added weight to his theory that it had not been long in the water. Nor were there many abrasions on the skin, apart from the odd bruise, which could easily have been caused by the body being buffeted post-mortem against the pier. "Now I shall begin the examination proper," he announced, his tone becoming more formal. "The head has been severed cleanly. I would say a saw or a cleaver has been used to cut through the second and third cervical vertebrae, and—" He broke off suddenly.
"What is it?"
Carruthers jerked forward. "It would seem from the angle of the severance that the victim was lying on his back when he was decapitated. But—"
"Yes?"
"But I would surmise that he was already dead at the time," said Thomas, inspecting the severed spinal column.
"The lungs will reveal more,"
remarked Carruthers excitedly. As he worked, Thomas gave a running commentary to the old doctor, who sat, head to one side, listening to every incision, every squelch, every slurp of the man's innards, even recognizing some of the sounds as if they were musical notes. Within the next 10 minutes, Thomas had cut through the sternum and was studying the victim's lungs. They were empty of the soapy fluid normally associated with a drowning. "It is clear to me, sir," he said, peering at the dark brown pillars of tissue, "that this man was well and truly dead when he was tied to the pier." Carruthers nodded.
"Thank God for that,"
he muttered. "And, judging by the bloating of the stomach, dead for a good while." Thomas was peering over the corpse's internal organs, reading them as if they were runes to be used in divination. "But wait," he said suddenly.
"What is it?"
"This is interesting," he said, reaching for his magnifying glass.
"What?"
Carruthers could not bear such suspense. "There are some adhesions to the pleural walls, especially in the upper lobe," Thomas told him.
"Cut them open,"
came the excited command. Thomas did so to expose a brownish parenchyma. On the surface and in the interior of the pulmonary tissue were small, white, hard masses, most the size of a peppercorn.
"Interesting,"
he mused, inspecting the granules. "There seemed to be a good deal of calcified tubercles."
"So he was afflicted with phthisis?"
"It seems so, and in quite an advanced state," replied Thomas. "But there's more." Thomas was slicing through the bronchioles that led from the lungs to the trachea. Examining them closely, he could see the inside walls of the airways were swollen and inflamed. "I'd say this poor chap had a hard time breathing, sir," he said at last.
"So, cause of death?"
Thomas cocked his head to one side. "This was not enough to kill him." He clicked his tongue in frustration. "I cannot be conclusive, sir."
"A blow to the head, perhaps?"
suggested Carruthers.
"That would do for the poor blighter."
The truth of the matter was that any post-mortem conducted on a headless corpse would, by its very nature, be incomplete. "So we do not have a cause of death," said Thomas dejectedly, stitching up a flap of skin to the torso once more.
"But the real mystery remains,"
pointed out Carruthers. Thomas looked at him bemused.
"The chap's identity," he added after a moment. "What of his clothes?"
Thomas had laid them in a pile on the nearby work surface. Rinsing his hands in a bowl of water, he walked over to them and first inspected the breeches. They were made of worsted and the stockings were silk. He wore no shoes.
"And a jacket?"
asked the old anatomist. Thomas shook his head. "No jacket, just a shirt of good Egyptian cotton," he said, feeling its texture between his forefinger and thumb. "I'd say he was a gentleman," he mused, still casting a keen eye over the stained shirt. Reaching for his magnifying glass, he peered at the material. After a short pause, Carruthers could wait no more.
"You have found something?"
he snapped, like an excited terrier. Thomas leaned away from the workbench and straightened his aching back. "I am afraid I have," replied Thomas. "Our victim's shirt was monogrammed. The shirt bears the initials M.B. Carruthers's forehead dipped into a frown.
"Ah,"
was all he managed to say at first. "It is as I feared," murmured Thomas. "Matthew Bartlett. But as to what killed him, how he died, I am at a loss." Hearing the frustration in his protégé's voice, the old anatomist shrugged.
"'Tis not your place to conjecture, young fellow," he said in a conciliatory tone. "Ours is not to uncover how or why, or by whose hand poor wretches die. Just what killed them."
"And that I have failed to do," Thomas protested. He sucked on his pipe as he stared at the headless body. "I can only conclude that he must have died from an injury to the head, Or a disease of the brain? Slowly he unfolded a length of winding sheet and began swathing the victim's body, ready for identification. A proper burial would follow. The corpse had given up many of its secrets, but how Matthew Bartlett, if indeed it was the young artist, had died, remained a mystery. Chapter 24. Thomas had been asked to wait in the small anteroom outside the new Westminster coroner's office. He had decided to deliver his post-mortem report to Sir Stephen Gandy in person, in the hope that he might introduce himself. The fact that the clerk had asked him to wait was, he considered, a hopeful sign. The hearth was empty, and Thomas shivered as he sat, watching his own breath waft gently about him. He told himself that his shaking was purely due to the cold, but in reality he knew that his nerves were getting the better of him. After what seemed to him an age, he was summoned into the office. This time there was a fire in the grate, and the room, although only slightly warmer than the antechamber, was of a bearable temperature. Sir Stephen sat at his desk and rose to shake the young anatomist's hand. He was a man in his later years, grey-wigged and with the sort of gravitas one might expect of one in such an important role. Looking into his eyes, Thomas saw the whites were yellow. It was obvious to him that he might have a liver condition. He wondered if he was aware of it. Seating himself once more, the coroner elbowed his desk and glanced down at the bound sheets of Thomas's autopsy report.
"I thank you for undertaking this task," he said, fingering the papers.
His voice was deep and his delivery studied, but his manner was easy-going.
"I am glad to be of service, sir," replied Thomas. His shivers, or nerves, he could not decide which they were, had all but subsided, until Sir Stephen's smile dissolved to be replaced by a frown. The coroner suddenly became very grave. Turning the pages of the report, he ventured,
"I do not doubt your professional ability, or your accuracy and observation, Dr. Silkstone."
Thomas sensed there would soon be a caveat. "Thank you, sir," he said. The coroner continued.
"You make some interesting points. The head, for example, possibly removed when the victim was on his back, you say, and the lungs."
He looked up at Thomas. "Phthisis."
"An advanced state," said Thomas, nodding.
"So are we dealing with a murder or no, Silkstone?"
he asked, a strand of frustration creeping into his voice.
Thomas shook his head.
"Obviously someone tied the corpse to the pier, sir." As soon as he had said this, he could tell the coroner thought him impertinent. He shot back,
"And why would a murderer do that, Dr. Silkstone?"
His voice took on an imperious tone. It was a question that had kept Thomas awake the previous night. Why did this man's murderer not simply throw the corpse into the Thames and let the tide carry it down river to be washed up at Wapping, or Deptford, miles away from where the heinous act was committed? "I cannot say, sir," he replied meekly. He wanted to add that he was an anatomist, not a mind-reader. Henry Fielding and his cronies were the men who set out to solve crimes of this nature, and although he found himself increasingly drawn into this murky arena of criminal deduction, he did not feel comfortable in its glare. Sir Stephen picked up a pencil and leaned back in his chair.
"And would I also be going too far if I were to ask you if you had any idea as to this poor man's identity?"
At this time Thomas was able to give an affirmative reply. "I have an idea, sir, although it is subject to confirmation."
"Oh?"
"I believe the victim was a Matthew Bartlett, a botanical artist recently returned from the expedition to Jamaica, sponsored by the Royal Society." Sir Stephen arched a brow.
"Do you indeed?"
he said, leaning forward as if his interest had suddenly been piqued even more.
"And what makes you think that?"
"His shirt, sir. It was monogrammed with the initials M.B.
"Yes,"
the coroner drawled.
"I noted that in your report. But is there anyone from the Royal Society who might be able to help you with the identification?" he asked, adding, "despite the fact that there is no head."
Thomas nodded. "Mr. Bartlett was known to Sir Joseph Banks." Sir Stephen slammed the pencil down on his desk.
"Well, there you have it," he exclaimed. "A well-connected headless corpse."
He smirked at his own tasteless joke, then continued,
"I shall write to Sir Joseph myself and ask him if he is willing to identify the body. I would not wish to release it for burial until we have some idea of who it is we are burying."
He gave a neat smile.
"You agree, Dr. Silkstone?"
Nodding slowly, Thomas eyed the coroner. The truth was that the post-mortem had thrown up more questions about Matthew Bartlett and the Jamaican expedition than answers. If he was murdered, then the motive might have been the theft of Dr. Welton's journal. What could have been in it that was worth a man's life? The conundrums kept surfacing in his mind, whirling around on currents of doubt before being dragged down again into a quagmire of perplexity and confusion. It was high time, he told himself, that Sir Joseph Banks revealed to him the full picture. He would have it out with him as soon as he could. "Of course, sir," he replied. Word came the next day. Thomas was working in the laboratory. He had returned the corpse to its wooden box and dragged it outside in the courtyard, where the freezing air ensured the process of putrefaction would be retarded. Before him, on his workbench, sat a mature aloe vera plant in a pot, its tubular flowers in full bloom. He had identified it both from Dr. Carruthers's knowledge and Mr. Bartlett's excellent sketches, which depicted the detail of the spiky plant with such consummate skill and accuracy. The artist had even made a note underneath the drawing. It read, "Spent time in the hothouse, where the resident physician employs native medicine to ease certain agues. He tells me aloe vera has many medicinal uses when applied as an unguent to rashes or wounds, or when drunk to relieve a fever. In this respect it is particularly efficacious." Thomas sighed deeply. For such tidbits of information he was most grateful. They gave a tantalizing glimpse into what wonders Dr. Welton and his expedition must have uncovered, but in the absence of an authoritative medical contribution, his task was proving well-nigh impossible. He did have access to Dr. Perrick's notes and observations, but they seemed to lack the detailed knowledge he felt necessary to record the specimens for posterity. Judging by the age of Perrick's wife, he believed he was a young man, perhaps only just received into the medical profession. He would no doubt have been content to allow his much-respected father-in-law to shoulder the burden of recording the expedition's findings in his journal. Thomas had just made a cut in the aloe plant's leaf to extract some of its curious sap when Mistress Finesilver brought him a message. It was from Sir Joseph Banks. He had received Sir Stephen's letter and consented to inspect the body and would welcome an opportunity to talk with him at his earliest convenience. Thomas began to clear away his instruments. The healing properties of the aloe vera plant would have to wait to be examined. Instead, he grabbed his hat and coat and left the laboratory to make the necessary arrangements. Chapter 25. The memorial service for Dr. Frederick Erasmus Welton, Fellow of the Royal Society, member of the Company of Surgeons, and respected physician, together with his assistant and son-in-law Dr. John Perrick, was held at St. James's Church, Piccadilly. For a man of such eminence in his profession as Dr. Welton, Thomas was surprised to see so few people paying their respects. There were only around a dozen mourners, aside from his close family members. There were no representatives from any of the major hospitals, no one from St. George's or St. Bartholomew's or St. Thomas's, and from the Royal Society only Sir Joseph Banks was present. Was Dr. Welton not liked in his professional circles? Had he done something to offend the medical establishment? Thomas glanced over to where Sir Joseph stood in a pew at the front of the congregation and remembered his words to him, "Play your cards right, Silkstone, and you will go far." Had Dr. Welton, by his words or by his deeds, offended those who could make or mar careers at a stroke of their pens or a word from their tongues? The service was a short, simple affair. Of course there were no coffins. Both men had been interred in the graveyard in Kingston. It was doubtful whether either widow would ever get to lay flowers on their respective husbands' graves, but a memorial stone in St. James's churchyard was planned. There was little pomp and circumstance. Thomas had the impression that this was at the request of the two women. They sat in the front pew, both their faces obscured by black veils, united in their grief. He wondered if they thought it strange or insulting, or both, that Matthew Bartlett, as the only surviving member of the ill-fated expedition and a close colleague of the two doctors, had not made an appearance at the service. Of course they had no idea that he had gone missing, let alone been brutally murdered. He hoped it would remain that way for as long as possible to spare them the undoubted torment such news would bring. He had made plans for later that afternoon, arranging to meet with Sir Joseph at Somerset House. The headless corpse had been transported there and deposited in a well-ventilated stable. As soon as it had been identified, it would be buried without delay. The service over and the congregation dismissed, Thomas walked slowly down the aisle and out into the cold. Despite the chill, widows Welton and Perrick stood side by side, thanking well-wishers for their condolences. When it was Thomas's turn to give his sympathies, however, Mistress Perrick stepped aside, seemingly with her mother's approval.
"Dr. Silkstone," she said, the tone of her voice much lower than before, "I have something for you," she said in a half-whisper. She delved into a black reticule she was carrying and brought out a bundle of what appeared to be letters. "There is still no sign of my father's notebook?" she asked.
Thomas shook his head.
"Do you really believe it has been mislaid, Dr. Silkstone?"
It was not a question that Thomas had anticipated. He formed his lips into a smile and shrugged. "It is missing, Mistress Perrick. Somewhere between Jamaica and London it has gone astray." A gust of wind caught her veil and lifted it off her face for a moment. She looked serene and completely in command of her emotions.
"That is why I thought these may help you, Dr. Silkstone," she said, holding the papers out to him. "My husband sent them from Jamaica."
Thomas shot her a puzzled look as she placed them in his grasp. Quickly he scanned the closely written text. After a moment he glanced up. "These are personal letters," he said.
She nodded. "But they also contain important information, Dr. Silkstone. You will find formulae for native physic in there, all sorts of intelligence that may be of value to you as a man of science."
She remained calm and rational as she spoke. Thomas shuffled the sheets and regarded her with a look of admiration. "I am most grateful to you, Mistress Perrick," he said. "These could prove an invaluable guide in my work." It was only then that he detected her eyes moistening a little.
"If that is so, then I am content, Dr. Silkstone," she told him, adding, "I do not want my husband to have died in vain."
Thomas's third meeting with Sir Joseph Banks was in great contrast to his first and second. Instead of the stately wood-panelled room presided over by the great and the good of the scientific establishment, the men found themselves in a stable off the main courtyard of Somerset House. With their kerchiefs clamped over their mouths, they were staring at the sheet covering a corpse as it lay on a trestled table. A groom was in attendance. Sir Joseph had already identified the soiled clothes as belonging to Matthew Bartlett. Now he was preparing himself to identify the body. He nodded to signify to the servant that he was ready, and the cloth was pulled away to reveal the putrefying, headless cadaver of a young man. Forcing himself to look at the grotesque sight, he turned away after no more than 2 seconds, and the groom recovered the corpse. Without a word he left the stable. Thomas followed immediately, filling his lungs with fresh air. For a few moments Sir Joseph was silent, trying to compose himself, until finally he turned to Thomas.
"Yes," he said emphatically, "I am afraid I believe the body could be that of Matthew Bartlett."
Thomas felt a shiver course down his own spine. Until the last moment he had clung to the hope that this young man was a poor, unfortunate stranger who had fallen in with bad company, or been killed by a jealous rival in love. The wind whipped round both men as they stood in the stable-yard. "May we talk, sir?" he asked. Sir Joseph fixed him with a solemn gaze.
"I think we had better."
Thomas was led into Somerset House through a back entrance and shown into a smaller, more intimate room. Sir Joseph gestured him to sit in a chair by the hearth, where a fire burned. It seemed to the doctor as though he had entered an inner sanctum, a private room where only the most trusted of Sir Joseph's associates were allowed to enter. He felt privileged. Standing by the fireplace, Sir Joseph clasped his hands as if in prayer and stared into the fire, trying to frame his words, as if he were about to convey something quite momentous.
"I have not been entirely forthcoming with you, Dr. Silkstone," he began.
Thomas's first thought was that this was an understatement, but at least that problem would hopefully be rectified. Sir Joseph continued.
"I have not told you the real purpose behind Dr. Welton's mission on this expedition."
Thomas pressed his hands nervously onto his thighs and took a deep breath. Now the truth will out, he told himself.
"You have heard of the branched callaloo plant?"
Thomas thought for a moment.
He recalled one of Mr. Bartlett's sketches. For some reason it was the only plant on the manifest that had been missing. He had been surprised to discover from the caption underneath that it was a species of solanum, of the nightshade genus. "Yes, sir," he replied.
"It was proposed that the expedition should, how shall I put it, explore the plant's potential."
Sir Joseph put great emphasis on the last word, almost as if it were a euphemism. Thomas frowned. "Potential?" he queried. Sir Joseph looked uncomfortable. He cleared his throat.
There are, he corrected himself, great expectations of this plant."
"And Dr. Welton was to lead the party?" asked Thomas. Sir Joseph's features tightened.
"He was reluctant to agree to the commission."
"May I ask why?" The great man's gaze veered away.
"There are other interested parties,"
he told him in a low voice, as if he were afraid someone might overhear their conversation. Then, returning his regard to Thomas, he said,
"Welton was aware of the plant's possibilities, and wanted to put it to better use."
"What might that have been?" urged Thomas. Shaking his head, Sir Joseph gazed into the fire once more.
"He could see it had promise, and that is how the rift occurred."
"Rift, sir?" Thomas was taken aback at such candour. Suddenly Sir Joseph realised he had revealed more than he intended.
"I cannot say more, Dr. Silkstone," he replied, adding, "I have said too much already, and everything I have told you has been in complete confidence."
Thomas sensed that the door was closing once more. He had to strike before it was shut in his face again. "But what of Mr. Bartlett's murder, sir, and the missing journal? Are they connected with what you have just told me?" The great man's features sharpened.
"It is not your business, Dr. Silkstone. The Royal Society has employed you to catalogue the expedition's specimens, no more and no less. Please carry on with your work and leave your deeper investigations to others."
Sensing their discussion had drawn to an abrupt and wholly unsatisfactory close, Thomas rose. As he did so, Sir Joseph seemed to relent a little. He clicked his tongue.
"If I tell you more, Silkstone, there are those who will accuse you of spying for your country, given our recent past."
His mouth was pursed, as if he had just said something that was distasteful to him. "I understand, sir," he assured Sir Joseph with a bow. He did not say he had no intention of complying with his wishes. His personal respect for Sir Joseph remained undiminished, but if the truth were to surface in this murky affair, he knew he would have to take personal control. Making for the door, Sir Joseph following him, Thomas turned. "One more thing, sir," he said, stopping in his tracks.
"Yes?"
"Did Matthew Bartlett have a frequent cough?" Sir Joseph paused for a moment.
"No," he said. "No, he did not. Why do you ask?"
Thomas shook his head, thinking of the dead man's badly damaged lungs. Forced to respond quickly, he said, "Merely that I found a small tumour in the bronchioles, but it was obviously not big enough to cause irritation," he replied nonchalantly. Fortunately, Sir Joseph did not press him further. Chapter 26. The slaves huddled around the hearth in the scullery. The hour was late, and the dinner pots and plates had been washed and put away. The fires in the dining-room and drawing-room had been doused, and the doors locked. Their duties done, Mistress Bradshaw had persuaded Mr. Mason to allow the negroes the privilege of warming themselves because of the unusually cold weather. Some of the white servants were playing cards around the kitchen table. The maids were sewing or gossiping.
"Surely, Mr. Mason, you do not want any more of them dying?"
the cook had argued, appealing to his practical nature rather than his humanity. Venus had also put pressure on him. Being the housekeeper, she had her own room with her own fire, but she always sided with cook in trying to ease the slave's burden. So they sat with glowing faces around the dying embers. They did not want to talk about how they had each arrived in slavery, how some of them were born into captivity, while others had endured the horrors of the journey from Africa. They had heard the stories so many times, of the wars, and the Arab traders, and the long treks to the coast. They knew of the families torn apart by the white men in their big ships. Only Homer, Hercules, the eldest, and Ezra, who was a skilled carpenter, remembered anything of their homelands. The others, Cato, Patience, and Fibber, had been born into captivity, but they still seemed hungry for the stories.
even though they had heard many of them before.
"My father was a fisherman," recalled Homer, looking into the flames. "We used to catch fish as big as a man in the lake. We never lacked food."
Hercules smiled and shrugged.
"Until the Ashanti came and defeated us."
"And sold you to the white men," butted in Fibber.
"That's right, child," continued Homer. "They took us to a castle and locked us in their dungeon, before loading us like cattle onto ships." He shook his head. "What I wouldn't give to go back home, to sit under the shade of a sweet dika tree and watch the sun go down over Mount Avajato."
Cato gave him an odd look.
"Maybe you can."
"What do you mean?"
He shrugged.
"Why is it that we are still kept in chains? Do you not see our African brothers and sisters all around you in the street?" he asked.
"I see them," barked Hercules, "and I see them begging. I see them cold and without shoes on their feet."
"But at least their feet are free," cried Cato. "At least they can run and not be chased and whipped."
He lifted his hands in a gesture of exasperation.
"Do you not see? In England there are others like us who do not belong to a master. They are not property, they are human beings."
He sank his hand into his breeches pocket and pulled out a piece of paper. On it was large writing and a picture of a Negro man in chains. The others drew closer to inspect it.
"What is it?"
asked Fibber. Cato brandished it like a silk handkerchief.
"It is called a handbill, and it is being passed round in some of the taverns."
Reaching into his pocket once more, he pulled out another 2 pieces of paper exactly the same. Fibber snatched one and inspected it.
"What does it say?"
asked Homer. He could not read. None of them could.
"It calls for all slaves to be freed," cried Cato.
"Who calls?"
snapped Hercules, sounding a note of caution. By now Cato's eyes were ablaze.
"There is talk," he replied.
"What talk?"
Homer challenged.
"There is a way for us to be free back home in Africa."
Homer snatched the paper and studied the drawing of one of their kind on his knees, his manacled hands together in supplication, as if begging for mercy.
"Where you get this?" he asked.
"Where our free black brothers meet, at an inn called the Crown."
Cato's eyes were as bright as the Caribbean sun at noontide. Fibber had never seen him so animated. There was something odd in his manner, a fire that was burning inside him she had not encountered before. He had the zeal of a white preacher she sometimes saw in the market square, exhorting his audience to repent of their sins and turn to God, their white God. She saw him slide a sideways look at her, as if he realized that she knew something was about to happen, something big and frightening that might change their lives. His expression was that of an excited hound that had been digging in the dirt. What had he found? A bone of hope to chew upon, perhaps? He had discovered more than this trifling piece of paper with words on, surely. Did he dream of escape? She thought of her own plan. Should she tell him of the obeah in return for his secret? If he knew that, thanks to her, Mistress Carfax would be dead soon, then perhaps he would take her with him if he was going to break for freedom. She resolved to ask Cato the next time they were alone. Venus slid through the silence of Samuel Carfax's bedroom, watching the mound beneath the blankets move up and down with each breath. Laying a cold hand on his shoulder, she stirred him with her touch. He opened his eyes, registered her face in the glimmer of the fire's embers, and smiled.
"I did not think you would come tonight," he told her softly.
In the half-light she saw his naked head peeping out from the coverlet, smooth as a hard-boiled egg without its wig. Her touch moved him quickly into wakefulness, and he turned onto his back. There was lust in his hands as he reached for one of the ribbons on her nightgown and began toying with it like a string on a lute. She stayed his fingers and started undoing the ribbons herself.
"Do I ever let you down?"
she asked in a voice as smooth as velvet. She did not tell him the reason for her lateness, that she was passing the scullery, and had caught a fragment of conversation between the slaves that had held her attention. Such was her interest that it had caused her to stand silently with her ear to the door, listening to their talk for a full 20 minutes. She climbed into bed beside him, and began warming her hands on his hot body.
"No,"
he replied as he felt her icy fingertips caress his thigh.
"You never let me down."
Chapter 27. Mistress Finesilver woke Thomas with a message that morning. Through the fog of his returning consciousness, he heard her say there was a carriage waiting to take him to the Carfax household.
"Who is ill?"
he asked, pulling back his bed-sheets.
"I do not know, sir," she replied, drawing the blind, "only that it is urgent."
From the way the carriage clattered at high speed through the streets and along the river road, Thomas assumed some kind of terrible calamity had befallen the Carfaxes. Indeed, when the door was opened to him, he heard a loud commotion coming from upstairs. He was therefore more than a little surprised to be ushered into the study, where he found Samuel Carfax seated at the desk, poring over some sort of ledger. He eased up his portly frame when Mason announced the doctor and strode over to greet him. As he did so, Thomas clearly heard a woman shouting, screaming even, and her cries were punctuated by a dog's howls. The noise was growing louder. Thomas regarded Carfax quizzically, expecting some sort of explanation. When it came, it was not what he had anticipated. The plantation owner shrugged almost apologetically.
"My wife," he began, "she—"
He was not given the chance to finish his sentence. At that moment, Cordelia Carfax burst into the room, carrying Fino under her arm.
"He's blind! My baby is blind!" she wailed, clutching the whimpering canine.
Her mouth was twisted and tears gushed down her cheeks as she thrust the animal into her husband's arms.
"Calm yourself, my dear,"
urged Carfax, suddenly landed with the distressed dog. He lifted it away from his torso, outstretching his arms as if the creature were a bundle of foul-smelling rags. It was pawing pathetically at its flat muzzle. Mistress Carfax, her face crumpled and puffy, leered at Thomas.
"Well, are you just going to stand there, Dr. Silkstone? Can you not see my dog is in anguish?"
Thomas stepped forward. Up until this moment, his only dealings with animals had been pegging them out for dissection and with Franklin his rat. He had never been asked to examine a sick dog before, and was a little reticent to do so now.
"For pity's sake, take it, will you?"
cried Carfax, anxious to be rid of the furry burden, plonking it into Thomas's arms. Lifting the pug over to the hearth to take advantage of the light, the doctor could see that it was suffering badly. Its lids were closed and swollen, and tears had gathered in the fur beneath its eyes. But it was its strong scent that struck Thomas. He sniffed at it, and, much to his bewilderment, smelled roses. "I need water," he called, but his order was lost in Mistress Carfax's shrieking. "Water, if you please," he repeated, only louder. Heeding the request, Samuel Carfax tugged at the servant's bell. Thomas pulled out a wad of gauze from his open case and began dabbing the creature's face. "I'd say that this little fellow has something caustic in his eyes," he said.
"Caustic?"
echoed Mistress Carfax, tearing herself away from her husband's embrace.
"Does that mean poison?"
"It could mean any manner of substance, madam," replied Thomas, as Samuel Carfax ordered a pitcher of water from Mason. "But from the smell of it, I surmise that substance is perfume." Mistress Carfax gasped.
"Perfume?"
she repeated. Thomas nodded. "Rose water?" Another gasp issued from the distressed woman as she thought of her silver scent bottle on her dressing-table.
"But how?"
she asked. Or rather, who? Thought Thomas. He said nothing of his suspicions, but instructed that the dog's eyes be regularly washed with cool, boiled water for the next few hours. He left Cordelia Carfax billing and cooing over Fino, while Venus emerged to show him to his waiting carriage. Tall and poised, she led him into the hallway, where a footman waited with his topcoat. As he slipped his arms into a sleeve, Thomas looked outside onto the back lawns. Squinting against the winter sunlight, his gaze snagged on what appeared to be 2 gravestones, side by side at the bottom of the narrow plot. He pointed to them. "Forgive me, those headstones there," he asked the housekeeper, "they belong to slaves?" Venus also looked out. When she saw what Thomas was pointing at, she clicked her tongue, as if chiding a white man's ignorance.
"Those belong to the Mrs. Old Dogs," she told him coolly. "Slaves do not have headstones, Dr. Silkstone."
As the carriage returned him home, Thomas pondered on the Carfax household and how it must be riven with hatred and mistrust. He had sluiced the dog's eyes and did not believe any lasting damage had been done, but someone had intended that the creature should be permanently blinded.
presumably to wound Mistress Carfax indirectly. He suspected that the dog was the child she had never had. He was not aware of any offspring, and she lavished more love on it than on any human being, including her husband. Moreover, she treated her slaves worse than stray dogs. He had witnessed with his own eyes the woman's indifference to the death of the Negro boy, and her anger when the girl had mourned so publicly. He'd wager that one of those poor, wretched slaves had poured perfume into the dog's eyes to vent their festering and impotent hatred of their mistress. Of course it was reprehensible to injure a defenceless creature, but it was a soft target, and its suffering was clearly felt vicariously by its owner. So engrossed in his own thoughts was Thomas during the carriage ride back to Holland Street that he became oblivious to all that was going on around him. In particular, he had no notion that he was being observed as he alighted outside his home. Two gentlemen sat inside another carriage parked opposite. They watched Thomas dismiss the driver and walk up the steps, before instructing their own driver to move off. Chapter 28. Josiah Dalrymple had business to conduct with Samuel Carfax. He duly arrived at the latter's villa at the appointed time, attended by his trusted slave Jeremiah. As his business was of a private nature, however, he told Jeremiah to wait downstairs in the servants' quarters, where he was duly dispatched by Mason the butler. In the kitchen, Cook was standing by the range, stirring the stock-pot. She turned, huffed, and said Jeremiah could sit and wait on the bench by the table. Mr. Roberts, mending a broken dish, however, had different ideas. As soon as the butler was out of sight, he ordered Jeremiah stand.
"You!"
The slave looked up.
"There's no place for you black scum here."
He spat the words as if they were poison. Cook looked up, bobbed a glance at the slave, then at his tormentor.
"He'll do no harm here," she countered.
Angered by the cook's defence, Roberts stood his ground.
"I am not wanting to look at his dirty black face," he sneered. Then turning to a confused Jeremiah, he barked, "Wait in the boot-room."
Heading for the door, he gestured to the slave to follow. A few paces along the narrow passage, they came to another door. Roberts opened it.
"Get in,"
he ordered. Jeremiah hesitated. It was not something he usually did when commanded by a white man, but after a moment he did as he was bade, walking into a tiny, dark room with only the smallest of windows to let in light. It was cold and smelled musty. The walls were lined with shelves for boots and hooks for riding crops and whips that he suspected were not used on horses at all. There were the familiar sticks, too, that had small paddles on the end that his master used to hit balls around for pleasure.
"You shall stay here until your master is ready for you,"
said Roberts, and with that he shut the door, locking it behind him. Left alone in the murky darkness, Jeremiah walked over to the corner and sat himself down, rolling his body into a ball for warmth, and resting his head on his folded arms. This is how he must have fallen asleep, for it was how he found himself when he was wakened by the sound of the key in the lock. His head shot up to see a woman, swiftly followed by a man. As they blustered into the darkness of the room, he froze. They did not know he was there. In the murky light he watched them move like shadow puppets, heard their panting, then their words.
"You should not have come here," said the woman. "But we have business."
The man lunged toward her, planting kisses on her neck.
"Your lord and master is engaged upstairs. It is dangerous," she protested. "You love the danger."
He laughed.
"You have more for me."
She pushed him away slightly.
"There will be another very soon. A fine Coromantee male." "Excellent," came the reply.
Jeremiah heard the man's breathing thicken before he pushed the woman up against the wall.
"My reputation is not the only thing that is growing."
The rustle of silk was heard, and the grunting began. The woman let out an odd cry, somewhere twixt pleasure and pain. He a great roar. Then it was over, and silence. Jeremiah held his breath, willing them to leave as quickly as they had come, but in their exertions the couple must have knocked a shelf, and a boot came tumbling down, narrowly missing him. As it clattered to the floor, he saw both their heads turn his way. Then the woman gasped, "There's someone there!"
"What?"
The man instinctively grabbed the nearest weapon to hand, a golf stick, and launched himself into the darkness.
"A slave!"
he cried, seeing the whites of Jeremiah's eyes, and he lifted the club to strike.
Jeremiah leapt up and headed for the open door, but before he could reach it, the man brought down the club on his back, striking him hard. A scream of pain tore through the darkness, and he stumbled. His hands flew up to protect his head, but the man confronted him, raining another blow, this time on his skull. He felt the blood gush from a wound, but could see just enough to know that his attacker was about to strike again. Managing to scramble into the passage, he fled to the back door, shouldered it open, and found himself outside. He staggered along a path and into the garden, leaving a trail of blood on the snow in his wake. There was a side gate. It was not locked. He glanced back. There were footsteps. He knew he could not return. Later that night, in the solitary gloom of his own bedroom, Thomas began to read Dr. John Perrick's letters by candlelight. The small fire in his grate had long since died, and he gathered the blankets from his bed and wrapped them around him. In the poor light he sat squinting at the closely written text of the correspondence between man and wife. He was not completely at ease doing so. He felt like a voyeur or an intruder. There were obviously passages which were of a private nature, and he skimmed over these quickly. What was of the utmost interest were the excerpts that dealt with the adventures of the expedition members, and at least he trusted that these, addressed as they were to his spouse, would not be as graphic as Dr. Welton's observations. The letters did indeed prove a mine of helpful and intriguing information, and threw up many pharmacological secrets known only to the island's natives. With a journal open on his desk, Thomas made copious notes, adding his own deliberations every now and then. There were descriptions of various plants that were the basis of good physic. Aloe vera was mentioned prominently, and indeed there was a recipe for the relief of fever which used it as the main ingredient, while garden balsam, it was said, was good for both colds and colic in babes. Yet there were other, more sinister entries, like Perrick's impression of Kingston on his arrival.
"It pains me to say that I am glad you are not with me to see this port, my dear, for it is no place for a lady.
Bewildered negro men, women, and children, all with chains about their necks, are dispatched at markets to their owners as traders sell pots and pans in Spitalfields." His candle now burned low. Thomas rubbed his strained eyes and decided to retire to his bed, although he knew he would not rest easy. Matthew Bartlett's murder had unsettled him, and the mistreatment of their slaves by Carfax and his wife had disturbed him. These notes and letters opened the window even wider, onto a world of savagery and inhumanity. It had always been there for him to see, but he had never taken the time to observe it. Now, like the botfly larva he had removed from the arm of Samuel Carfax, it was rearing its hideous head. Perhaps it was because he found it too terrible to contemplate that he had chosen to ignore it before. Now that it had made itself known to him, he could no longer brush it aside. He heard the watchman cry 3 o'clock before he finally fell asleep. Chapter 29. The following day, Thomas told himself, would have to be devoted to working hard on the specimens. Forcing all thought of Matthew Bartlett's murder aside, he rose before dawn and concentrated his energies within his laboratory. The schedule he had set himself was slipping fast away. Since breakfast, he had turned his attention to the snakes. There were 4 different species, and had ranged a number of large glass jars before him. The air turned sharp with preserving fluid as he poured at least 2 pints into each container, depending on the size of the specimen. By 4 o'clock, however, he found he had completely run out of the liquid. He set off to visit the apothecary a few streets away to order some more, and was almost at the end of Holland Street when, in a pool of light cast by a street lamp, he saw flakes of snow wafting overhead. 2 chairmen stood by their sedan waiting for a fare, stamping their feet to keep warm. A carriage decamped its passengers and rumbled off into the distance. 3 gentlemen on foot braced themselves against the northerly wind as they passed him. Their footfalls, crumping in the snow, had just receded when he heard the noise, a low moan, followed by a whimper. He stopped still and craned his head. There it was again. An injured dog, perhaps, or a babe born of a street girl and left to die. He looked round. Something caught his eye on the steps that led to a basement nearby. He turned and squinted into the darkness. To his horror, he could make out a hand clawing at the street railings like a giant crab. Scooping up his cape and tucking it under his arm, he bent low.
and there, in the blackness, he could see a man's face, racked with pain. Darting up, Thomas looked down the street once more toward the chairman at their stand. Cupping his hands around his mouth, he called out to them as loud as he could. "Over here! I need help!" The men whirled round, saw Thomas's frantic waves, and hurried over. Bending low once more, the doctor scrambled halfway down the basement steps to tend to the man. He could see he was barely conscious. Throwing off his cape, he was wrapping it around the patient to protect him from the cold just as the chairman arrived. "What goes on, sir?" called one of the men, frowning into the gloom. "A man lies badly injured," replied Thomas, mopping a bleeding brow with his kerchief. "These wounds need treating straight away. Help me, will you?" The two men swapped shocked looks. This was way beyond their normal duties. Thomas read their faces. "I will pay you double the fare," he snapped. "Just help me get him into the chair, will you?" The injured man was broad and tall and did not come easily. With great difficulty the chairman hauled him up out of the basement and onto the poorly lit walkway, where Thomas could at least discern his features to assess his injuries. But as soon as the men saw his face, both of them balked. "A Negro!" cried one. Ignoring their consternation, Thomas pulled away the folds of the cape to inspect the man's head as blood gushed from a wound. Wrapping his muffler around the skull, he managed to stem some of the flow, but he knew there was no time to waste. The Negro's eyes were now closed and his voice was stilled. He had lost consciousness. "Hurry, men!" he shouted. With little regard for their passenger, the chairman bundled him into the sedan, and within 2 minutes they were carrying the injured Negro through the front door at Holland Street. Helen, answering the door, had screamed at the sight of the bloodied passenger, but soon the chairmen were laying him down on the chaise longue, in the small downstairs drawing-room, as Thomas directed. Dr. Carruthers pricked up his ears and came to the doorway. "What goes on?" Thomas, putting coins into the calloused palms of the chairman, explained. "A young Negro man has been viciously assaulted, sir. I found him with a severe head wound not 200 yards away in the street." Hearing the commotion, Mistress Finesilver also appeared at the doorway. The chairman pushed past her, leaving muddy footprints in their wake. "And what do you think you were doing, gentlemen?" she railed, hands on hips, as she surveyed the chaos in the small drawing-room. A blue, blood-stained coat lay on the floor. "I found a badly injured man in the street, mistress," explained Thomas, placing a cushion with the utmost care under his patient's head. "We could not take him upstairs." "All this to do!" she clucked, hurrying over to the stranger who lay unconscious on the good furniture. Her eyes widened in horror as she saw a cushion on the chaise longue spotted with blood. She snatched it away. "Mind you take off his boots," she huffed as she drew closer to inspect the man's face. It was only then that she realized the identity of this unexpected house guest, and her hands flew up in shock. "A blackamoor!" she shrieked. Thomas had anticipated her reaction, but refused to be drawn by it. "This man is my patient, Mistress Finesilver," he countered, "and will be here for at least the next few days. It would be most appreciated if you could fetch me warm water and my medical case." The housekeeper's mouth opened to deliver a rejoinder, but closed again when she thought better of it. Instead, her face set into a grimace, as if she had just sniffed a jug of sour milk in the pantry. "Very well," she conceded, and flounced out. "His condition sounds serious," remarked Dr. Carruthers gravely. "It is. He has lost consciousness," replied Thomas, peering at the man's head wound. "He is fortunate to have survived." Thomas, squinting into the deep cut, touched the cranium lightly, pressing gently in search of cracks and bumps. The injuries were concentrated around the crown and left eye. The swelling and contusions around the latter were such that he feared for the man's sight. The injuries, he believed, had been inflicted by a blunt instrument. It seemed to him that he had been struck at least twice about the face and head. There was worse to come. Loosening the young man's shirt at the neck, Thomas was shocked to see a silver collar, as if he were an animal. He had heard it was fashionable in some households where slaves were employed, and now he knew it to be true. Taking out his magnifying glass from his case that Mistress Finesilver had just grudgingly delivered, he peered more closely. It was as he thought. There were other older marks around his wrists, too. They had been made not during this latest attack, but, he suspected, sustained after manacles had cut into his flesh. Gently examining the rest of the young man's body, Thomas could see it bore all the telltale signs of maltreatment. Apart from the bruises from the most recent attack, there were several scars. He ran his fingers over the lumpy tissue around the wrists. There was more around the ankles, too. The skin of his torso was stretched tight as a drum over ribs that looked so sharp he thought they would pierce through from the inside like needles. It was as if he was staring at a patchwork of abuse, a tapestry of torture and deprivation stitched on the body of a human being. It sickened him, and he sighed deeply. Straightening himself once more, he took a step back. Still gazing at his patient, he said, "This man is a slave." Dr. Carruthers nodded sagely.
"A runaway, most like. Beaten by his master, I'll wager."
"We should call the constables," said Thomas firmly. He was surprised when his suggestion was met with derisory laughter.
"He is a slave, young fellow. He is tantamount to mere property under the law. He'll find no protection there," came Carruthers's reply.
Thomas wondered at his mentor's cynicism. "Surely there is some recourse to the law," he pressed, covering the young man with a blanket. Dr. Carruthers thought for a moment.
"There was a case a few years ago where a slave by the name of Jonathan Strong was cruelly beaten by his master. He was left for dead and cared for by a courageous clerk and his brother, a surgeon, but then seized back by his master 2 years later."
"What happened?"
"The master, a brute by all accounts, thinking he still owned the poor wretch, sold him back into slavery to another rogue. But the clerk took the case to court and won the slave his freedom."
Thomas looked grave. "But I thought slavery was illegal under English law." The old anatomist huffed.
"Merchants from the colonies are allowed to bring their slaves here, and no one bats an eyelid," he chided, wagging his finger.
He shook his head and said with a tone of resignation,
"Surely you know that law and practice are two very different things, young fellow."
Thomas was forced to agree. After stitching the slave's wound with catgut, Thomas applied sap from the aloe vera plant to the swollen areas of the face. The tissues surrounding the left eye were so distended they reminded him of a bruised plum. He knew the strange aloe gel contained healing properties, and was glad to put it to the test, to see if it could relieve the inflammation and swelling. The rest of the night he would spend propped up with pillows in a chair at his patient's side. The young man was still unconscious and, very worryingly, had developed a fever. For the next 2 days Thomas set aside his cataloguing in the laboratory to make the wounded slave his priority. He tasked Helen to sit beside him for some of the time, while he returned to the laboratory to obtain more gel from the aloe plants, or to make up some formula that Dr. Welton had recommended in his notes. Mixing aloe juice with coconut milk was apparently a well-known physic among the Maroons, known to bring down fevers as well as being an excellent restorative. The regular application of the gel appeared to be working well on the head wound, and the young man's fever seemed to be subsiding. In the meantime, when it was his turn to sit at the slave's bedside, Thomas would read Dr. Welton's notes. He glanced through the various papers he had at his disposal, convinced that somewhere in those scant jottings and observations lay a clue as to why Bartlett was murdered. Picking up a random sheet written in Welton's hand, his eyes were drawn to an account of a warning that had been issued to the expedition by a seasoned plantation owner. It was the story of how the Maroons could be every bit as brutal as their erstwhile masters. Over dinner, we were told the tale of a rebel leader who, with his men, raided an estate to the east of Kingston. Having tied the hands of the manager by the name of Shaw and plundered the house, they helped themselves to all his food and liquor as he watched on helpless. As he regarded them with great consternation, he suddenly realized that the leader, a man they called Plato, was known to him. The rebel had once been a house slave on his plantation and in his own service, so the manager pleaded for his life. "Do you not recall," he asked, "how when you were only a child I gave you morsels from my table? Remember this and have pity on me." But the rebel replied, "You are right, you were my master and you did feed me, but do you also not recall what you did to my mother? You violated her before my very eyes. Then when my father tried to stop you, you had him whipped until he died. Now do you remember your own barbarity? You do not deserve to draw breath." Saying this, he took an axe, and ignoring Shaw's pleas, he held it to his head, and before his fellows he chopped it off to great applause. Not content with his death, the rebels then skinned the man and used his flesh as a floor mat. Thomas felt the nausea rise from his stomach as he read the last few lines of the page. A man's life, whether he was black or white, seemed to count for naught in this god-forsaken colony, he told himself. He would force himself to read more of this sickening litany in the hope it may throw up some answers to the many questions he had. But for the moment he must concentrate on the work in hand. Earlier that evening he recalled how he had taken a wrench and prized off the lid of another crate. It had contained several small birds. He thought of the Weltons' parlour and of the doctor's own collections of exotica. How strange, he mused, that such beautiful creatures could be born out of such an evil place. The more he read of it, the more terrifying it seemed to become. Chapter 30. Sir Theodosius stood warming his great frame by a roaring fire, the tails of his frock-coat raised so that his rump was exposed to the heat to maximum effect. Poor Dr. Carruthers, seated in a nearby armchair, felt himself eclipsed, and hardly benefited at all from the blaze.
"Ah, Thomas, dear chap," said the Oxford coroner, as the doctor walked into the room.
"How good it is to see you again, sir," Thomas said. In all the chaos and confusion of the previous few days, he had forgotten a prior engagement with him while he was in London. He extended his hand. Sir Theodosius tugged at it heartily.
"Carruthers here tells me that you have encountered a spot of unpleasantness lately with a negro."
Thomas arched a brow at the understatement. "You could say that, sir," he replied.
"And yet you find time to administer to animals now," continued Sir Theodosius.
Thomas knew that he must be alluding to his treatment of Cordelia Carfax's dog, but he was puzzled as to how the coroner knew. His query must have shown in his face.
"I called in on Carfax on my way here. Wondered if he was up for another game of golf. It really is quite addictive," he reported cheerfully. "Said he best stay with his wife, who'd taken to her bed with a most cruel fit of the gripes."
"Mistress Carfax is ill?" replied Thomas. Sir Theodosius continued.
"Rolling round like a loose barrel, she is. So when I told him you were my next port of call, he asked me to send for you."
Thomas frowned. His thoughts immediately turned to the plight of Cordelia Carfax's wretched dog that had been so maliciously blinded. "Her condition sounds serious," he said. "I shall go to her immediately." Sir Theodosius seemed a little taken aback.
"But what of our luncheon?" he protested.
"Regrettably, it will have to wait," Thomas told him, with an urgency that would brook no argument. Grabbing his medical case, he headed for the door. The coroner, feeling a little aggrieved, had been hoping to enjoy a chop and some porter with Thomas at the very least, but as if he could read his guest's mind, Dr. Carruthers stepped into the breach.
"Not to worry, Sir Theodosius," he piped up.
He lifted his head and sniffed the air. The smell of baking had wafted in on the current as Thomas opened the door.
"I suspect Mistress Finesilver has just taken a venison pie from the oven," he said. "You will join me for luncheon, sir."
Thomas arrived at the Carfax mansion less than an hour later. He had no evidence, he was simply following his instinct, but he had the direst suspicion that Cordelia Carfax could have been poisoned by one of her slaves. As his carriage drew up, he saw Roberts hammering a notice onto the wooden gate-post outside the house. Alighting by the railings, he peered at the poster. It read, "Runaway slave, answers to the name of Cato, tall, broad, collared, and branded SC, 10 guinea reward. Any information within." Thomas immediately thought of the young man lying injured in his own home. He did not recognize him as one of the household slaves. This runaway, this Cato, was just another among the many who came to England and took advantage of the law to make a break for freedom. The newspapers and coffee-houses of London were full of such notices. Mason the butler led Thomas into a large bedchamber on the second floor. Cordelia Carfax lay in bed, groaning, while her anxious husband sat at her side. As soon as he saw Thomas, he heaved himself up from his chair.
"Ah, Silkstone! I am glad you are here," he cried, beckoning him over.
Approaching the bed, Thomas could see that Mistress Carfax looked listless, and her copper hair was plastered across her forehead with sweat. The small dog that had been in such distress earlier lay sleeping on the counterpane. Fibber, the slave girl, the one who had been so distraught the other night, busied herself with a bowl near a table. "How long has your wife been like this?" asked Thomas.
turning his face away from the bed out of the woman's earshot. Carfax deliberated.
"She was seized with violent gripes and vomits last night after dinner,"
he said in a low voice. "And I can see that her fever is somewhat hectic," said Thomas. For a moment he studied the woman's face. Her cheeks were as pale as milk. Addressing her directly, Thomas leaned closer and said, "I am sorry to see you unwell, Mistress Carfax." The woman turned her head and eyed the young doctor. Even in her suffering it was clear that she regarded him with disdain.
"What is he doing here, Samuel?"
she snapped at her husband. Carfax smiled awkwardly.
"Dr. Silkstone wishes to help you, my dearest," he replied, bending low.
"Is there anything that your wife ate last night that might not have agreed with her?" asked Thomas. Pausing to recall, Carfax said there was not.
"Stewed carp, breast of pheasant," he replied.
"May I examine your wife's abdomen, sir?" Thomas asked innocently, but the plantation owner looked at him aghast, as if he had asked if he could make love to her.
"I should think not, sir," he shot back. "It is clear my wife is sick, and it is your place to ease her distress."
Thomas had, of course, encountered such reactions before. He was not entirely surprised by such ignorance. Carfax held Thomas's gaze.
"Well," he said impatiently, "what is wrong with her, man?"
The doctor squared up to him. "Without an examination I cannot be entirely sure, Mr. Carfax," he began. He had no intention of sharing his suspicions with him at the present time. "At the moment her life is not in danger," continued Thomas. "I prescribe plenty of boiled water, with a little sugar in it to restore her strength. I will call again tomorrow to check on her progress." At the news, Carfax seemed disappointed that nothing more could be done for his wife. His shoulders visibly drooped.
"Very well, Dr. Silkstone," he said curtly, adding, "Venus will show you out."
Fino, seeing Carfax turn to leave, jumped off the bed and also headed for the door, pawing at it. It was then, as he eyed the dog, that Thomas noticed it. A small clod of what appeared to be soil on the floorboards. At first he dismissed it as mud carried in on outdoors boots, but then he lifted his gaze. A small object, he could not make out what, had been placed above the door lintel. He thought it strange, but said nothing. In a household such as this, he knew it wise to keep one's own counsel. Once more Venus appeared at the door to escort Thomas out. She seemed even more aloof than before, as if her mind were far away. Downstairs he paused on the front threshold and glanced over at the gate-post, where the notice flapped in the wind. "I see a household slave has run away," he said. He was thinking out loud rather than questioning Venus, but his words clearly galled her, and she fixed him with a fiery glare. "There are plenty of free Negroes begging on the streets of London who would gladly give up their freedom for a meal or a coat, Dr. Silkstone," she replied. "The slaves here may be in bondage, but at least they have a roof over their heads." Thomas had not anticipated a response, let alone one so spirited. "And you, Venus," he fired back, "are you free to leave this household if you please?" She opened her mouth to reply, but words failed her. Instead, her expression betrayed a mixture of anger and regret that seemed to be tugging at her mind and staying her tongue. She simply gestured to the front steps and the drive, where the carriage awaited. That night Thomas retrieved John Perrick's letters from a folder in the laboratory and went to read them by the slave's bedside. There was something that had been bothering him all day, the soil on the floor in Cordelia Carfax's chamber. Searching through the copious sheets, he had eventually found what he was looking for, the doctor's account of the sinister beliefs of the slaves. By candlelight in his new patient's room he read, "There is a strange force that seizes some of the Negroes here called obia. It is practiced like a religion, and the priest, for want of a better word, is apt to lay curses by collecting certain items such as cat's paws, hair, teeth, and grave dirt, all relative to this kind of witchcraft, and placing them in a bag near the intended victim." Thomas looked up from the text and rubbed his eyes. He thought of the mysterious object above the door lintel. He did not need to see into it to guess what it contained. What's more, he would wager a great deal as to the person who had placed it there. He returned to Perrick's letters. Now only a few remained unread. Dated just 3 days before the young doctor was reported to have taken ill, Thomas began reading one. After greetings to his wife and his excitement at the thought of the return voyage, Perrick went on to relate more scientific information. Halfway down the second sheet he wrote, "There is a plant, known as maroon weed, that is a rank poison known to the slaves for being able to dispatch intended victims either slowly or quickly. I spoke with another physician whose Negro woman had intended to kill him with it. He was seized with violent gripings, vomited profusely, and was subjected to fevers and even convulsions. Realizing himself to be the victim of a poison, he sought help from another man of medicine, who prescribed the kernels of nandiroba to be infused in wine and drunk frequently. This cured him in time." Looking up from the script into the darkness of his room, it struck him as soundly as if he had been dealt a blow across his cheek. Suddenly he knew exactly what ailed Cordelia Carfax, and it was what he feared. Seized with bellyache, feverish, and vomiting, she had ingested something poisonous, and it was most certainly neither stewed carp nor pheasant. Thomas read on. "Another acquaintance told me that some slaves administer poison to their masters by putting powder under their thumbnail. So, putting their thumb upon the cup or bowl they pass to their victim, they cunningly convey the poison, wherefore any Negro with a long thumbnail is to be distrusted." It was then that it struck him. He pictured Fibber, the slave girl holding Cordelia Carfax's bowl of vomit in both hands, and he recalled most vividly the length of the nail on her right thumb. Chapter 31. First light found Thomas in his laboratory. He had identified some leaves from a plant Mr. Bartlett captioned Favilia cordifolia, apparently a popular herbal remedy among the Negroes. Also known as antidote cocoon, a small amount, according to Dr. Perrick, opened up the body and produced an appetite, whereas a large dose induced both stools and vomit. Infused with wine, the ground seeds of the plant could be given as an antidote to various poisons. So he had pounded the kernels and steeped them in wine for 2 hours, before straining the liquid. As he worked, he battled with his own conscience. There was no question in his mind that Mistress Carfax was being poisoned, in all probability by one of the household slaves, the same one, perhaps, who tried to blind the dog. Yet if he informed Carfax of his suspicions, there would be no chance of justice for the accused. He simply hoped that this formula worked quickly and that Cordelia Carfax would be fully restored in a day or two. He poured the reddish liquid into a bottle and braved the snow once more. If, as he suspected, Mistress Carfax was being poisoned by Fibber, then the girl must not be allowed anywhere near her mistress. Yet if he told Carfax, she would be beaten to within an inch of her life, and, most probably, hanged for attempted murder. He found himself torn between natural justice and his duty. He only hoped that the matron had not worsened overnight. Cordelia Carfax remained weak and feverish, but her abdominal pains seemed to have lessened, and she had held down a cup of sweetened water. Heartened to find his patient in less pain, Thomas offered Venus the bottle of physic and instructed it be given at regular intervals until she was better. The slave girl, Fibber, was once again in the room, mending the fire. He moved closer to her just to make sure that his memory was not playing tricks on him. He saw her place the poker back in the stand and focused his attention on her hand. He had not been imagining her thumbnail. It was inordinately long compared with her other nails. He resolved to speak with Venus. As soon as Fibber left the room, he turned to the housekeeper. "I think it best that you take sole charge of your mistress's care," he told her. Venus's flawless complexion suddenly wrinkled. "Sir?" She would not make this any easier for him, he could see that. "It is important that she be given the correct dose of the physic, and I believe you are best able to do that," Thomas told her earnestly. He was looking at her intently, watching for a flicker of understanding, before he added, "You are more capable than Fibber. Do you understand?" Venus nodded, but in such a way that Thomas remained unsure as to whether she had taken his meaning. She returned an odd, inscrutable look. "I understand, Dr. Silkstone," she replied. It was early afternoon when the carriage dropped Thomas back in Holland Street, but already the shadows were lengthening and the northerly wind blew stiffly down the narrow street. He turned to ascend the front steps of his house. As he did so, however, he happened to glance up and saw 2 gentlemen, dressed in sombre clothes, standing on the opposite side of the street looking at him. As their eyes met, one of them stepped backward into the shelter of a wall. The other quickly followed. Thomas faltered for a second. Should he ignore them and go into his house, or should he cross the street and address them? He decided on the former course of action. His unpleasant encounters with hooligans and cut-purses in this great city had taught him to look out for his own safety on the streets. He would not tempt fate again. Striding upstairs, he went immediately to check on his patient. Between them, he and Helen had managed to stretcher the injured negro, still unconscious, into the second-floor guest-room, much to Mistress Finesilver's displeasure. The temperature in the room was only a little more agreeable than the landing. The blinds had been left up all day, and a fearful draught blew through a gap in the ill-fitting window. Helen had lit a fire in the grate, but it had not been properly tended. Thomas suspected that Mistress Finesilver had instructed the maid to enter the room only on her orders, and, judging by her sour manner toward their guest, that would not be often. Edging closer to the bed, Thomas heard his patient breathing, the air rattling in his chest. He checked his pulse. It was remarkably strong, and the fever seemed to have disappeared, giving him cause to believe he may recover consciousness. He did not have to wait long. His ministering seemed to have alerted the young man, who, just as soon as Thomas had turned to open his case, suddenly let out a low groan. Whirling round, the doctor saw his patient's unharmed eyelid slowly open. It swiveled in its socket, taking in its new surroundings. Then, after a few moments, the young man's mouth tightened, not in a smile, but in a look of fear. Bending low, Thomas quickly tried to reassure him. "Do not worry," he soothed. "You have been badly hurt, but I am a surgeon. My name is Dr. Silkstone." Thomas saw the young man push his legs away from him as if to ease the act of sighing, which came next in a long and painful breath. "Dr. Silkstone," repeated the young man. He spoke as if each syllable stabbed his tongue like a dagger, but Thomas also detected a glimmer of recognition, as if his name was already known to him. The doctor drew up a chair and carefully unwound the bandage that swathed the slave's head wound. Reaching for a candle, he inspected it closely. It was deep, but it seemed to be scabbing over. He would let the yellow crust continue to develop. There was a school of thought that propounded that scabs should not be allowed to form and should be knocked off. However, he was of the opinion that scabbing was a necessary part of the healing process to be encouraged. "You are doing well," he told his patient. But he had wasted his breath. The young man's eyes were again closed. He had lost consciousness once more. Returning down the stairs, Thomas heard the bell ring and arrived in the hallway in time to see Mistress Finesilver open the door, an Arctic blast flooding inside as she did so. Two men stood on the front step. Both were equally tall, but the older one had a concave face and a large nose, whereas the other was younger and generally more rounded. They each wore heavy dark coats with expressions on their faces that were every bit as funereal. "May I help you, gentlemen?" asked Thomas, before Mistress Finesilver could launch into her usual tirade. Dr. Silkstone should not be disturbed after the hour of 8 o'clock unless their business was of an extremely urgent nature, she would say, although she never couched her meaning so delicately. The taller man stepped forward a pace, whipping off his hat despite the cold to reveal a grey wig. His face was angular, and the chill had rendered his complexion as mottled as a map, all red blotches and blue veins.
"Dr. Silkstone?" he asked, giving a shallow bow.
"I am he," acknowledged Thomas.
"We should like to speak with you on a matter of great import,"
he began. His demeanour was intense, almost grave, but not threatening. The doctor gestured the strangers inside. "The study, please," he said, ushering them toward the door. "I am afraid there is no fire in our drawing-room." Thomas introduced Dr. Carruthers, who had been dozing by the hearth, and bade them sit. "What is it that I can do for you, gentlemen?" he asked, seating himself opposite them. Again the taller man spoke.
"Let me introduce ourselves, sir. This is Mr. Clarkson, and I am Granville Sharp."
"Sharp?" repeated the old anatomist. The man shot a glance at Dr. Carruthers.
"I am known to you, sir."
Carruthers chuckled and shifted in his chair excitedly.
"Your reputation as a champion of the oppressed precedes you, sir, and I am most honoured to welcome you into my home."
Turning to Thomas, he explained,
"This young fellow is the gentleman who sponsored the case of the slave I was telling you about."
"Jonathan Strong?" queried Thomas.
"The very same,"
exclaimed Carruthers excitedly. Thomas smiled broadly. "Then you are indeed most welcome, sirs," he reiterated. "But how can we help you?" Sharp nodded and leaned forward in his seat, as if he were about to impart a secret.
"We are but a small group of men that finds slavery in all its forms to be against the law of both God and nature. We are therefore committed to work for its abolition."
Thomas nodded sympathetically. "An admirable ideal, gentlemen," he said, "and one that has my full support." Yet there was a slight catch in his voice. "How does this concern me?" Sharp's brows knitted into a frown.
"Forgive me if you believe we are intruding into your affairs, sir," he began, "but we have reason to believe that you have recently given quarter to a—" he fumbled for the appropriate word. "Stranger."
Thomas suddenly tensed as he wondered how they knew he was harbouring a runaway slave. He felt his heart beat faster and his mouth go dry. Seeing the young doctor's reaction, Sharp responded by raising his hands.
"It is true, sir. I confess we have been surveying your movements."
"My movements?" queried Thomas, growing increasingly alarmed. The younger man intervened. "There is an inn, sir, the Crown, where Negroes gather. Our Quaker friends distribute pamphlets there and try to help them. That is how we heard, sir, of your charity at the Carfax household."
"We only followed you to affirm our purpose,"
Sharp tried to assure him. "And what might this purpose be, sir?" asked Thomas warily. The older man, after taking a deep breath, continued,
"If you have shown charity to an injured stranger, sir, then we commend you. But I'm afraid we also come to warn you."
Thomas cocked his head. "To warn me?" he repeated. "Against what, pray?" Sharp and Clarkson exchanged nervous glances. "It is not our way to disguise the truth, Dr. Silkstone. We believe in speaking plainly," the latter pointed out. Thomas nodded. "That is a quality I much appreciate," he replied. Clarkson pushed his spectacles up the bridge of his small nose. "We are here," he continued, "because we have heard of your reputation for good works, sir, and believe that you champion the poor and the vulnerable." The doctor gave a flat smile. "I do what I can." Sharp took up the running.
"We also believe, Dr. Silkstone, that you are caring for a slave who has run away by the name of Jeremiah Taylor."
"And if I am, sir?" Sharp took a deep breath.
"If you are, sir, I'm afraid you must know that it is not an end to the matter."
In his fireside chair, Dr. Carruthers grunted.
"I feared as much,"
he muttered, shaking his head. Thomas shot a look at his mentor. What was it he had said? He had known he was taking a risk by caring for a slave. He knew he had to accept any consequences. "Gentlemen, I am a surgeon and a physician. If I care for a man, it is because it is my duty to do so, regardless of whether he is free or a slave, white or black," he told them. The bespectacled man nodded sympathetically.
"We do understand that, sir, and we admire your compassion," he began.
Thomas detected a caveat. "But?" Sharp resumed his warning.
"But we are here to tell you that the slave's master will want him back,"
he said in a way that needled the doctor. Thomas felt the anger swelling in his chest, and he broke in suddenly. "Then the slave's master will have to deal with me first," he replied. Clarkson's features tightened. "That is what we fear, Dr. Silkstone. By protecting the slave, you are putting yourself at risk." Thomas nodded. "I am aware of that, gentlemen," he replied, suppressing his mounting sense of outrage. "But that man upstairs was left for dead. If I had not found him, he would be buried by now. What right does one man, whoever he is, have to own another?" At these words, Dr. Carruthers clapped his hands together.
"Bravo, young fellow!" he exclaimed.
Sharp wore the wearied look of a seasoned campaigner.
"Your sentiments are indeed admirable, sir. But the slave's master is looking for him. There are posters, leaflets, there is even a reward."
He reached into his leather bag and pulled out a handbill, offering 10 guineas for the safe return of a slave known as Jeremiah. Thomas studied the leaflet. It described the runaway as almost 6 feet tall and wearing a dark blue coat. It matched the description of the young Negro upstairs. He flung the paper down on a nearby table in disgust. "If his master comes calling, I shall deny all knowledge of this person, gentlemen," he said. Sharp gave a wry smile.
"I admire your principled stand, Dr. Silkstone. I am thankful that all Englishmen are born free, but those who are merely brought here from the colonies deserve our protection too, and I am afraid they do not get it. That is why we are trying to spread the word among them in taverns and coffee-houses and the like." "And you do a marvellous job," interjected Dr. Carruthers.
Sharp shrugged.
"Thank you, sir. That may be so. But what I am saying, Dr. Silkstone, is if you should need to fight this case in the courts, then please feel free to contact me."
With these words he rose, walked over to Thomas, and held out his calling card. Thomas rose too and took it. "Thank you, Mr. Sharp," he said, looking first at the card, then at his guest. He knew he would be a valuable ally if, or when, the young slave's master came calling. Chapter 32. White snow was falling on the white man's land. It was a sign, as if a sign were needed, thought Cato, that this was a place where he did not belong. His Coromantee name was Cujo. He had been born on a ship bound for Jamaica, but his mother had died shortly after his birth, and his father had committed suicide, jumping overboard at the first opportunity rather than submit to the whip. At first he had been gifted to a white mistress who was kind to him, but as he grew he seemed to lose the charm he had held, and other, younger boys slipped into his buckled shoes. He had worked in the Carfax household for 15 years, and now he had run away. It was not a decision he had taken lightly. Yes, there had been the odd beating at the hands of Mr. Roberts, the occasional withdrawal of food, but in general his treatment, certainly compared with that of his fellows on the sugar plantations that he'd heard and seen, was bearable. No, the reason he had slipped out of the back door of his master's house one night with the intention of never returning was because he had a plan. Under cover of darkness he had made his way to the Crown Inn. A new life, a free life in Africa, awaited him. That is what was promised them on the pieces of paper handed out at the inn. Tonight he would be freed from bondage and liberated forever. The African brother with the gold tooth ushered him into a back room where the obeah man sat on his mat, a goat skin draped around his bony shoulders. The room was dimly lit, and all manner of strange creatures leered out at them from shelves. A squirrel monkey, its teeth bared, and a small crocodile, its jaws agape. A strange scent lingered on the smoky air and made Cato feel a little light-headed, as if he had drunk a quart of rum. It was only when he was seated cross-legged on the floor that he saw the obeah man's face, like half-eaten offal chewed by hungry dogs. A sound ushered from the old man's mouth that made him cock his head closer so as to understand what he was saying. He felt as nervous as a fledgling waiting on a window ledge before it took the first leap into flight. He leaned forward, eagerly anticipating the old man's instructions.
"You want to be free?"
he asked. Cato nodded.
"Then drink this."
He lifted a skull that sat by him. It looked like a human skull, and it was full of liquid.
"Then what?"
he asked, almost breathless in anticipation.
"Then you sleep, and when you wake—"
The obeah man's voice trailed off, taking Cato with him to a land of languor and plenty.
"I shall be free?"
The old man's tone suddenly sharpened.
"You will be on a ship bound for Africa, and when you wake you will be a free man."
Questions flew into Cato's mind like starlings swirling in winter twilight.
"A free man?"
he echoed. He reached for the skull, but the obeah man swatted his hand as if he were a troublesome fly. The slave knew why, and he delved into the pocket of his breeches. Pulling out a shiny sixpence, he laid it in front of him. He had found it in the master's pocket when his top coat was put out for the laundry earlier in the month, and kept it safe, knowing it might mean his salvation one day. Today was that day.
"'Tis all I could find,"
he said apologetically. The old man took it, laid it in his palm, that quivered like a leaf, and with the other hand lifted it to the side of his mouth, where a few blackened teeth remained. Biting into it, he seemed satisfied, and gave a reassuring nod before pushing the skull into the centre of the ring.
"Drink tonight, and tomorrow freedom,"
he said, slamming down his palm on his thigh. He began to chant. Through toothless gums his words were hard to follow, but Cato repeated what he said, then, tilting his head back, drank from the skull. The liquid inside tasted bitter, and he shook his head as if trying to rid himself of the flavour that lingered on his tongue. After a few moments, however, it did not taste so bad after all. Quite pleasant, in fact. He asked for more, and the obeah man obliged. In fact, Cato drank so much that when the old man told him to rise and drink the contents of a phial that he was offered, he did that too. He even whirled himself round and round at his bidding, spinning wildly until he collapsed to the ground, clutching his belly. Within the hour, he was still. Chapter 33. When Fibber came to check on Cordelia Carfax the following morning, she found her mistress had worsened. As she opened the shutters, the thinnest shard of light appeared to pierce the woman's brain as if it were a spear. Even the sound of Fibber's tread on the wooden floorboards sent her reeling. A low moan rumbled from her lips, and her hands clutched her head. The slave girl hurried over to the tangle of sheets and blankets and looked at her mistress more closely. She sniffed the acidic tang, then saw the vomit staining the white linen. Instinctively she curled her lip in disgust, and her mistress caught her expression as she turned onto her back. She seemed too weak even to upbraid her. Her hair was stuck to her skull, and her skin was the colour of porridge. From the filmy dampness on her forehead, Fibber knew that Mistress Carfax was in the grip of some terrible ague. Hearing his wife's moans, Samuel Carfax strode into the bedroom to find the girl standing by the bed, looking anxious and wringing her hands.
"What is the meaning of this?"
he yelled, raising his voice above the din. Fibber spun on her heel.
"Oh, sir," she exclaimed, her face now contorted with worry. "The missa is taken real bad."
Carfax paced over to the bed, his expression one of annoyance rather than concern. How she needed to be always the centre of attention. Her senseless moans ranked her alongside the hysterical female slaves in his mind. He would have no truck with them, and yet, leaning forward, he saw his wife's head moving from left to right and glimpsed her milk-white face before it was eclipsed by a pillow. She did not look well at all. Quite the opposite. He reached for her hand.
"My dearest," he whispered, bending low, "'tis I, 'tis Samuel. Can you hear me?"
She grunted in reply. It was a sound that bubbled from her throat. He caught a whiff of the rancid smell on her breath, saw the stained sheets, and he, too, curled his lip in disgust. Straightening himself, he saw Fibber cowering on the other side of the bed.
"Get this cleaned up, will you?"
he shouted, grabbing hold of a sheet and tugging at it disdainfully.
"I shall call Silkstone again, my dear. He will see you right," he told his wife.
There was pity in his words, but not in his eyes. He shot a glance at Fibber.
"Did I not tell you to change the sheets?" he yelled.
The slave jumped to his command and sprang forward toward the bed. Just as she did so, her mistress began convulsing once more. Lifting her head off the pillow, her eyes wide, she called out, then retched. A stream of blackish vomit shot from her mouth, cascading over the bed linen and over the floor. Fibber rushed to her mistress with a bowl, but it was too late. Her head sank back onto the pillows and her eyes closed. Carfax and the slave exchanged glances once more. There was a strange glint in the master's eye that Fibber could not read. He glowered at her for a moment before storming out of the room and onto the landing. He was about to descend the stairs when he saw Venus through the half-open door to his own bedchamber. She was casting her critical eye over the room, seeing that it had been cleaned thoroughly, as she always did. Surfaces needed to be clear, sills free of mildew, linen smooth. On hearing footsteps, she turned to see her master. He blustered in and slammed the door behind him. His anger was palpable, and at the sight of him the features on Venus's normally serene face tensed a little.
"What is the meaning of this?"
he hissed at her. His fists were balled at his sides. His eyes sharpened on her, yet she remained calm. Her expression was impassive. Such indifference riled him. Her insolence lay barely concealed. There was derision in her manner. He detected the scorn of a woman who knew she could command him with her own body, the curve of her breasts, the silkiness of her thighs. She curtsied. "I do not know what you mean, sir," she replied, looking at him squarely. Her wanton impudence only served to inflame his passion.
"You know damn well, you whore,"
he growled, bringing his hand back and slapping her hard on the cheek, as if he were swatting a mosquito. She reeled with the force, taking 2 steps back, but she did not fall. nor did she rub her coffee-coloured cheek even though it burned as brightly as if a brand had seared it. Instead she looked at him, but remained silent. Carfax shocked himself with the ferocity of his attack. For a moment he stood still, catching his breath, until he turned and pointed.
"Your mistress lies ill next door, spewing her guts out, and I notice you're doing."
Venus shook her head, and her usual composure began to crack. A look of incomprehension scudded across her face.
"I no understand, sir," she replied.
Carfax strode toward her. She could smell his smell, leather and tobacco, but still she stood her ground.
"This is your sorcery. Your slave magic, is it not?"
He lunged at her body and grabbed the top of her stomacher, pulling her close to him so that she felt his spittle splatter her skin.
"No," she gasped. "I know nothing."
He looked at her for another moment, as if trying to search behind her eyes, delving into her mind. Another tug on her bodice brought her even closer to him.
"If my wife dies, I shall see to it that you are hanged for her murder. You hear me?"
His grip was like a vice that squeezed the breath out of her lungs and pulled her whole body toward him. Thrusting his mouth against hers, he began biting her lips, and when she parted them to cry out in